Momentum of Prussian economic reform carried on long after 1815 into the great customs unions of the post-war era. Prussia thus emerged from the Napoleonic era with a rather less modern constitutional system than the three southern states, but a rather more modern political economy. How we judge the achievement of the reformers depends upon whether we emphasize what was accomplished or whether we focus instead upon the still unmastered legacy of the past. One can highlight the ways in which estate owners benefited from the compensation arrangements imposed by Hardenberg's various revisions to Stein's Emancipation Edict. Alternatively, one can point to the size and prosperity of the peasant, small and middle holding class that emerged from the partitioning of the landed estates. The liberal Humboldtian pedagogy of the Prussian primary schools was diluted after 1819. Yet the Prussian school system was internationally admired for the humanity of its ethos and quality of its output. The Friedrich Wilhelms Universität, with its powerful institutional commitment to the freedom of research, became a model admired across Europe and widely emulated in the United States, where Humboldt's prescriptions helped to establish the idea of a modern academy. It is perfectly legitimate to underline the limits of what was on offer in the Jewish Emancipation Edict of 1812. But important too to acknowledge its central place in the history of Jewish emancipation in 19th century Germany. One can lament the failure of the reformers to do away with patrimonial jurisdictions in the countryside, or one can focus instead on the societal forces that transformed the patrimonial courts into legal instruments of the state during the decade after 1815. In other ways too, the reformers endorsed and reinforced a momentum for change that would prove irreversible after 1815. The Council of the State, Stadtrat, established in 1817, may not have enjoyed the fullness of power Stein had once envisioned for it, but it did come to play a crucial role in the formulation of laws. The resulting ministerialization of government tended, in practice if not in theory, to limit the independence of the monarch and reinforce the power of the ministerial bureaucracies. Ministers were far more authoritative figures after 1815 than they had been in the 1780s and 1790s. The provincial diets, despite their limitations, ultimately became important platforms for political opposition. No single edict better illustrates the long-term impact of the reforms than the State Indebtedness Law of the 17th of January, 1820, one of Hardenberg's last and most important legislative achievements. The text of the law began by declaring that the current Prussian state of debt, of just over 180 million thalers, was to be regarded as a closed account for all time, and went on to announce that if the state should in future be obliged to raise a new loan, this could take place only with the involvement and co-guarantee of the future National Assembly. By means of this law, Hardenberg planted a constitutional time bomb within the fabric of the Prussian state. It would tick away quietly until 1847, when the unforeseen financial demands of the dawning railway age would force the government to summon a united diet in Berlin, opening the door to revolution. The reforms were, above all, acts of communication. The propagandists' exalted tone of the edicts was something new. The October Edict in particular was a remarkable piece of plebiscitary rhetoric. Prussian governments had never spoken to the public in this way before. The most innovative figure in this domain was Hardenberg, who adopted a pragmatic but respectful attitude to public opinion as a factor in the success of government initiatives. During his ministry in Ansbach and Bayreuth, he did his best to meet security needs without undermining the freedom to think and to express one's opinions publicly. His famous Riga Memorandum of 1807 stressed the value of cooperative rather than antagonistic relationship between the state and public opinion, and argued that governments should not shrink from winning over opinion through the use of good writers. It was Chancellor Hardenberg who, in 1810-11, pioneered the regular, annotated publication of new legislation, arguing that this departure from the secretive practice of earlier governments would strengthen trust in the administration. Particularly innovative was his engagement of freelance writers and editors as propagandists in the service of the state. One little-known but highly emblematic initiative in which Hardenberg was involved was the reform of the old chancellery style in official communications. This issue first came to the fore in March 1800, when it was proposed that the long-winded nomine regis, starting with the words "We, Friedrich William III," and listing all the king's titles in descending order of importance, should be omitted from the header of government documents. When the matter was discussed in the State Ministry on the 7th of April, 1800, virtually all of the ministers were opposed, arguing that removal of the full title would diminish the authority of utterances stemming from the government. But on the following day, Hardenberg submitted a separate judgment, expressing his support for a much more radical reform to the language of public and official communications. The chancellery style that was currently used, he wrote, was that of a bygone age, but whereas the age had changed, the style had remained. There was thus no reason why the state authority should maintain the barbaric written style of an uneducated era. Little came of this spirited intervention in 1800, but 10 years later, the nomine regis was abolished by a law of the 27th of October, 1810, that carried Hardenberg's and the king's signatures. This apparently trifling innovation takes us to the heart of what Hardenberg's reform project was about. What concerned him above all, and the same is true for many of the older reformers, was transparency and communication. In this sense, Hardenberg was not a liberal, but a man of the Enlightenment. He did not recognize public opinion as an autonomous force, whose role was to check or oppose the state. Nor did he, or Stein for that matter, have any intention of consolidating the liberal public sphere as a domain of critical discourse. He wanted to make such opposition unnecessary and unthinkable by opening the channels of understanding, by embracing the educated public in a harmonious conversation about the general good. This was the logic behind the Assembly of Notables and the national interim representations, the exalted, captivating language of the decrees, and the endless government publications. It also explains his willingness to apply censorship when he deemed it necessary. What Hardenberg overlooked was that words have a life of their own. When he said representation, he had in mind compliant and virtuous bodies of worthies conveying information and ideas between the provinces and the metropolis. But others were thinking of corporate interests or of parliaments and constitutional monarchy. When he said participation, he meant co-option and consultation, but others meant co-determination and the power to check government. When he said nation, he meant the politically conscious people of Prussia, but others were thinking of the wider German nation, whose interests and fate were not necessarily identical with those of Prussia. This is one of the reasons why the Reform era seems at once so rich in promise and so poor in achievements. There are parallels here with another beleaguered historical figure, Mikhail Gorbachev. Gorbachev was a man of reform and transparency, glasnost, not a revolutionary transformation. His aim, and Hardenberg's, was to adjust the state system to the needs of the present, but it would be churlish to deny either man his part in the changes that lay ahead. Chapter 11. A Time of Iron. False Dawn. In the spring of 1809, it seemed that the tide might at last be turning against Napoleon. The news that bands of freedom fighters were harrying the French armies in the Iberian Peninsula stirred excitement throughout Prussia. In the second week of April came reports that Emperor Francis I of Austria, goaded into action by the installation of Joseph Bonaparte on the Bourbon throne of Spain, had gone to war against Napoleon. The emperor's chief minister, Count Stadion, hoped to enlist German popular support, and Austrian campaign propaganda duly exhorted Germans in all states to rise up against the French. On the 11th of April, a massive peasant uprising in the Tyrol, under the leadership of the wine merchant Andreas Hofer, succeeded in driving out the Bavarians, allies of the French, who had presented them with the formerly Austrian Tyrol only 4 years earlier. To many Prussians, it seemed that the moment was right for Prussia too to rise up against the invader. The general mood, Provincial President Johann August Sack reported from Berlin, is that now or never is the moment when salvation from dependence and subjection is possible. Once again, the king was confronted with impossible choices. Vienna pressed for Prussian support, urging that the two states coordinate their military planning and strike against France together. Meanwhile, the French reminded Friedrich William that under the terms of the Franco-Prussian Treaty of the 8th of September 1808, Prussia was obliged to support France with an auxiliary corps of 12,000 men, The Russians were non-committal. They seemed unenthusiastic about the Austrian campaign and unwilling to offer assurances. The king quickly gravitated towards his default position. Even before the hostilities had begun, he had concluded that it was best for Prussia to sit tight in the first instance. As in 1805-6, the foreign policy dilemma facing the state polarized the most influential figures around the monarch. Some argued that it would be suicidal for Prussia to undertake any initiative against France without Russian support. Others, including the leading military reformers, Foreign Minister August Friedrich Ferdinand von der Goltz and Minister of Justice Karl Friedrich Beim, pressed for an alliance with Austria. But the king clung stubbornly to a policy of inaction. His strategy was to avoid any move that might incur the complete extinction of his state. Reputation and honour were unaffordable luxuries. Survival was all. A political existence of some kind, no matter how small it be, is better than none. And then at least some hope remains for the future. But none would remain if Prussia disappeared entirely from the community of states, which will very likely be the case if it shows its hand before the time is right. In retrospect, Friedrich William's seems the wisest course. The opponents of war were doubtless right when they observed that full Russian support was essential to any successful strategy against Napoleon. It seems highly unlikely that Prussia and Austria, had they joined forces in the spring of 1809, could have prevailed over Napoleon. Yet to many contemporaries, the cautious, waiting stance of the Königsberg court seemed ignoble, culpable. Rumours circulated at court that a plan was afoot to depose Friedrich William and replace him with his supposedly more energetic younger brother, William. Police and other official reports spoke of widespread frustration and restlessness within the officer corps. A wildcat insurrection of Pomeranian officers was foiled at the beginning of April. On the western boundary of the Altmark, the former Prussian Lieutenant von Katte, presumably a distant relative of Friedrich the Great's companion, led an armed band into the neighbouring kingdom of Westphalia, seized control of the formerly Prussian town of Stendal, and commandeered the cash chests. It appeared that the majority of Prussian officers favoured a war at Austria's side. On the 18th of April, Friedrich Ludwig von Finke, president of the Kurmark regional government, reported from Berlin that opinion within the army was highly critical of the royal government's policy, and that if the king did not take the initiative, all the young officers were determined to leave, and it would scarcely be possible to maintain order. Finke concluded with a warning that if the king did not come immediately to Berlin, general dissolution would be the result. For if the dissolution emanates from the army, who can resist it? Lieutenant General Tauentzien, a close associate of Scharnhorst, declared that he could not vouch for the loyalty of his troops if Prussia were to remain neutral. And the king's cousin, Prince August, warned Friedrich William that the nation would act without him if necessary. There was further excitement at the end of April, when it became known that a Prussian officer had led his regiment out of Berlin with the intention of heading a patriotic insurrection against the French. Major Ferdinand von Schill was famous as a veteran of guerrilla warfare against the French. In 1806, he had commanded a corps of volunteers and carried out raids against the French supply lines in the area surrounding the fortress of Kolberg. Such was his success as a raider that in January 1807 he was promoted to captain by Friedrich William III and entrusted with forming a free corps. In this capacity, Schill mounted various successful actions against French forces during the spring and early summer of 1807. Following the Peace of Tilsit on the 9th of July, the Schill Free Corps was dissolved. Schill himself was promoted to major and awarded the Pour le Mérite, Prussia's highest decoration for bravery. He was soon a celebrated figure. In the summer of 1808, the patriotic Königsberg weekly Der Volksfreund published a biographical essay outlining his exploits and praising him as the ideal of Prussian patriotic manhood. A portrait of the hero, published as a supplement to the Volksfreund, depicted a dark-haired, rather louche man with drooping black moustaches and a hussar's shako tilted rakishly to one side. In the autumn of 1808, Schill's regiment was the first unit of Prussian troops to enter Berlin since the defeats of 1806. The jubilation, his adjutant later recalled, was indescribable. Crowns of laurels and bunches of flowers rained down upon us. From every window, prettily adorned women and girls welcomed us. Wherever Schiele was seen, jubilant crowds surrounded him. Perhaps the excitement turned his head. Schiele began to believe that Germany was ripe for a mass insurrection against the French, and that he was the man to lead it. This delusion was nourished by his contacts with the various clandestine networks of patriots that had sprung up across Prussia. The League of Virtue, based in Königsberg, over 80% of whose members were military men of all ranks, and the Society of the Fatherland, based in Pomerania, whose agents urged him to take over the leadership of the Patriot movement. In January and February 1809, there were even secret messages from Patriot circles in the Kingdom of Westphalia, beseeching him to command an insurrection in Western Germany. The clandestine network of the German patriots may have been numerically small, but it was zealous, well-connected, and emotionally intense. Once inside, it was easy to lose touch with reality, to believe that the people were behind you, that victory was certain and liberation imminent. In April 1809, Schiele agreed to lead the planned Westphalian insurrection. A proclamation was drawn up and sent to Westphalia, urging all patriots to rise against the occupiers, but it was intercepted by the French. On the 27th of April, Schiele learned that his own arrest was imminent and decided, without consulting his superiors, to take his men out of Berlin on the following day and launch an insurrectionary campaign. The news of his departure caused an immense sensation. In a report of the 1st of May to Interior Minister Count Dohna, the provincial president of Brandenburg, Johann August Sack, observed that the agitation in the capital could scarcely be described. Throughout the city, the talk was nothing but Schiele. A Prussian declaration of war against Napoleon was felt to be imminent. In order to forestall the impression that the king was no longer in control of the country, the city authorities decided to encourage, for the time being, the belief that Schiele was acting with official sanction. On the 7th of May, the king was presented in Königsberg with a report from the Berlin police president, Justus Gruner, warning him that he could rescue his own authority in the kingdom only by entering immediately into an alliance with Austria, or by coming to Berlin and personally endorsing a policy of peace at the side of France. For the army is teetering, and what good is the authority of the administration then? All the tireless zeal of individuals on the king's behalf will be swallowed up in a sea of restlessly agitated passions, unless the venerable Pilate himself grasps the tiller to calm the masses. The throne of the Hohenzollerns is at stake. Gruner was exaggerating. Schiele's venture ended in abject failure. On the 31st of May, 1809, he was sabred by a Dane and shot dead by a Dutchman, both fighting with the French, in the city of Stralsund. The Dutchman, according to one account, cut off his head, preserved it in spirits of wine, and placed it on display in the public library at Leyden, where it remained until 1837, when it was buried in Brunswick. 28 of his surviving officers and men were subsequently executed by firing squad on Napoleon's orders for their role in the uprising. Although there were many Prussian officers who sympathized with Schiele and the Patriot networks, there were few who were willing to break their oath of obedience to the king. The great majority of ordinary subjects in Prussia, as in the rest of Germany, were content to be passive observers of the Patriots' exploits. Schiele's experience, like the failed and almost simultaneous revolt of Colonel Ferdinand Wilhelm Caspar Freiherr von Dornberg against King Jerome in Westphalia, revealed that the patriotic zeal of the German masses, such as it was, could not be converted into political action. Yet this moment of panic among the Prussian authorities is revealing nonetheless. It demonstrated how much had changed in the relationship between the monarchy and its public since the reign of Friedrich the Great. What was remarkable about the reports from Tauentzien, Gruner, Sack, and Vinke was their plebiscitary logic. For the first time in the history of the dynasty, we find senior Prussian officials and high-ranking officers invoking public opinion in order to force the hand of the monarch. Phlegmatic as ever, Friedrich William kept a calm head, insisting that things were not as bad as the alarmists claimed. "I do not fear illegal disturbances from my people," he told Foreign Minister von der Goltz on the 9th of May. adding inconsequentially that he had no intention of going to Berlin, where anarchical explosions might distract him from devoting his time and energy to more important questions. But Friedrich William himself seems at some points to have internalized the arguments of his officials. In an extraordinary undated handwritten note, composed some time during the crisis of 1809, he reflected on the possibility of a forced abdication, observing morosely that if he were to be deposed in favour of another individual, more favoured by opinion, then he would not protest, but readily hand over the reins of government to him whom the nation believes worthier. This was partly just sulking, but it also conveys a fleeting sense of how the upheavals of the revolutionary era were transforming the self-understanding of traditional monarchy. Patriots and Liberators. What was at stake in the crisis of 1809 was not simply the question of whether and when to strike against the French, but also the nature of the war that Prussia would ultimately wage against Napoleon. Friedrich William and the more conservative figures among the military leadership continued to think in terms of a traditional Kabinettskrieg, in which the key weapons were dynastic diplomacy and a well-trained regular army. By contrast, the reformers envisaged a new insurrectionary mode of warfare, involving armed masses of citizen soldiers inflamed by love of their fatherland. Why should we believe ourselves inferior to the Spaniards and Tyroleans? General Gebhard Liebrecht von Blücher asked Friedrich William in October 1809, as he urged him to embrace the risk of war at Austria's side. We are better equipped than they. The issue lost some of its urgency after the war crisis passed, but it resurfaced in 1811, as the prospect loomed of a major war between France and Russia. In a memorandum submitted to the king on the 8th of August, 1811, Gneisenau set out a detailed plan for a popular partisan war in the Spanish manner that would be unleashed on the French army from behind the front lines. This mass uprising, Aufstand in Masse, would harry French units, disrupt supply routes and destroy resources that might otherwise fall into the enemy's hands. Gneisenau had observed the debacle of his sometime subordinate Schiele, and was aware that ordinary Prussians might need some additional encouragement before they risked life and limb against the French. To ensure that the necessary patriotic commitment was not lacking, Gneisenau suggested the state should employ clergymen to mobilize local communities. Stein, now in exile in Prague, and Clausewitz arrived at similar proposals, though they placed more emphasis on the need for clear leadership from the monarchical executive. The concept of an insurrectionary war against the French never enjoyed wide support within the officer corps. Only a minority of officers was comfortable with an approach to warfare that risked unleashing forces beyond the control of the regular army. But beyond the army itself, in the educated circles of the Prussian patriot intelligentsia, there were many who found the idea exhilarating. In a poem composed in 1809 and inspired by the Austrian campaign against Napoleon, the sometime Prussian guardsman Heinrich von Kleist imagined Germans from all corners of the old Reich rising against the French and evoking in remarkably uncompromising language the brutality of an all-out war. Whiten with their scattered bones, every hollow, every hill, from what was left by fox and crow, the hungry fish shall eat their fill. Block the Rhine with their cadavers, until plugged up by so much flesh, it breaks its banks and surges west, to draw our border line afresh. Perhaps the quirkiest expression of the insurrectionary idea was the Turnbewegung, or gymnasts' movement, founded by Friedrich Ludwig Jahn in 1811 in the Hasenheide Park in what is now the Berlin suburb of Neukölln. The aim of the movement was to train young men for a coming war against the French. The objective was not to train paramilitaries, but to evolve specifically civilian forms of bodily prowess and patriotic commitment in preparation for a struggle in which the people as a whole would be pitted against the enemy. The gymnasts were not soldiers, a term that Jahn despised for its mercenary associations. Sold is the German word for wage, but citizen fighters whose participation in the struggle was entirely voluntary, because it was motivated by love for the fatherland. Gymnasts did not march, Jahn pointed out in The Art of German Gymnastics, the official catechism of the early movement, because marching killed the autonomous will and was intended to degrade the individual to the mere tool of a higher authority. Instead, they walked, swinging their legs in a flowing, natural motion, as befitted freemen. The art of the gymnast, Jahn wrote, is an enduring sight, eine bleibende Stätte, for the building of fresh sociable virtues, of a sense of decency and law, and of a feeling for cheerful obedience without prejudice, to freedom of movement and high-spirited independence. In order to facilitate this freedom of movement, Jahn developed a special costume, whose loose jacket and wide-legged trousers of grey unbleached linen were designed to accommodate and encourage the free forms of bodily movement so prized by the gymnasts. Here again there was an anti-military dimension. The light and austere, unpretentious and thoroughly functional linen costume of the gymnast, Jahn wrote, is unsuited to braids, aiguillettes, armbands, dress swords and gauntlets on the leaders of the processions, etc. The earnest spirit of the fighter, Wehrmannsernst, is thereby transformed into idle play. Coupled with this hostility to the hierarchical order of the traditional military was an implicit egalitarianism. Jahn's followers were encouraged to address each other as du, and their distinctive costume helped to dissolve barriers of status by removing the outward signs of social difference. The gymnasts were even known to sing songs proclaiming that all members were equal in estate and rank. An Rang und Stand sind alle gleich. Jahn's outdoor displays, in which young men swung, twirled and twisted on raised bars, that were the prototypes of today's gymnastic equipment, attracted huge crowds. Here was a clear demonstration of how patriotism could provide the key to a reconceptualization of political culture, as rooted in voluntary allegiances, rather than hierarchical structures of authority. It was precisely the subversive potential in patriotic discourses that alienated the monarch from the more radical prescriptions of the military reformers. On the 28th of December, 1809, Friedrich William at last returned to Berlin, where crowds cheered him through the city, but he remained opposed to patriotic experiments of any kind. Now that he was re-established in the capital, he was more completely under the eye of the French authorities than ever. Indeed, Napoleon had demanded that he leave Königsberg for this very reason. Moreover, after 1809, the position of the French seemed totally impregnable. By 1810, nearly all the German territories left over from the dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire had joined the Confederation of the Rhine, an association of states whose members were obliged to contribute military contingents in support of Napoleon's foreign policy. In the face of such might, resistance seemed hopeless. Friedrich William's reluctance to risk precipitate military action was further reinforced by personal tragedy. On the 19th of July, 1810, the unexpected death of his wife, Louisa, at the age of only 34, plunged him into a long depression in which his only comforts were seclusion and prayer. He had no faith in the idea of insurrectionary warfare. The reformers were allowed to proceed with various improvements to military administration and training, but Friedrich William blocked their efforts to mobilize a people's army, Volksarmee, through the introduction of universal conscription. To Gneisenau's proposal that clergymen be employed to urge the people to rise up against their conquerors, the king appended the laconic marginal note, "One executed preacher and the whole thing will be over." On Gneisenau's proposals for a system of citizen militias, he commented simply, "Good as poetry." Nevertheless, the king agreed one important concession to the war party. During the summer of 1811, he approved plans for the enlargement of the Prussian army and the reinforcement of key strongholds. There were also tactful feelers in the direction of Russia and England. Fortunately for Friedrich William, most of his senior advisers, including Hardenberg, supported his policy of wait and see. The king thus had little difficulty in resisting the entreaties of the war party. But with the cooling of relations between France and Russia from 1810 onwards, the external pressures on the Berlin decision-makers gradually increased. It had always been difficult to imagine a European future in which Napoleon and Alexander I could get along as brothers. Tensions had been accumulating between the two for some time, but the breach came in December 1810, when Napoleon annexed the northwest German duchy of Oldenburg, whose integrity had been guaranteed in the Peace of Tilsit, and whose sovereign was Tsar Alexander's uncle. Alexander responded with the ukaz of the 31st of December, by which he closed Russian markets and ports to French products, except wines and silks. During the spring and summer of 1811, the two powers drifted apart, neither committing itself to war. By the winter of 1811-12, however, it was clear that a major French offensive was imminent. Napoleon reinforced his armies in eastern and central Germany, occupied Swedish Pomerania, and transferred 36 battalions from Spain. Once again, the Prussians found themselves in danger of being ground under the wheels of great power politics. Friedrich William and his advisers, Hardenberg foremost among them, displayed the usual timidity and caution. The rearmament process that had been launched in the early summer was impossible to hide from the French. In August 1811, Napoleon demanded an explanation. Dissatisfied with Hardenberg's answer, he issued an ultimatum warning that if rearmament activity did not cease forthwith, the French ambassador would be withdrawn from Berlin and replaced by Marshal Davout at the head of his army. This announcement was greeted with consternation in Berlin. Gneisenau objected that to comply with such outright bullying would be political suicide, but Friedrich William overruled him, and orders went out that the recruitment drive and fortification works were to be stopped. There were also loud protests from the commanding officer at the Kolberg fortress, General Blücher, who would later play a key role in the campaigns against France. When Blücher urged that the king resist the French orders and remove himself from Berlin, he was recalled from his command and replaced by Townsend, a general acceptable to Napoleon. The final humiliation came in the form of the Offensive Alliance Treaty, imposed by Napoleon on the 24th of February, 1812. The Prussians undertook to quarter and supply the Grand Army as it tramped eastwards through Prussia on its way to invade Russia, to open all their munition stores and fortresses to the French command, and to provide Napoleon with an auxiliary corps of 12,000 men. This agreement was extorted from Berlin in a manner that recalled the treaty negotiations of the 30 Years' War. Napoleon began by offering Kreusermark, the Prussian ambassador at the imperial headquarters, the choice of having the Grand Army enter Prussia as a friend or as a foe. In desperation, the ambassador provisionally accepted all conditions and forwarded the document to Berlin for ratification. But the French delayed the departure of the courier bearing the text, so that by the time it reached Friedrich William, a French army corps was already approaching the Prussian capital. Prussia was now a mere instrument of Napoleon's military strategy, on a par with the German satellite states of the Rhenish Confederation. For those patriotic reformers who had striven so hard to prepare Prussia for the coming struggle with Napoleon, this was the ultimate disappointment. A group of prominent senior officials resigned from office in disgust. These included the sometime chief of police in Berlin, Justus Gruner, who made his way to Prague, where he joined a network of patriots dedicated to overthrowing the French through insurrection and sabotage. He was arrested by the Austrian government, also allied with France in August. Scharnhorst, the driving engine behind the military reforms, went into inner exile, disappearing entirely from public life. Three of the most talented military innovators, Boyen, Gneisenau, and Clausewitz, broke ranks with their colleagues and entered the service of the Tsar, in the belief that only Russia now possessed the potential to break Napoleon's power. Here they were able to reconnect with Stein, who, having spent a period in Austrian exile, joined the Imperial Russian headquarters in June 1812, at the express invitation of Tsar Alexander. From March onward, the men of the Grand Army tramped through the Neumark, Pomerania, West and East Prussia, making their way eastwards to their assembly points. By June 1812, some 300,000 men, French, Germans, Italians, Dutch, Walloons, and others, were gathered in East Prussia. It soon became clear that the provincial administration was in no position to coordinate the provisioning of this vast mass of troops. The previous year's harvest had been poor, and grain supplies were quickly depleted. Hans Jakob von Auerswald, provincial president of West and East Prussia, reported in April that the farm animals in East and West Prussia were dying of hunger. The roads were strewn with dead horses, and there was no seed corn left. The provincial government's provisioning apparatus soon broke down under the pressure, and individual commanders simply ordered their troops to carry out independent requisitioning. It was said that those who still owned draft animals ploughed and sowed at night, so as not to see their last horse or ox carted off. Others hid their horses in the forest, though the French soon got wise to this practice and began combing the woods for concealed animals. Under these conditions, discipline rapidly broke down, and there were numerous reports of excesses by the troops, especially extortion, plundering, and beatings. One report from a senior official spoke of devastation even worse than in the 30 Years' War. When no horses were to be had, the French commanders forced peasants into the harness. The average East Prussian farmer, Auerswald reported in August, found it impossible to understand how he could be so mistreated by the allies of his king. Indeed, it was said that French behaved themselves worse as friends in 1812 than they had as enemies in 1807. In the Lithuanian areas on the eastern margins of the province, the summer brought famine and the inevitable rise in deaths among children. In the memorable words of the Hanoverian diplomat Ludwig Umteder, the French had left the inhabitants of Prussia with nothing but eyes to weep with in their misery. Throughout the Prussian lands, the mood gradually shifted from resentment to a simmering hatred of the Napoleonic forces. Vague early rumors of French setbacks in Russia were greeted with excitement and heartfelt schadenfreude. The first sketchy reports of the burning of Moscow, raised by the Russians to deny Napoleon winter quarters, arrived in the eastern provinces of Prussia at the beginning of October. There was particular interest in reports of the appalling damage done to the Grand Army by irregular forces of Cossacks and armed peasant partisans. On the 12th of November, when the newspapers reported the withdrawal of the Grand Army from Moscow, rumor gave way to near certainty. The French diplomat Le Caron, stationed in Berlin, was shocked at the intensity of public emotion. In 3.5 years of living in the city, he wrote, he had never seen its inhabitants display such intense hatred and such open rage. Emboldened by the recent news, the Prussian people no longer concealed its desire to join with the Russians in exterminating everything that belongs to the French system. On the 14th of December, the 29th Bulletin of the Grand Army put an end to any further doubts about the outcome of the Russian campaign. Issued in the Emperor's name, the bulletin blamed the catastrophe on bad weather and the incompetence and treachery of others, announced that Napoleon had left his men in Russia and was hastening west towards Paris, and closed with a remarkably brutal expression of imperial self-centeredness. The Emperor's health has never been better. In Prussia, this news triggered further incidents of unrest. In Neustadt, West Prussia, local inhabitants fought with Neapolitan troops guarding a transport of Russian prisoners of war. There were spontaneous attacks on French military personnel, especially in taverns, where patriotic passions were inflamed by the consumption of alcohol. But no rumor and no printed report could bring home the meaning of Napoleon's catastrophe as forcefully as the sight of the remnants of the once invincible Grand Army limping westwards out of Russia. The noblest figures had been bent and shrunken by frost and hunger. They were covered with blue bruises and white frost sores. Whole limbs were frozen off and rotting. They gave off a pestilential stench. Their clothing consisted of rags, straw mats, old women's clothing, sheepskins, or whatever else they could lay hands on. None had proper headgear. Instead, they bound their heads with old cloth or pieces of shirt. Instead of shoes and leggings, their feet were wrapped with straw, fur, or rags. The slow burning malice of the peasantry now ignited into acts of revenge, as the rural population took matters into their own hands. The lowest classes of the people, District President Theodor von Schön reported from Gombenin, and especially the peasants, permit themselves in their fanaticism the most horrific mistreatment of these unhappy wretches. In the villages and on the country roads, they vent all their rage against them. All obedience to the officials has ceased. There were reports of attacks on stragglers by armed troops of peasants. During the month of December 1812, the Prussian government, like those of the other German client states, remained committed to the French alliance. On the 15th of December, when Napoleon requested that the Prussians expand their military contingent, the government in Berlin meekly complied. As the year drew to an end, however, Friedrich William came under increasing pressure to renege on the alliance of the 24th of February and join in Russia's struggle against Napoleon. Of 3 memoranda submitted to him by senior officials on Christmas Day, 1812, 2 from Knesebeck and Schuyler urged him to seize the opportunity furnished by the collapse of the Russian campaign and turn against France. The third, from Privy Councillor Albrecht, was more circumspect and warned the king not to underestimate Napoleon's remaining potential. Only when Austria's strength was fully engaged in the common cause could Prussia risk open aggression against the French forces. Stolid, pessimistic, and cautious as ever, the king was drawn to the third option. In an aide-memoire written 3 days later, Friedrich William set out his own views on Prussian foreign policy over the coming months. Its central theme was live and let live. Austria should be entrusted with the mediation of a general European peace. Napoleon must be obliged to come to an understanding with Tsar Alexander on the basis of mutual respect, after which he would be permitted to retire unmolested into France and to hold on to his annexed German lands on the left bank of the Rhine. Only if he refused to be content with this arrangement would Prussia go to war, and then only at Austria's side. The king imagined that this might occur, if at all, in April of the coming year. Turning point. By the time Friedrich William penned these lines, events were already overtaking him. On the 20th of December, 1812, the first advance parties of Russian troops crossed the border into East Prussia. Under the terms of the alliance with France, it now fell to the Prussian General York, who had managed to extricate 14,000 of his men alive from the Russian campaign, to block the further progress of the Russians and thereby cover the retreat of what remained of the Grand Army. York found himself bombarded with messages from both the French and the Russian commands. Marshal Alexandre MacDonald sent orders that he clear the way for his retreat and guard the French flank against Russian attack. From the Russian commander General Diebitsch there were entreaties to abandon MacDonald and let the Russians pass unhindered. On the 25th of December, York and Diebitsch met, and it was agreed that one of the Prussians attached to the Russian headquarters should be empowered to conduct further negotiations. The man entrusted with this task was none other than the reformer, patriot, and military theorist Karl von Clausewitz, who had left the Prussian service earlier that year. During a difficult discussion on the evening of the 29th of December, Clausewitz explained to York that the Russians were close by and massed in very large numbers. Any attempt to reunite with MacDonald, whose small corps had come unstuck from the Prussian contingent, would be pointless. Impressed by the cogency of Clausewitz's arguments and the sincerity of his conviction, York finally agreed. "Yes, you have me. Tell General Diebitsch that we shall talk early tomorrow at Poscheren Mill, near the Lithuanian town of Tauroggen, 40 kilometers east of the Prussian border, and that I have now firmly decided to separate from the French and their cause." The meeting was fixed for the next morning, 30th December, at 8 o'clock. Under the terms of the agreement drawn up there, known as the Convention of Tauroggen, York undertook to neutralize his corps for a period of 2 months and allow the Russians to pass unhindered into Prussian territory. It was a momentous decision. York had no authorization whatsoever to countermand his government's policy in this way. His defection was not merely disobedient, it was treasonable. This weighed very heavily with a man who was by background and nature a royalist and a conservative. York attempted to justify his action in a remarkable letter he wrote to Friedrich William on the 3rd of July, 1813. "Your Majesty knows me as a calm, cool-headed man, who does not mix in politics. As long as everything went in the accustomed way, the loyal servant was bound to follow circumstances. That was his duty. But the circumstances have now brought about a new situation, and duty likewise demands that this situation, which will never occur again, be exploited. I am speaking here the words of a loyal old servant. These words are almost universally the words of the nation. A declaration from your Majesty will breathe life and enthusiasm back into everything, and we will fight like true old Prussians, and the throne of your Majesty will stand rock solid and unshakable for the future. I now anxiously await an advisement from your Majesty as to whether I should now advance against the true enemy, or whether political conditions demand that your Majesty condemn me. I await both outcomes in a spirit of loyal dedication, and I swear to your Majesty that I shall meet the bullets as calmly at the place of execution as on the field of battle. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about this letter was the fact that it made, notwithstanding the superficial rhetoric of personal loyalty, so few concessions to the monarch's standpoint. Instead, York offered Friedrich William the choice of confirming his action or condemning him to death for his disobedience. Moreover, the reference to the true enemy, as opposed to the enemy projected by Berlin's foreign policy, made it clear that York had arrogated to himself one of the constitutive attributes of sovereignty, namely the right to determine who is friend and who is foe. To make matters worse, York justified this act of usurpation through an implicit appeal to the ultimate authority of the hard-pressed Prussian nation. These were surprisingly radical words from a man who had initially kept his distance from the military reformers. In 1808-9, York had been a bitter opponent of armed insurrection, on the grounds that it posed too grave a threat to the political and social order. But as the pressure for action grew, he began to look less coldly on the populist designs of the patriots. The more he thought over the idea of a popular uprising, he told Scharnhorst in the summer of 1811, the more absolutely necessary it seemed to be. In a memorandum submitted to the king at the end of January 1812, he set out a plan to use tightly focused insurrections in West Prussia to tie down French divisions and undercut the momentum of the main advance. It is hard to imagine a better illustration of the potency of the ideas that animated the reformers than this belated conversation of a hard-boiled conservative to the cause of the nation. By the end of the first week of February 1813, the entire province of East Prussia had slipped beyond the direct control of the Berlin government. Stein, who entered the province as a functionary of the Russian administration, saw himself as empowered to exercise direct authority in the liberated areas, and he did so with his accustomed tactlessness. Various trade restrictions associated with the Napoleonic system of continental tariffs were lifted without local consultation, and the Prussian financial administration was obliged, despite bitter protests, to accept Russian paper money at a fixed rate of exchange. Flaunting his sovereign status as plenipotentiary of the Russian emperor, Stein even convened the East Prussian estates in order to deliberate on arrangements for the coming war against France. Intelligence, honor, love of the fatherland, and revenge, he told York in a letter of early February, demand that we lose no time, that we call up a people's war, to break the chains of the insolent oppressor and wash away the dishonor we have suffered with the blood of his wicked hands. Stein wanted York to open the first meeting of the estates with a rousing speech, but York was uncomfortable with any role that would make him appear to be the agent of Russian interests. However, he did agree to attend a session if the estates themselves formally invited him. On the 5th of February, the representatives of the nation, as they were widely called at the time, congregated in the meeting hall of the House of the Provincial Estates of Königsberg. At their head sat the president, to his right 7 members of the estates committee, flanked by the deputies of the provincial nobility, the free peasants, and the cities. Almost immediately it was agreed that a delegation should be sent to invite York to present his proposals to the assembly. The deputies were surely aware of the boldness of this step. By the beginning of February it was universally known that York had been dismissed from office, that his arrest had been ordered, and that he was out of favour with the king. The scope of the insurrection unfolding in East Prussia now widened to the point where it encompassed the political class of the province. York appeared only briefly before the assembly, urging that a committee be formed to oversee further preparations for war, and closing with a characteristically pithy declaration. I hope to fight the French wherever I find them. I count on everyone's support. If their strength outweighs ours, we will know how to die with honor." These words were greeted with thunderous cheers and applause, but York raised his hand to silence the hall, saying, "There is no call for that on a battlefield." He then turned and left. On the same evening, a committee met in York's apartment to agree the calling up of a provincial militia, Landwehr, of 20,000 men, with 10,000 reserves. The exemptions allowed under the old cantonal system were abolished. All adult males up to 45 years of age, excluding only school teachers and clergymen, were declared eligible to be called up, regardless of their social status or religion. The latter stipulation implied that Jews, for the first time, would be liable for conscription. The aim was to fill the troop quotas from volunteers in the first instance, and only if this proved inadequate to proceed to conscription by ballot. The idea of the nation at arms rising against its foe had at last been realized. In the process, the authority of the monarchical state was almost totally displaced by the estates, who now reactivated their traditional calling as organs of provincial governance. In Berlin, the government began during the January weeks to distance itself from the French alliance. On the 21st of January, after rumors to the effect that the French were planning to take him prisoner, Friedrich Wilhelm left Potsdam and transferred with Hardenberg and an entourage of some 70 persons to Breslau in Silesia, where he arrived 4 days later. During the first weeks of February, as the estates prepared to meet in Königsberg, the king and his advisory circle remained in a state of uncertainty and indecision. To stay at the side of France seemed impossible in view of the events unfolding in the East, but the prospect of an open break with France brought the threat of total dependence upon Russia. The problem of Prussia's exposed position between the powers of East and West had never been so dramatically expressed. The western provinces remained vulnerable to French reprisals. East and West Prussia were already under what amounted to a Russian occupation. Faced with this fundamental dilemma, the Breslau court seemed paralyzed. The king, Hardenberg observed in a private note on the 4th of February, appeared not to know what he actually wants. At around the same time, however, the king began to approve decisions that pointed in the direction of a more energetic policy. Scharnhorst was recalled from his retirement, and on the 8th of February a general call went out for volunteers to form free corps of riflemen. On the following day, the service exemptions of the cantonal system were suspended, establishing, temporarily at least, universal male liability for military service. It was as if the government were hurrying to keep abreast of developments in its eastern provinces. But these measures did not suffice in the short term to arrest the collapse of public faith in the monarch and his advisers. By the middle of February, the spirit of insurrection had crossed the river Oder into the Neumark, and there was talk of a revolution if the king did not immediately signal his solidarity with Russia. Even the Huguenot preacher Ancillon, one of the most cautious and ingratiating of the king's advisers, warned him in a memorandum on the 22nd of February that it was the general will of the nation that the king should lead his people in a war against France. If he failed to do so, Ancillon warned, he would be swept away by events. Only in the last days of February did the king finally decide to throw in his lot with the Russians and break openly with Napoleon. A treaty was signed with the Russians at Kalisz and Breslau on the 27th and 28th of February, in which the Russians agreed to restore Prussia to the approximate borders of 1806. Under the terms of this treaty, Prussia would cede most of the Polish territories acquired through the second and third partitions to Russia, but retain a land corridor, in addition to West Prussia, between Silesia and East Prussia. The Russians, in their turn, agreed that Prussia would be compensated for these Polish concessions by the annexation of territory from the Allies' joint conquests in Germany. Informal discussions pointed to Saxony, whose king was still aligned with Napoleon, as the most likely victim. Scharnhorst was dispatched to Tsar Alexander's headquarters to begin discussions on a joint war plan. A formal announcement of the break with France followed on the 17th of March, and on the 25th of March, the Russian and Prussian commands issued the joint proclamation of Kalisz, in which the Russian Tsar and the Prussian king sought to harness national enthusiasms by pledging their support for a united Germany. A committee was established under Stein's chairmanship to recruit troops from across the German territories, and to plan for the future political organization of southern and western Germany. The Prussian government now made strenuous efforts to reclaim the ground that had been lost to the forces of insurrection. On the 17th of March, the king issued the famous address, "To my people," in which he justified the government's cautious policy hitherto and called upon his people to rise up, province by province, against the French. Drafted by Theodor Gottfried Hippel, a native of Königsberg, who had joined the Chancellery under Hardenberg in 1811, "To my people" steered a careful middle path between the insurrectionary rhetoric of the patriot radicals and the hierarchical order of traditional absolutism. Comparisons were drawn with the conservative uprisings of the Vendée, 1793, Spain, 1808, and the Tyrol, 1808, but pointedly not with the revolutionary French levée en masse in 1793, and an effort was made to embed current events within a tradition of Hohenzollern dynastic leadership. The Edict of the 21st of April, 1813, establishing the Landsturm, Home Army, was perhaps the most radical official utterance of these weeks. It stated that Home Army officers were to be elected, although eligibility to ascend to officer rank was restricted to certain social and professional groups. By early March, Breslau had become the center of operations, not only for the Prussian and Russian army commands, but also for the burgeoning volunteer movement. While Friedrich Wilhelm III, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Blücher met with their Russian counterparts in the royal palace to coordinate the coming campaign, crowds of volunteers converged on the Hotel Scepter, only a short distance away, to sign for service under Major Ludwig Adolf Wilhelm von Lützow. Lützow was a Prussian officer from Berlin who had served in Schill's regiment of hussars and was authorized by the king in 1813 to found a free corps of voluntary riflemen. The Lützow Rifles, also known as the Black Band for their somber, loose-cut uniforms, eventually numbered 3,000 men. Among those most actively involved in volunteer recruitment was Friedrich Ludwig Jahn, who had come to Breslau with a flock of eager gymnasts and was already something of a cult figure. They goggle at him as if he was some kind of messiah, a young regular army soldier noted, evidently with mixed feelings. The young nobleman Leopold von Gerlach, who came to Breslau towards the end of February, was struck by the energy and exhilaration in the city. In the theatre of an evening, Gerlach wrote, Chancellor Hardenberg could still be seen chatting amiably with the French ambassador in order to keep up appearances. But the streets were agog with preparations for war. Soldiers could be seen exercising on the ramparts, on the ring road, and before the city gates. The lanes were crowded, with horses being bought and sold, the streets lined with Jews selling muskets, pistols, and sabres. Virtually everyone, from tailors, swordsmiths, cobblers, to harness makers, hatters and saddlers, is working for the war. While the Allied commanders laid their plans in Breslau, Napoleon too was preparing for war in Germany, building a new army from veterans and fresh, untested recruits raised from the client states of the Confederation of the Rhine. Napoleon's history, charisma, and reputation was still sufficient to dissuade most of the German sovereigns from defecting. Their fear of his strength was reinforced by concern at the prospect of a national uprising against France that might sweep away German thrones as well as French garrisons. Even the beleaguered King of Saxony, who had momentarily wavered, returned to the French fold in May, partly because he recognized that the Allies, and especially Prussia, posed a greater threat to the integrity of his kingdom than Napoleon. The Allies thus faced a long and uncertain struggle against a foe who still controlled the resources and manpower of much of German Europe. The Wars of Liberation, as they would come to be known, opened badly for the Allies. It was agreed that the Prussian army would operate under a Russian supreme command, a telling indication of Prussia's junior status within the coalition, but it proved difficult at first to coordinate the two command structures. Having entered Saxony at the end of March, the Allies were defeated at the Battle of Lutzen on the 2nd of May, but Napoleon's victory was dearly bought. While the Prussians lost 8,500 and the Russians 3,000 in dead and wounded, the figure for the French and their client states was 22,000. This pattern was repeated at the Battle of Bautzen on the 20th and 21st of May, where Napoleon forced the Allies to withdraw, but lost another 22,000 men, twice as many as the Russo-Prussian forces. The Allies were obliged to pull back out of Saxony into Silesia, but their armies remained intact. It was not an encouraging start. Nevertheless, the ferocity of the Allied resistance gave Napoleon pause. On the 4th of June, he agreed a temporary armistice with Tsar Alexander and Friedrich William III. Napoleon later came to regard the ceasefire of the 4th of June as the error that undid his dominion in Germany. This was overstating the case, but it was certainly a serious failure of judgment. The Allies used the respite afforded by it not only to enlarge and re-equip their forces, but also to put their war effort on a more solid financial footing by concluding alliance and subsidy treaties with Britain at Reichenbach on the 14th-15th of June. In addition to direct subsidies totaling £2 million, of which one-third, about 3.3 million thalers, would go to Prussia. Britain agreed to supply £5 million in federal paper, a special currency underwritten by London that would be used by the Allied governments for war-related costs and redeemed jointly by the three treaty partners after the end of the war. In a war that had already plunged Britain into historically unprecedented levels of public debt, this was the biggest subsidy deal yet. The most urgent objective of Allied policy after the 4th of June was to persuade Austria to join the coalition. Clemens Wenzel von Metternich, the Austrian minister responsible for foreign policy, had kept his distance from the Russo-Prussian coalition during the early months of 1813. The Austrian government already viewed Russia as a threat in the Balkans, and they had no wish to see Napoleon's control over Germany exchanged for Russian hegemony. But after the Treaty of Reichenbach was signed, followed by an alliance with Sweden on the 22nd of July, it became clear that the future of Europe was in contention, and Vienna could no longer afford to sit on the sidelines. During the summer, Metternich attempted to mediate a European peace that would be acceptable to Napoleon, while at the same time, at Reichenbach on the 27th of June, agreeing conditions for joint action with the Allies in the event that mediation failed. When Metternich's efforts to broker peace foundered on Napoleon's intransigence, Austria resolved at last to join the Allied coalition. The ceasefire of the 4th of June was allowed to expire on the 10th of August, 1813. On the following day, Austria formally entered the coalition and declared war against France. The balance of power now tipped sharply against France. The Austrians contributed 127,000 men to the coalition war effort. The Russians had fielded an army of 110,000 during the spring campaign, and this number was steadily rising as new waves of recruits arrived. Sweden contributed a further force of 30,000 men under the command of the former French Marshal, now Crown Prince of Sweden, Jean-Baptiste Jules Bernadotte. Under their new conscription laws, the Prussians were able to field a massive contingent of 228,000 infantry, 31,000 cavalry, and 13,000 artillerymen. At the height of the fighting, about 6% of the Prussian population were in active service. Against this imposing multinational force, Napoleon could muster 442,000 troops ready for combat, many of whom were ill-trained and poorly motivated new recruits. Napoleon concentrated his forces around Dresden, on the territory of his loyal ally, the King of Saxony, in the hope that an opportunity would arise to deal a devastating blow against one or other of the Allied armies. The Allies, for their part, adopted a concentric strategy. A Swedish-Prussian northern army, under the command of Bernadotte, moved southwards from Brandenburg, having retaken Berlin, while Blucher commanded the Silesian army to Napoleon's east. Advancing from the south was the army of Bohemia, under Schwarzenberg. Closing in on Napoleon was not easy. Despite the Allied superiority in numbers, he enjoyed the advantage of internal lines and was still capable of mounting swift and destructive strikes. The Allies suffered from the usual problems of coalition armies. Relations between and within the Prussian, Swedish, and Austrian commands were not harmonious, and the widely dispersed forces faced the problem of tightening the ring around Napoleon without exposing themselves to a potentially devastating French attack. The third week of August brought 3 victories and a defeat. The army of Berlin, a force composed for the most part of Saxon, Franconian, and other German contingents, and commanded by the French general Oudinot, was beaten on the 23rd of August in a battle near Gross-Bieren, as it approached the Prussian capital. A French corps of 10,000 men, making its way into Brandenburg to assist Oudinot, was subsequently attacked and destroyed near Hagelberg. In both these engagements, men of the Prussian Landwehr played a central role. On the 26th of August, Blucher's Silesian army inflicted heavy losses on a 67,000-strong force of French and Rhenish Confederation troops under MacDonald. Nearly half of MacDonald's army perished or was taken prisoner. But these successes were offset to some extent by a bitter engagement on the outskirts of Dresden on the 26th and 27th of August, in which Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia was driven back by Napoleon with over 35,000 casualties. Encouraged by his success at Dresden, Napoleon initially focused on finding and destroying one of the Allied armies on its route of approach, trusting that his advantage of internal lines would allow him to concentrate superior forces against one of his adversaries. He drove his men through the broad wedge of territory between the rivers Saale and Elbe in search of either Bernadotte's northern or Blucher's Silesian army, both of which he knew to be in the area, but both evaded him by moving westward across the Saale. By this point, Napoleon was starting to run out of options. He could not withdraw from the theatre without exposing himself to damaging attacks from irregulars and Cossacks, let alone his adversaries' armies, all of which were still intact and combat-ready. Domestic opinion in France was turning sharply against the prolongation of the conflict, and Napoleon's resources were running low. Pressed for time, he resolved to concentrate his forces around the Saxon city of Leipzig, await the arrival of his enemies, and accept battle. The city thus became the setting for the greatest single military engagement to that date in the history of continental Europe, and probably of human warfare. The Battle of Leipzig has justly been called the Battle of the Peoples, Völkerschlacht, for the 500,000 men who took part included Frenchmen, Germans on both sides, Russians, Poles, Swedes, nearly every one of the subject nationalities of the Austrian Empire, and even a specialist British rocket brigade that had been formed only in the previous year and was to see its first action at Leipzig. By the night of the 14th of October, Napoleon had concentrated 177,000 troops in and around the city. Early on the following day, Schwarzenberg's army, a mammoth corps numbering just over 200,000 men, made contact with French forces under Murat to the south of the city. Much of the 15th of October was spent in patrols and skirmishes as the two armies felt out each other's positions. In the meanwhile, Blucher's Silesian army, whose exact position was unknown to Napoleon, advanced from the northwest along the rivers Saale and Elster. The following day, 16th of October, was dominated by ferocious fighting across a wide sweep of land around the city, as Schwarzenberg attacked from the south, Blucher from the north, and a small Allied corps of 19,000 men pressed through the wooded area to the west of the city. At the end of the day, Napoleon still held much of the line in the south, but had been pushed back in the northwest, where his positions around Mekon had succumbed after a savage battle with the Prussians of the First Corps of the Silesian Army under General York, now restored to office, if not to royal favor. As night fell, the overall outcome still hung in the balance. The casualties were prodigious. The French had lost nearly 25,000 men, and the Allies 30,000. Yet this augured well for the Allies, for Napoleon could deploy only 200,000 men in all, including the remaining reserves. The arrival of the Northern Army and the Polish army under Bennigsen would bring the Allied forces concentrated around Leipzig to 300,000 men. Moreover, Napoleon's grip on his German allies was weakening. During the 16th of October, news reached him that an army of 30,000 Bavarians had defected to the Austrians and intended to intercept Napoleon's lines of communication with France. The French emperor considered the possibility of a retreat, but decided ultimately to delay his withdrawal until the 18th, in the hope that some fatal error by the Allies might supply him with an opportunity to tip the balance. He also attempted, in his accustomed manner, to divide his enemies by offering a separate peace to Austria. But this initiative merely had the effect of persuading his adversaries that he was at the end of his resources. The following day, 17th of October, was quiet, save for various skirmishes, as all the armies rested in preparation for the decisive struggle, and various gaps between the attacking forces were closed. Meanwhile, the streets of Leipzig filled with wounded from both sides. Since last night, the Leipzig composer Friedrich Rochlitz noted in his diary on the 17th of October, "We have been working without pause to bandage and house the wounded, but still there are many lying unattended to on the marketplace and in the nearby streets, so that at several places one is, quite literally, walking through blood." On the 18th of October, the Allies pushed forward towards the outskirts of Leipzig, tightening the noose around the French forces. An important role in this phase of the battle fell to the Prussian General Bülow, whose corps formed part of the Northern Army under Bernadotte. Bülow spearheaded its advance from the east across the river Parthe and bore the brunt of the fighting for the eastern approaches to the city. Once again, casualties on both sides were heavy. The Allies lost a further 20,000 men. The French had remained for the most part on the defensive and lost perhaps half that number. There were also further defections, notably of 4,000 Saxons attached to Regnier's corps, who simply marched in closed ranks to the Allies. Among those who observed this remarkable act of defection was Marshal MacDonald, who saw through his telescope how the Saxons, while leading a successful advance against the Allies, simply turned about and trained their weapons on the Frenchmen following behind. In the most abominable and cold-blooded manner, he later recalled, they shot down their unsuspecting fellows with whom they had previously served in loyal comradeship of arms. Desperate attempts by Marshal Ney to close the line and mount a counterattack were repelled by the British Rocket Brigade, whose Congreve rocket struck terror into the advancing column. The outcome was now decided. Realizing that no hope remained of averting disaster, Napoleon ordered that the retreat of his forces begin under cover of darkness in the small hours of the morning. By 11 o'clock on the morning of the 19th of October, the French Emperor himself had left the city and was making his way back to the Rhine. A rearguard of 30,000 men stayed back to hold the city and cover the retreat. Yet the battle was still far from over, for the defenders, 4 of whom on average were manning each metre of the inner perimeter, had no intention of yielding without a fight. The Allies pressed in along a wide arc from the northwest to the south of the city. As Bülow and his corps approached its eastern defences, they saw that the forward positions had been abandoned and hundreds of wagons overturned to impede their advance. There was a pause while a path was cleared using artillery fire. Entering the built-up area before the main wall, the vanguard of Bülow's corps was caught in intense fire from French marksmen on the roofs and upper floors of the buildings on both sides of the narrow street. 1,000 of his Prussians were lost within the first few minutes of the fighting. Artillery was virtually useless, since the men were locked in hand-to-hand combat with defending troops as they fought their way from street corner to street corner. Charging into a side street, a battalion of 400 East Prussian Landwehr were cut off and mauled by the defenders. Only half of them escaped with their lives. The fighting was especially desperate at the Grima gate, where retreating French defenders found themselves locked out of the city. The Badenese troops manning the gate from within had received instructions to allow no one to pass. The stranded Frenchmen were massacred by the approaching Prussians, many of whom were Landwehr men attached to Bülow's vanguard. By noon, the city had been breached in the east and the north, and was on the point of collapse. For the defenders, no option remained but to flee westwards across the Elster Bridge in the footsteps of the Grand Army. Napoleon had ordered that the bridge be mined, held until the retreat, and blown up after the last defenders had left the city. But the hapless corporal who had been charged with this task panicked when he saw Cossacks approaching and detonated the charges while the bridge was still choked with French soldiers and horses escaping the approaching Allies. A thunderous explosion shook the entire city, destroying the only route of retreat and sending a macabre shower of human and equine body parts raining down into the waters of the fast-flowing river and onto the streets and housetops of the western perimeter. Trapped, the remaining defenders either drowned trying to cross the river, were cornered and killed, or gave themselves up. The Battle of Leipzig was over. It had cost Napoleon 73,000 men, of whom 30,000 had been taken prisoner and 5,000 had deserted. The Allies had lost 54,000 men, of whom 16,033 were Prussians. During 3 days of fighting, an average of over 30,000 men had been killed or wounded each day. The epic struggle for control of the city did not end the war against Napoleon, but it did bring to a close his dominion in Germany. The road to the Rhine and to France itself now lay open. The significance of these events for Prussia's re-emergence from the humiliation imposed at Tilsit in 1807 can scarcely be overstated. The Prussians played a crucial role in the campaign of 1813. Indeed, they were consistently the most active and aggressive element within the composite Allied command. Although Bülow, as a corps commander within the Northern Army, was nominally subordinate to the cautious Bernadotte, he disregarded orders from his superior at several key points during the campaign to seek decisive engagements with French forces. Bülow's successful defense of Berlin, which changed the course of the war, was launched without support from Bernadotte. During the Northern Army's approach to Leipzig, it was Bülow who forced the pace. The impulsive Blücher likewise disregarded an order from the Joint Allied Command to withdraw into Bohemia in September, choosing instead to march down the Elbe. Had he complied with the command, it would have been impossible for the Allies to concentrate their forces against Napoleon at the critical moment. A string of largely Prussian victories at Dennewitz, Gross-Vieren, on the Katzbach, Hagelberg, and Kulm helped to reverse the setbacks suffered by Schwarzenberg at Dresden and reinforced Prussia's claim to parity with Austria. The same pattern can be observed during the campaign of the following year. In February 1814, as the Allies approached the borders of France, Schwarzenberg and Metternich argued that it was now time to sue for peace with a weakened Napoleon, who could safely be left on his throne. Once again, it was Blücher who pressed urgently for a continuation of the war, while Grumman persuaded the Prussian king and the Russian Tsar to allow Blücher and Bülow to consolidate their forces and launch an independent offensive. Whereas the Austrian command approached the struggle with Napoleon in the spirit of an 18th-century cabinet war, in which the purpose of military victories is to secure acceptable peace terms, the Prussian warmakers aimed at a more ambitious objective, the destruction of Napoleon's forces and of his capacity for making war. This was the outlook that would later be distilled in Clausewitz's On War. In the decisive Flemish battles of 1815, too, the Prussian contribution was crucial. On the 16th of June, when the French launched the first major attack of the 1815 summer campaign, at Ligny, it was the Prussians who did most of the fighting and took the heaviest losses. After receiving a battering at Ligny, where Wellington failed, for reasons that are still in dispute, to reinforce an exposed Prussian position, the Prussians regrouped with astonishing speed and concentrated around Wavre. From here, they set out early on the 18th of June to link up with Wellington's forces at Waterloo. Marching through uneven ground, still boggy from recent rain, the advance units of the Prussian Fourth Army, under Count Bülow, reached the battlefield in the mid-afternoon and immediately charged the French right flank at Plancenoit, fighting bitterly for control of the village. Some hours later, at around 7 p.m., General Seiten's First Army Corps arrived to reinforce Wellington's left flank. This was a crucial moment for the outcome of the battle. La Haye-Sainte, a fortified farm close to the British lines, had fallen to the French an hour before, clearing the way for a potentially decisive strike against Wellington's battered centre. Napoleon seemed on the verge of victory. It was the arrival of Seaton's corps that allowed Wellington to transfer desperately needed forces to the most vulnerable parts of his line. Napoleon, conversely, had been forced to deploy men from his own centre to retake Plancenoit, where the Prussians threatened to open up the French rear. The Old Guard did briefly succeed in retaking Plancenoit, but between 8 and 8:30 p.m., after desperate house-to-house fighting, it fell once again to the Prussians, who now controlled the key to the French rear. Seeing the helter-skelter flight of French troops from Plancenoit, Wellington seized the moment and ordered a general advance. The French forces broke at last and fled. In the brief time at their disposal, the military reformers had done much to improve the performance of the Prussian army that had so signally failed in 1806. Particularly striking was the improvement in the quality of command. This was due in part to the excellence of a cohort of outstanding generals: Blücher, York, Kleist, Bülow, who had emerged from the debacle of 1806 and 7, with their reputations unscathed. The reformed command system was flexible enough to allow corps commanders a degree of autonomy on the battlefield. Lieutenant General Seiten, for example, had been ordered by Blucher's headquarters to reinforce the Prussian Fourth Army Corps at Planchenoit. Only at the last moment did he resolve to disregard this instruction and support Wellington's left flank, an act of insubordination that may have saved the battle for the Allies. Even more significant was the integration of staff officers into the command structure. For the first time in the history of the Prussian army, responsible staff officers shadowed all senior commanders. Gneisenau was assigned to Blucher, and the two formed an inspirational team, each recognizing the particular talents of the other. When Blucher was awarded an honorary doctorate by the University of Oxford after the war, he commented with characteristic diffidence, "Well, if I am to become a doctor, you must at least make Gneisenau an apothecary, for we two belong always together." Not all such partnerships were as harmonious as this one, but throughout the Prussian armed forces, the new arrangements created a more responsive and cohesive fighting force. It would be mistaken, however, to infer that the Prussian army of 1813–15 was a radically new instrument of war. The impact of the post-1807 reforms was rapidly diluted during 1813 and 1814 by casualties among veterans and a massive influx of recruits unschooled in the new methods. Little was done to heighten firepower through the technological improvement of weaponry, partly because the reformers tended, as one would expect, to focus above all on men, communication, and motivation. The new Landwehr had been devised to provide the regular army with a highly motivated auxiliary force. However, while individual Landwehr units played an important supporting role in a number of engagements, their combat record was mixed, and the Landwehr failed to fulfill the high expectations of its architects. The arrangements for training were still rudimentary, so that many Landwehr men lacked all but the most basic skills when they went to war. The great majority were ignorant of the new regulations of 1812, which in the spirit of the military reforms emphasized skirmishing and marksmanship skills. The Prussian military infrastructure also proved incapable of coping with the rapid proliferation of Landwehr units. As late as summer 1815, many of the men lacked coats, shoes, and even trousers. Uniforms and equipment were locally financed and often of inferior quality. There were correspondingly wide variations in fighting quality. Whereas the Landwehr of the Northern Army fought as effectively as the regular army units beside it, those attached to Blucher's Silesian army proved unreliable under fire. The military reformers aimed above all to harness the war efforts to the patriotic enthusiasm of the Prussian population. In this, too, they were only partly successful. Not all subjects of the Prussian crown were equally moved by patriotic appeals. In parts of Silesia and West Prussia, the raising of Landwehr regiments prompted many to flee across the border into Russian-controlled Poland. Many merchants, landowners, and innkeepers clung to the old system of exemptions and begged the authorities to overlook their sons, or presented medical certificates of dubious authenticity, suggesting that these were too sickly to serve. Patriotism was not only regionally but also socially uneven. Educated males, high school pupils, university students, and men with academic qualifications were overrepresented in the volunteer contingents. They constituted 2% of the population, but 12% of volunteers. Even more remarkable are the figures for artisans, who accounted for 7% of the population as a whole, but 41% of volunteers. Conversely, the peasants, who made up nearly 3/4 of the kingdom's population, supplied only 18% of the volunteers, and most of these were either landless day labourers or free farmers from outside the East Elbian agrarian heartland of the Prussian state. The social constituency for patriotic activism had expanded greatly since the days of the 7 Years' War, but it remained a predominantly urban phenomenon. Within these limitations, the Prussian public responded on an unprecedented scale to the government's call for help. The Gold for Iron fundraising campaign brought in 6.5 million thalers in donations, and there was a flood of Prussian volunteers for the Landwehr and the Free Corps units of the volunteer riflemen. For the first time, young men from the Jewish communities, now legally eligible for military service and eager to demonstrate their patriotic gratitude for emancipation, flocked to join the colours, either in Freikorps or Landwehr units. There was a Jewish fundraising campaign, in the course of which rabbis donated Kaddish cups and Torah roll ornaments for the war effort. It was a mark of the modernity and inclusiveness of this war that women played a prominent role in supporting the state through organized charitable activity. For the first time in its history, the dynasty expressly enlisted the support of its female subjects. The Appeal to the Women of the Prussian State, signed by 12 women of the Prussian royal family, and published in March 1813, announced the foundation of a women's association for the good of the fatherland, and urged noble-minded wives and daughters of all ranks to assist in the war effort by donating jewelry, cash, raw materials, and labor. Between 1813 and 1815, some 600 women's associations were created for these purposes. Here, too, Jewish women were a conspicuous subgroup. Rahel Levin organized a circle of wealthy women friends to coordinate an ambitious fundraising campaign, and traveled to Prague in the summer of 1813 to oversee the creation of a medical mission dedicated to the care of the Prussian wounded. "I am in touch with our commissariat and our staff surgeon," she wrote to her friend and future husband, Karl Varnhagen. "I have a great deal of lint, bandages, rags, stockings, shirts. Arrange for meals in several districts of the city. Attend personally to 30 or 40 fusiliers and soldiers every day. Discuss and inspect everything." Nothing better encapsulates the demotic quality of Prussian wartime mobilization than the new decorations created to honor distinguished service to the fatherland. The Iron Cross, designed and introduced on the initiative of the monarch, was the first Prussian decoration to be awarded to all ranks. The soldier should be on equal terms with the general, since people will know when they see a general and a soldier with the same decoration that the general has earned it through merit in his capacity, whereas the soldier can only have earned it within his own narrower sphere. Here, for the first time, was an acknowledgment that courage and initiative were virtues to be found alike in all classes of the people. The king personally overrode a proposal from his staff to confine the use of the decoration to the ranks of sergeant major and below. The new medal, formally introduced on the 10th of March, 1813, was an austere object, a small Maltese cross fashioned in cast iron and decorated only with a sprig of oak leaves, the king's initials surmounted by a crown, and the year of the campaign. Iron was chosen for both practical and symbolic reasons. Precious metals were in short supply, and Berlin happened to possess excellent local foundries, specializing in the decorative use of cast iron. Equally important was the metaphorical resonance of iron. As the king observed in a remarkable memorandum of February 1813, this was a time of iron for the Prussian state, in which only iron and determination would bring redemption. In an extraordinary gesture, the king ordered that all other decorations were to be suspended for the duration of the war, and thereby transformed the Iron Cross into a campaign memorial. After the Allies had reached Paris, the king ordered that the Iron Cross was to be incorporated into all Prussian flags and ensigns that had remained in service throughout the war. From its very inception, the Iron Cross was marked out to become a Prussian lieu de mémoire. On the 3rd of August, 1814, a complimentary decoration was introduced for women who had made a distinguished contribution to the war effort. Its presiding spirit was the dead Queen Louisa, well on her way to secular canonization as a Prussian Madonna. The Order of Louisa resembled the Iron Cross in shape, but was enameled in Prussian blue and mounted in the center with a medallion bearing the initial L. Eligible were Prussian women, born and naturalized of all social stations, whether married or single. Among the women honored for charitable and fundraising work was Amalia Beer, mother of the composer Giacomo Meyerbeer, and one of the wealthiest women of Berlin's Jewish elite. The king saw to it that the medal, usually cast in the shape of a cross, was modified so as not to offend her religious sensibility. The creation of the Louisenorden reflected a broader public understanding of the forces mobilized in war than had been possible in the 18th century. For the first time, the voluntary initiatives of civil society, and particularly of its female members, were celebrated as integral to the state's military success. One consequence of this was a new emphasis on the activism of women. But this inclusiveness was attended by a heightened emphasis on gender difference. In the document inaugurating the Order of Louisa, Friedrich William III emphasized the specifically feminine and functionality subordinate character of women's contribution. When the men of our brave armies bled for their fatherland, they found refreshment and relief in the comforting care of the women. The mothers and daughters of this land feared for their loved ones fighting with the enemy, and they grieved for the fallen. But faith and hope gave them the strength to find peace in tireless work for the cause of the fatherland. It is impossible to honor all of these who decorated their lives with these deeds of quiet service, but we think it fair to honor those among them whose merit is recognized as especially great. What mattered about the new discourse of gender was not the emphasis on difference, but the tendency to see it in a principle structuring civil society. A conscription was expanded to encompass, in theory, all men of serving age. It became possible to imagine the Prussian nation in increasingly masculine and patriarchal terms. If, as the Prussian defense law of 1814 put it, the army was the principal school for training the whole nation for war, then it followed that the nation consisted only of men. Women, by implication, were confined to the ancillary private sphere, defined by their special capacity for empathy and sacrifice. It would be a mistake to see this solely as a consequence of the campaigns against Napoleon. The patriot philosopher Fichte had been arguing since the late 1790s that active citizenship, civic freedom, and even property rights should be withheld from women, whose calling was to subject themselves utterly to the authority of their fathers and husbands. The gymnastic movement, founded by Jahn in 1811, was centered on esteem for a putatively masculine form of physical prowess, as was the aggressive patriotism of the poet and nationalist publicist Ernst Moritz Arndt. In the same year, a circle of patriots gathered in Berlin to found a Christian German dining society, whose statutes explicitly excluded women, along with Jews and Jewish converts. Among the society's early cultural events was a lecture from Fichte on the most unlimited subjection of the wife to the husband. But the wars sharpened these distinctions and etched them more deeply in public awareness. The equivalence established here between masculinity, military service, and active citizenship would become steadily more pronounced as the century progressed. The memory of war. On the 18th of October, 1817, some 500 students from at least 11 German universities gathered at the Wartburg, a castle in the Thuringian hills, where Luther had spent some time studying after his excommunication by Pope Leo X. They had come together to celebrate the 300th anniversary of the Reformation and the 4th anniversary of the Battle of Leipzig. Both anniversaries recalled legendary moments of liberation in the history of the German nation, the former from papal despotism, and the latter from the yoke of French tyranny. In addition to singing patriotic songs, the young men on the Wartburg solemnly burned the publications of a number of reactionary authors. Among the works consigned to the flames was a pamphlet published at the end of the Wars of Liberation by Theodor Anton Heinrich Schmalz, rector of the University of Berlin. In this pamphlet, Schmalz attacked the patriotic secret societies that had formed in Prussia during the occupation, and forcefully rejected the view that the war against the French had been fueled by a wave of popular enthusiasm in Prussia. Those Prussians who had joined the colours, Schmalz argued, had not done so out of enthusiasm for the cause, but rather out of a sense of duty, just as one hurries by when a neighbour's house is burning down. At the time of its appearance in 1815, the pamphlet prompted a storm of enraged protest from patriotic publicists. Schmalz himself was surprised and shocked at the vehemence of the public response. 2 years later, his description of a people wearily following its king into war still offended the students on the Wartburg, many of them ex-volunteers, who had timed their meeting to fall on the 4th anniversary of the largest and most decisive military confrontation of the Wars of Liberation. The symbolic auto de fe on the Wartburg reminds us of the controversy and emotion that accompanied public recollections of the Wars of Liberation in the immediate post-war years. The students on the Wartburg had adopted as their banner the black, red and gold colours of the Lutzow Volunteer Corps. They were not commemorating a war of liberation, but a war of liberty. Not a war of regular armies, but a war of volunteers. Not a war, As the fallen volunteer rifleman and poet Theodor Körner put it, that crowns know of, but rather a crusade, a holy war. They conceived of the war against the French as an insurrection of the people. These preoccupations contrasted crassly with the conservative recollections of the war years. It was the princes and their ministers, wrote the publicist Friedrich von Gentz, in the days following the Wartburg Festival, who achieved the greatest feats in the war against Napoleon. Not all the demagogues and pamphleteers of the world and of posterity can take that away from them. They prepared the war, founded it, created it. They did even more. They led it, nourished and enlivened it. Those who today, in their youthful audacity, suppose that they overturned the tyrant, Gentz refers to the students on the Wartburg, couldn't even have driven him out of Germany. In part, these divergences in memory were grounded in the hybrid character of the struggle. The wars of liberation were wars of governments and monarchs, of dynastic alliances, rights and claims, in which the chief concern was to re-establish the balance of power in Europe. But they also involved, to an extent unprecedented in Prussia's history, militias and politically motivated volunteers. Of just under 290,000 officers and men mobilized in Prussia, 120,565 served in units of the Landwehr. In addition to the Landwehr regiments, which generally served under officers of the Prussian army, there were a variety of free corps, units of voluntary riflemen recruited from Prussia and other German states. Unlike their colleagues in the regular army, they swore oaths of loyalty not to the King of Prussia, but to the German fatherland. By the end of hostilities, free corps such as the famous Lützow Rangers accounted for 12.5% of the Prussian armed forces, about 30,000 men in all. The intense patriotism of many volunteers was tied up with potentially subversive visions of an ideal German or Prussian political order. Yet it would be misleading to suggest that the divergence between dynastic and voluntarist recollections of the campaign was rooted solely, or even primarily, in distinctive modes of enlistment and combat experience. Not all post-war patriots had served in volunteer corps. Many had served in the Landwehr militia and in regiments of the line, or not served at all. Nor were the officers and men of the regular army immune to the patriotic ferment of the war years. In January 1816, according to reports from the British envoy in Berlin, there were officers who had been infected with revolutionary stirrings in almost all regiments of the regular army. The volunteer rangers, Freiwilliger Jäger, on the other hand, included noblemen such as Wilhelm von Gerlach and the sons of Count Friedrich Leopold Stolberg, whose political orientation in the post-war period was conservative or corporate aristocratic, rather than liberal or democratic. The controversies of the post-war period were fueled not simply by diverse memories of wartime experiences as such, but by the instrumentalization of memory for political ends. Prussians found many ways of commemorating the wars of liberation in the years after 1815. The provincial archives, in particular the news reports, Zeitungberichte, filed every month by the provincial governments, describe the ringing of church bells, target shooting tournaments, processions involving men in militia costumes, and local theatrical events in commemoration of the battles of Leipzig and Waterloo. Volunteer clubs and funeral associations were founded in Prussian towns during the 1830s and 1840s to collect funds for the ceremonial burial of deceased veteran volunteers. These groups not only paid the costs of burial, but also provided men in uniform for the funeral procession, thereby reminding the community of the special status of those, no matter how humble their social standing, who had served their king and fatherland in the wars against the French. During the 1840s, according to a report in the Berlin-based Vossische Zeitung, veterans gathered almost every year in various locations to renew contact and remember fallen comrades. In June 1845, on the 30th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, there were numerous meetings of veterans who had served in Landwehr and regular army regiments, as well as a gathering of surviving Lützow volunteers, who congregated at the oak tree where the poet and volunteer rifleman Theodor Körner had been buried. Throughout the post-war decades, the volunteer, or Freiwilliger, continued to enjoy a special status. In Theodor Fontana's childhood memoirs, for example, we find an account of a public execution that took place in 1826, while his family was living in Swinemünde. Because he was an 1813er, Fontana Sr. was selected to march at the head of the municipal procession to the place of execution and supervise the crowd around the scaffold. The condemned murderer, for his part, continued until his last breath to believe that he would be pardoned because of a letter of commendation he had received from the king after the Battle of Jena. General York, too, remained under the spell of the war against France. His private memorial cult focused on the Convention of Tauroggen and his fall from royal favour. The convention was never officially recognized as an act of state by the Prussian crown. It was thus confined, for the short term at least, to the realm of private memory. Although York was exonerated of any offence by a board of inquiry in March 1813, he remained convinced that he had been denied the honour he deserved for his part in the opening phase of the war against Napoleon. The original document bearing the text of the convention was not returned for deposition among the state papers, but remained a revered heirloom in the York family archive. The full-length, freestanding statue that adorned the general's tomb on the family's estate was commissioned by York himself. It shows him holding a stone scroll, engraved with the words Convention of Tauroggen. This disparate evidence reveals a memory of the wars of liberation that was anchored in specific social contexts. One can speak, for example, of a distinctively Jewish memory of the wars of liberation, in which the story of volunteer enlistment was closely intertwined with the narratives of emancipation. Certainly when the rabbis of Breslau blessed the weapons of Jewish volunteers on the 11th of March 1813, dispensing them at the same time from the stricter forms of observance for the duration of the campaign, they did not neglect to point out that the ceremony marked the first anniversary of the Prussian Edict of Emancipation. Jewish participation in the campaign could be, and was invoked, as an argument against discriminatory legislation. In 1843, when the Militär Wochenblatt printed statistics from the wars of liberation, substantially understating the numbers of Jewish volunteers, there were indignant protests and corrections from Jewish journals, such as Der Orient and Allgemeine Zeitung des Judentums. This Jewish memory of the wars of liberation found pictorial expression in the paintings of Moritz Daniel Oppenheimer, the first modern Jewish artist, known for his portraits of converts and assimilated Jews. In a painting of 1833-4, entitled Return of the Jewish Volunteer from the Wars of Liberation to his family still living by the old custom, Oppenheimer depicted a young man in military uniform, surrounded by his family, in a room strewn with symbols of domesticity and Jewish worship. Light pours in through the windows of the room, illuminating the braid on his jacket. There could be no clearer illustration of the relationship between the drawn-out processes of assimilation and emancipation than the memory of 1813. The war was also commemorated through the erection of monuments. A splendid war memorial was designed by Karl Friedrich Schinkel, greatest of the Prussian architects, and placed on the summit of the Tempelhofer Berg, later known as the Kreuzberg, in 1821. Perched on the highest point in Berlin's otherwise flat cityscape, and resembling a miniature Gothic church tower, it was well placed to become a shrine for the sacralized memory of war. But Schinkel's monument bore an inscription which made it clear that it spoke for one memory in particular, the dynastic memory of war which placed the king at the head of his people. From the king to the people who, at his call, nobly sacrificed their blood and chattels to the fatherland. The message was reinforced by the 12 figures placed in niches around the monument. Initially intended as genii representing the great battles of the War of Liberation, they were altered to function as portraits of generals and members of the Prussian and Russian ruling houses. Commemorative tablets in the churches of Prussia likewise bore the inscription, "For King and Fatherland." The monuments to the Prussian fallen on the battlefields of Gross-Gürschen, Hainau, and Der Katzbach, Dennewitz, and Waterloo carried the legend, "King and Fatherland honor the fallen heroes. They rest in peace." By contrast, it seemed that the patriotic voluntarist memory of war would have to remain without its remembrance in stone. Among those who felt this problem most keenly were the painter Caspar David Friedrich, a patriot and political radical who had grown up in Greifswald, Mecklenburg, and was now living in the Saxon city of Dresden, and Ernst Moritz Arndt, who hailed from the island of Rügen, in that portion of the old Duchy of Pomerania that passed from Sweden to Prussia in 1815. Arndt and Friedrich collaborated on a statue of Scharnhorst, but received no official support for the project. Both men viewed the Prussian war against Napoleon as a German national undertaking, and for both the memory of that conflict was intimately bound up with radical politics. "I am not at all surprised," Friedrich wrote to Arndt in March 1814, "that no memorials are being erected, neither to mark the great cause of the folk, nor to the magnanimous deeds of great German men. As long as we remain manservants to the princes, nothing of this sort will ever happen." The absence of an adequate monument to the people's wars of liberation was a theme to which Friedrich repeatedly returned in the paintings he produced during the years after 1815. Not only the voluntarist patriots, but also reformers within the military and bureaucratic establishment were sensitive to the way in which public remembrance of the wars of liberation had been weighted in favor of the dynastic military tradition. In 1822, when Theodor von Schön, the liberal provincial president of West Prussia, and a former close associate of Stein, heard that there were plans to erect a monument to the conservative General von Bülow, he proposed a statue be raised instead to the militiaman who had reportedly shouted, "Lick my arse," when Bülow blew a call for retreat during the advance on Leipzig. How does one publicly commemorate a war without monuments? This was one of the problems addressed by Friedrich Ludwig Jahn and his gymnasts. Within a few years of its foundation in the Hasenheide Park on the outskirts of Berlin, the movement had spread beyond the borders of the kingdom, attracting new adherents across Protestant central and northern Germany. By 1818, Jahn estimated that there were 150 gymnastic clubs in all, encompassing a membership of around 12,000. While the public representation of the past in stone after 1815 remained subject, as it were, to a dynastic monopoly, the gymnasts developed new ways of perpetuating a remembrance of war inflected with their own voluntarist nationalism. They made pilgrimages to the battlefields of the wars of liberation. They designed and celebrated memorial feast days, the most important being the anniversary of the Battle of Leipzig. The first of these memorial events took place in the Hasenheide on the 18th of October, 1814, and attracted some 10,000 spectators. With its symphony of bodies in disciplined motion, its songs, flaming beacons, and torch-lit processions, it set the pattern for subsequent anniversaries, until the suppression of the gymnastic movement in 1819. The gymnastic festival was a high holiday in the gymnastic year, and its function as a populist memorial of the wars of liberation could hardly escape the notice of contemporaries. But the gymnastic art itself was a kind of memorial enactment. It was more than a fitness program. It was the disciplined maintenance of readiness for struggle and conflict. In the early post-war period, this posture of preparedness could not fail to evoke the years of the French occupation. It was not, as we have seen, the stance of the soldier, but that of the civilian volunteer. The uniforms worn by the gymnasts, and designed by Jahn himself, further reinforced these commemorative associations. The gymnastic uniform belonged within an early 19th century sartorial code that linked the patriotic Old German costume, Altdeutsche Tracht, popularized by Jahn around the turn of the century with loose jackets worn by volunteer riflemen, and connected both with the student garb of the Burschenschaften, nationalist student fraternities, in whose early history Jahn had also played a role. The fraternity students, whose membership overlapped with that of the gymnastic movement, were a memorial cult, preoccupied by the great deeds of the recent past. Through their networks, the Prussian war against Napoleon was woven into the fabric of a broader German memory. When, in December 1817, the Burschen of Jena set out to explain in writing the meaning of their movement, they reminded their public of the remembered experiences that still held them together. "For we have all seen the great year 1813, they wrote, recalling wounds suffered and friends lost on the field of battle. And we would not be contemptible before God and the world if we had not tended and sustained such thoughts and feelings. We have tended and sustained them, and we return to dwell on them again and again, and we will never forsake them. Wrapped up within this cult of memory was the possibility of a new kind of politics. The emphasis of the post-war patriots upon lived experience as a force capable of binding human beings together and endowing their bonds with meaning may appear transparent and unremarkable to us. It was, however, an invention of the period that bore all the marks of early 19th century Romanticism. The festival on the Wartburg was a new form of political action, not least because it represented the quest of the inward-looking bourgeois self, imagined by the language and thought of Romanticism, for a new kind of political community, welded together by a shared emotional commitment. To remember was to forge bonds with one's fellows. Forgetfulness was betrayal. The appeal to a past held in common did not exclude those who had never been volunteers, since the very purpose of festivals and rituals was to enable people to remember events, even if they had never experienced them. The result was a form of public spectacle that could release powerful emotions in spectators and participants alike. Its politics were not rational and argumentative, but symbolic, cultic, and emotional. Prussians or Germans? Since its inception as a largely literary phenomenon within the educated middle classes during the 7 Years' War, Prussian patriotism had always signified more than just a willingness to defend one's fatherland. It had blended emotional commitments with political aspirations. This was much more threateningly the case in the Napoleonic era than it had been during the 7 Years' War, partly because the social constituency capable of sustaining patriotic enthusiasms was far larger, and partly because the rhetorical environment in which these were articulated had been radicalized by the French Revolution and the controversy over reform. One thing is now clear, the young Leopold von Gerlach wrote, as he observed the frantic preparations for war in Breslau in February 1813. The prevalent outlook among the most independent men is extremely Jacobin and revolutionary. Anyone who talks of the need for a future built upon historical foundations, anyone who seeks to graft the shoots of the new onto these still healthy stems of the past, is laughed at, so that even I feel myself wavering in my convictions. The problem was not simply that patriotism sometimes went hand in hand with radical politics, but also that it could flow seamlessly into a nationalist commitment that threatened to unsettle the legitimacy of the particular German dynasties. The word nation was used for both Prussia and Germany. Hardenberg and York may have been at opposite ends of the political spectrum, but they were both Prussian loyalists, even if York found it difficult on occasion to reconcile his loyalty to Prussia with obedience to its reigning monarch. By contrast, Fichte, Boyen, Grollmann, and Stein were unambiguous German nationalists. For Stein, this came to imply the complete abandonment of any commitment to a specifically Prussian interest. I have but one fatherland, which is called Germany, and I am devoted with my whole heart to it alone, and to no particular part of it, he declared in a letter of November 1812. To me, in this great moment of transition, the dynasties are completely indifferent. Put what you will in the place of Prussia, dissolve it, strengthen Austria by Silesia and the Electoral Mark and North Germany, excluding the banished princes. The intimate tension between Prussian patriotism and German nationalism contained a threat and a promise. The threat was that nationalist agitation would become a force capable of challenging dynastic authority across the German states, that it would substitute a new horizontal culture of loyalties and affinities for the hierarchical order of the Ancien Regime, and thereby sweep away the particularist heritage that had endowed Prussia with a distinctive history and significance. The promise was that Prussia might find a way of harnessing national enthusiasms to its own interests, of riding the nationalist wave without surrendering its particularist identity and institutions. In the short term, the threat overshadowed the promise, as Friedrich William III joined with other sovereigns in suppressing nationalist demagoguery and silencing public memory of the war of volunteers. But in the longer term, as we shall see, Prussian political leaders became adept at discerning and exploiting these synergies between nationalist aspirations and territorial interest. In the process, the divided memory of the post-war years made way for an irenic synthesis, in which popular and dynastic elements were juxtaposed and seen as complementary. Purged of its political ambiguities, the Prussian war against Napoleon would ultimately be refashioned, however incongruously, as a mythical war of German national liberation. Gymnastics, the Iron Cross, the cult of Queen Louisa, even the Battle of Jena, would all mutate with time into German national symbols, legitimizing Prussian claims to political leadership within the community and of German states. Chapter 12. God's March Through History. The territorial settlements agreed at the Vienna Peace Congress of 1814-15 created a new Europe. A Dutch-Belgian composite state, the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, appeared in the northwest. Norway was transferred from Denmark to Sweden. Austria struck deep inroads into Italy with the acquisition of Lombardy, Venetia, and the installation of Habsburg dynasties on the thrones of Tuscany, Modena, and Parma. The borders of the Russian Empire, redrawn to encompass the bulk of eastern and central Poland, extended further westwards than at any time in European history. The new dualism. For Prussia, too, this was a new beginning. There was no return to the pre-1806 borders. Much of the Polish territory seized in the 1790s, excepting the Grand Duchy of Posen, was transferred to Russian control, and East Frisia, Prussian since 1744, was ceded to the Kingdom of Hanover. In return, the Prussians acquired the northern half of the Kingdom of Saxony, the Swedish-ruled rump of West Pomerania, and a vast tract of Rhenish and Westphalian territory, reaching from Hanover in the east to the Netherlands and France in the west. This was no triumph of the Prussian will. Berlin failed to get what it wanted and got what it did not want. It wanted the whole of Saxony, but this was blocked by Austria and the Western powers, and the Prussians were forced to make do with the Saxon partition of the 8th of February, 1815. Under this arrangement, Prussia acquired about 2/5 of the kingdom, including the fortress town of Torgau and the city of Wittenberg, where Luther had launched the Reformation in 1517 by nailing his thesis to the cathedral door. The creation of a large western wedge of Prussian territory along the River Rhine was a British, not a Prussian idea. British policymakers had long been concerned at the power vacuum created by the withdrawal of the Habsburgs from Belgium, and they wanted Prussia to replace Austria as the German sentinel, guarding the northeastern frontier of France. This suited the Austrians. They were happy to be rid of the obstreperous Belgians, who now entered a brief and unhappy period of rule by the Dutch. The Prussians also failed to get their way in the complex negotiations over the future organization of the German states. What the Prussians, whose delegation was led by Hardenberg and Humboldt, wanted was a Germany with strong central executive organs, through which Prussia and Austria could share power over the lesser states. In short, a strong, dualist, hegemonic solution. The Austrians, by contrast, pleaded for a loose association of independent states, with the minimum in central institutions. The German Confederal Treaty, signed on the 5th of June, 1815, revised in the final act of the Treaty of 1820, represented a victory for the Austrian over the Prussian conception. The new German Confederation, encompassing 38, later 39 states, had only one statutory central body, the Federal Diet, Bundesversammlung, which met in Frankfurt and was in effect a permanent Congress of diplomatic representatives. These arrangements were a setback for those Prussian policymakers who had hoped for a more cohesive organization of the German territories. None of this diminishes the significance of the post-Napoleonic settlement for the future of the Prussian state. The Western compensation package created a block of Prussian Rhenish territory as large as Baden and Württemberg combined. Enclosed within the new territory, more by accident than design, were those apples of the great elector's eye, the duchies of Jülich and Berg. The Hohenzollern kingdom was now a colossus that stretched across the north of Germany, broken only by one gap, 40 kilometers wide at its narrowest point, where the territories of Hanover, Brunswick, and Hesse-Kassel separated the Prussian province of Saxony from the Prussian province of Westphalia. The consequences for Prussia's and Germany's 19th century political and economic development were momentous. The Rhineland was destined to become one of the powerhouses of European industrialization and economic growth, a development entirely unforeseen by the negotiators at Vienna, who assigned little weight to economic factors when they redrew the map of Germany. The settlement of 1815 also had far-reaching geopolitical implications. In relinquishing its claims to much of the Polish territory acquired in the 1790s and accepting compensation in the centre and west, Prussia reinforced its presence within German Europe. At the same time, Austria relinquished forever its place in the northwest, Belgium, and accepted substantial new territories in northern Italy. For the first time in its history, Prussia occupied more German territory than Austria. The Confederation did not provide Berlin with the strong executive institutions it would have needed in order to exercise formal dominance over northern Germany, but it was open-ended enough to allow Prussia to pursue an informal and limited hegemony without putting the system as a whole in jeopardy. Precisely because the Confederation failed to establish trans-territorial institutions of its own, the door remained open for Prussia to seize the initiative. Two areas in particular commanded the attention of Prussian administrations after 1815: customs harmonization and federal security policy. These were the domains in which Prussia evolved what we could describe as a German policy during the decades before the 1848 revolutions. The ministers in Berlin were slow to embrace an expansionist customs policy. When the government of Hesse-Darmstadt approached Berlin in June 1825, with a view to negotiating a customs agreement, they were turned down on the grounds that the potential financial advantage was too slight. The danger that the Hessians might opt to join the newly founded Bavarian-Württemberg customs union instead seems to have carried no weight whatsoever with the Prussians. Only from around 1826 did the Berlin administration begin to think in broader strategic terms. This was partly a function of the state's improving financial health, which did away with the need to prioritize financial over all other considerations. At around the same time, the Foreign Ministry began to insist that customs negotiations be seen as an arm of Prussian foreign policy. In 1827, when Hesse-Darmstadt appealed once again for a union with Berlin, it was welcomed with open arms. The Austrians reacted with alarm to news of the new customs agreement. The Prussian-Hessian Treaty, Metternich observed in a letter to the Austrian ambassador in Berlin, engenders the most anguished and certainly justified concern of all the German governments. Henceforth, all of Prussia's efforts will be focused on entangling the remaining states in its net. The Austrian Chancellor did what he could to dissuade further German courts from joining the Prussians. He also encouraged the growth of a competing customs association, the Central German Commercial Union, whose members included Saxony, Hanover, Electoral Hesse, and Nassau, and whose territory ran up between the two separate territorial blocks of the post-Napoleonic Prussian state. But those were temporary triumphs. Berlin proved adept at combining friendly appeals to enlightened self-interest with arm-twisting and naked blackmail. Small adjacent states that refused to enter the Prussian-Hessian Union were subjected to hard-hitting countermeasures, including road wars, in which new transport routes were used to suck the flow of trade away from target territories. Finally, on the 27th of May, 1829, an agreement signed with Bavaria and Württemberg allowed Prussia and its partners to encircle some of the smaller states of the Central German Union. The way was now open to the amalgamation of the two customs zones. The German Customs Union, Zollverein, that came into effect on the 1st of January 1834, incorporated the majority of Germans outside Austria. Baden, Nassau, and Frankfurt joined in the following year, to be followed in 1841 by Brunswick and Lüneburg. Nearly 90% of the German population now lived in member states of the Zollverein. No one who looks at a map of the Zollverein states in 1841 can fail to be impressed by its close resemblance to the Prussian-dominated German state that emerged from the wars of 1864 to 71. Yet this outcome still lay far beyond the mental horizons of those who made policy in Berlin. They aimed, above all, to extend Prussian influence within a more cohesive association of German states. Customs harmonizations became a new arena for the old competition between Prussia and Austria, for influence and prestige among the German territories. With hindsight, it seems clear that both sides overestimated the significance of Prussia's success. The customs union never became an effective tool for the exercise of Prussian political influence over the lesser states. Indeed, it may have had a small contrary effect, since it provided enlarged annual revenues to conservative territorial governments, jealous of their autonomy. For the lesser states, membership of the customs union was a matter of fiscal expediency. It did not, as the events of 1866 would show, translate into political loyalty to Berlin. It does not even appear to have laid the ground for Prussian economic primacy in Germany, as is widely asserted in the older literature on the economic prehistory of German unification. There is no evidence to suggest that the customs union decisively accelerated Prussian industrial investment, or did much to reverse the overwhelming preponderance of agriculture within the kingdom's economy. The Zollverein's contribution to the later emergence of a Prussian-dominated German empire was thus less straightforward than has often been assumed. Customs policy was important, but for different reasons. It was for a time the preeminent domain of Berlin's German policy. It was here that ministers and officials learned to think in an authentically German compass, and to combine the pursuit of specifically Prussian benefits with the building of consensus and the mediation of interests among the other German states. The long, painstaking work towards a German customs union reinforced Berlin's moral authority. It demonstrated to liberal and progressive opinion in the lesser states that Prussia, for all its flaws, might stand for a more modern and rational order of things. Finance Minister Friedrich von Motz and Foreign Minister Christian Count von Bernstorff, the two statesmen most closely associated with Prussian customs policy in the 1820s and 1830s, understood this, and they worked consistently to establish Prussia's reputation as a progressive force in German affairs. The coordination of German security arrangements provided another outlet for competitive pressures within the confederal system. From the outset, this was an area where Prussian and Austrian interests clashed. Prussian negotiators tried in 1818-19 to establish a more cohesive and national federal military force under Berlin's leadership, but a lobby of lesser states, supported by Austria, refused to countenance any arrangement that might compromise the military autonomy of the minor German powers. These states won the day, with the result that Germany was left with no federal military apparatus. This suited the Austrians, who believed that a strong federal structure would ultimately play into Prussia's hands. The first chance to test the waters of confederal military policy came with the French July Revolution of 1830. The memory of the revolutionary and Napoleonic invasions was still vivid, and many contemporaries, especially in the South, feared that the upheaval of summer 1830 would be followed, as in the 1790s, by an invasion of Western Germany. Prussian policymakers were quick to see how the French war scare could be exploited to Prussia's advantage. In a letter of the 8th of October 1830 to the king, Bernstorff pressed for military consultations with the southern courts, with a view to formulating a joint security policy. This would not only meet immediate Prussian security needs, Bernstorff argued, but would also create a general trust in Prussia so that one will depend upon her advice, her suggestions, and her beneficial influence. In the short term, his policy was a success. In the spring of 1831, the Prussian general August Ruler von Lilienstern was sent on a mission to southern Germany. There were cordial conversations with the Bavarian king, Ludwig I, who expressed doubts about the idea of a Prussian supreme command of the joint federal forces, but was enthusiastic about close cooperation. "I know of no North and no South Germany, only Germany," the Bavarian monarch wrote to Friedrich William III on the 17th of March, 1831. Bavaria, like Prussia, had acquired a tract of exposed Rhenish territory in 1815, the Palatinate opposite Baden on the west bank of the Rhine, and thus stood sorely in need of a coordinated defence policy. Safety, as the king himself put it, was only to be found in a firm connection with Prussia. Ruler von Lilienstern was also partly right when he reported that Prussia's sure, wise, magnanimous and prudent attitude, and the beneficial impact of its customs policy, had earned the respect, trust and sympathy of Bavarian political circles. The reception in Stuttgart, Württemberg and Karlsruhe, Baden, was less warm. But here too there was a general agreement on the necessity of federal military restructuring and closer collaboration with Prussia. In the event, it proved easy for the Austrians to block these Prussian initiatives. After all, the southern states, though they distrusted Austria and had little confidence in Vienna's commitment to the defence of Western Germany, were also wary of further reinforcing the preeminence of Berlin. As the direct threat from France waned, their readiness to exchange independence for security declined. The most crucial Austrian asset was simply the fissured structure of the Prussian political elite. Clam Martinitz, the devious Austrian envoy sent to sort things out in Berlin in September 1831, soon realized that the powerhouse behind the new federal military policy was the politically progressive Prussian-German faction around Bernstorff, Eichhorn and ruler von Lilienstern. Opposed to these was the conservative independent Prussian faction around Duke Charles of Mecklenburg, Prince Wilhelm Ludwig Sayn-Wittgenstein, and the Huguenot preacher and royal confidant Ancillon, who intrigued Clam, although as a Foreign Office bureaucrat he was Bernstorff's subordinate. Clam thus found it relatively easy to prize the Prussian decision-making establishment apart by playing different interests against each other. Once he had secured the support of the anti-Bernstorff faction and enjoyed direct access to the king, he was able to undercut the foreign minister and shut him out of the remaining Austro-Prussian negotiations. The issue of federal security resurfaced during the French invasion scare of 1840–41. In the wake of international tensions over the Eastern question, there was loose talk by Prime Minister Adolphe Thiers in Paris of a French attack on the Rhine. Across Germany, the Rhine crisis unleashed a wave of nationalist outrage. Once again, a group within the Prussian administration looked to exploit the moment. A senior Prussian emissary was dispatched to the South German courts to discuss closer military cooperation. Again, there was a warm welcome, at least at first. The Austrian envoy in Berlin was quick to sound the alarm, reporting that the Prussian cabinet was working to found, if not in name, then at least de facto, a Prussian Germany. The South German states played both angles, confiding to the Prussians that they distrusted the Austrians, and to the Austrians that they feared the Prussians. An Austrian envoy shadowed the Prussian mission, working on the South German courts to undo the damage. Once again, it was the Austrians who ultimately won the diplomatic battle, obliging Prussia to forsake any unilateral initiatives and work in close concert with Vienna towards a negotiated settlement. The Prussians thus gained little for their efforts. One reason for this was simply that the southern states viewed all such initiatives with profound distrust, especially if they stemmed from Prussia. The Austrians, who had established themselves early on as the guarantors of German small state autonomy, could play on these fears to great effect. Then there was the fact that Berlin did not yet possess a unitary governmental policy-making apparatus. Ministers and other senior political figures were still not bound by collective responsibility. The reformers had seen this problem, but had failed to impose a durable remedy for it. Instead, ministers, royal advisers, courtiers, and even subordinate officials jockeyed for influence against each other, creating openings that the Austrians found it easy to exploit. The logic of the antechamber of power continued to unsettle Prussian high politics. Not until the 1850s and 1860s would this problem be eliminated, through the gradual concentration of authority in the hands of the First Minister. The men in Berlin, for their part, had no intention of risking an open break with Vienna. There was still a need for the Austro-Prussian solidarity in the face of internal disorder and subversion. The prospect of political upheaval was still fearful enough to bring the conservative leaderships in Berlin and Vienna periodically back into collaboration. This is what happened in the spring of 1832, when, in the aftermath of the Federal Army crisis, a wave of radical agitation broke out in the southwest of Germany. Berlin and Vienna quickly reverted to cooperative mode, working together with representatives of the other German states to reinforce the Confederation with new powers of censorship, surveillance, and repression. Only with the marginalization of radical politics after the revolutions of 1848-9 would this constraint be overcome. In any case, the men in Berlin still laid their plans within the mental horizons of a politically divided Germany under the captaincy of the Austrian imperial throne. When the Austrian envoy General Heinrich von Hesse was granted an audience with Friedrich William IV in Berlin at the height of the French war scare of 1840, he was surprised and slightly bewildered by the strength of the new monarch's sentimental attachment to Austria. "Oh, how I love Vienna," the king told him. "What I would not give to live there for some time as a private person. The imperial court is so gracious, and a unique humanity shines from every one of its members." The king's advisers still saw, according to the Austrian envoy, the salvation of Germany not in a one-sided Prussiandom, but in close union with Austria. The unitary designs of radical nationalists held no attraction for Prussia's statesmen, or for the Hohenzollern dynast on its throne. Prussia thus continued to operate, as the British envoy to Berlin put it in 1839, within that timid and passive system which marks her political course. Austria remained, the customs union of 1834 notwithstanding, in a position of fragile hegemony. It could still play impressively upon the complicated registers of the German Confederation. To a surprising degree, then, Prussia remained an object rather than a subject of the international system after 1815. It was, by some margin, the least of the European great powers. Indeed, given the very limited room for an autonomous Prussian initiative, even within Germany, there are grounds for supposing that Prussia occupied a lesser category, somewhere between the concert of the real great powers and the lesser continental states. Prussia's leaders acquiesced in this state of affairs, and the kingdom entered another of its long phases of foreign political passivity. Throughout the 40 years of European peace between the Vienna Congress and the Crimean War, Berlin strove to be on the best possible terms with all the powers. It sought consensus wherever possible. It avoided irritating the British by staying on the sidelines of every major international crisis. It steered away from direct conflict with Austria. It was Berlin's established policy, the British envoy reported in 1837, to satisfy all parties by conciliation and thus preserve the peace of Europe. Above all, Prussia appeased and propitiated Russia. During the Napoleonic Wars, Russia had mobilized an army of over 1 million men, establishing itself as the eastern hegemon of the European continent. The Polish territorial settlement of 1815 pushed the western salient of the Russian Empire deep into Central Europe. In the post-war years, the uncomplaining acceptance of Russian hegemony became an axiom of Prussian foreign policy. The memory of 1807 and 1812-13, when Prussia's future had rested in Russian hands, was still vivid. The relationship between Prussia and its eastern neighbour deepened in 1817, with the marriage of Friedrich William III's daughter, Princess Charlotte, to Grand Duke Nikolai, heir to the Romanov throne. After his accession in 1825, Tsar Nikolai I exercised a profound influence on his Prussian relatives. He was involved in efforts to block constitutional reform and to bind the Hohenzollern monarchy to an absolutist system. The merest hint of his displeasure was enough to deter the Prussians from any course of action that would conflict with Russian interests. The conservative turn. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the 23rd of March, 1819, the 24-year-old Karl Sand, son of an official from the formerly Prussian Principality of Bayreuth, and a sometime student of theology, rang the doorbell of the playwright August von Kotzebue in Mannheim. Frau Kotzebue was receiving some female guests, so Sand waited near the stairs until he was invited into the living room by the playwright, who greeted him cordially. The two struck up a conversation. Suddenly, Sand drew a dagger from the sleeve of his jacket and declared, "I take no pride in you at all. Here, you traitor to the fatherland." He stabbed his 57-year-old host twice in the chest and slashed him across the face. Kotzebue collapsed and was dead within minutes. As commotion filled the household, Sand staggered back to the front steps, drew a second dagger from his jacket, and stabbed himself twice in the abdomen, saying, "Thank you, God, for the victory," before he, too, collapsed. The murder of Kotzebue by Sand was the single most sensational political act of the post-war decades in Germany. This was exactly what Sand wanted. He had planned the murder long in advance and took care to endow it with the maximum symbolic charge. When he arrived at Kotzebue's door, he was dressed in the exotic old German costume, designed and popularized by Friedrich Ludwig Jahn, and associated after 1815 with the aspirations of the radical nationalist movement. A contemporary engraving shows him taking leave of his hilly Franconian homeland, his features composed in seraphic tranquility, with long blonde hair falling artlessly from beneath the soft German cap, and the handle of a dagger peeping ominously out from under the lapel of his jacket. Sand fashioned the murder weapon himself, from a French hunting knife he had picked up on the battlefield at Leipzig. His victim, too, was carefully chosen. Kotzebue had long been a hate figure for the fierce young men of the patriotic movement. His popular sentimental melodramas featured women in prominent roles, attracted numerous female spectators, and often played teasingly on ambiguities in the prevailing code of bourgeois sexual morality. The nationalists viewed his plays as effeminate and immoral, and denounced him as a seducer of German youth. Kotzebue, for his part, was critical of the chauvinism and coarseness of the young patriots. In an article he published in March 1819, one of the last things he wrote, he ridiculed the philistinism and unruliness of the student fraternity movement, with whose radical wing Sand was closely affiliated. Thanks to these sharp symbolic polarities, the brutality of the murder was eclipsed in the awareness of many contemporaries by profound excitement at the radicalism of Sand's action and the purity of his motivation. Having recovered from his self-inflicted wounds, Sand convalesced in prison, where it was said the other inmates lifted their chains as they passed his cell in order to spare the sleeping hero. By the time of his execution by beheading at 5 o'clock in the morning on the 20th of May, Sand was a celebrity. Crowds lined the streets as he made his way to the scaffold. After his decapitation, spectators surged forward to drench their handkerchiefs in his blood, a new patriotic twist on the traditional practice of collecting the blood of the condemned for medicinal and magical purposes. Relics, including locks of his famed blonde hair, circulated within the nationalist networks. It was even reported that the executioner, having dismantled the blood-stained scaffold, used the wood to build a small shed on his vineyard, where he later welcomed pilgrims who had come to honor the memory of the dead patriot. In the aftermath of the assassination, a mood of paranoia gripped the Prussian political authorities. Sand's act seemed to have laid bare the implacable core of the emergent nationalist movement. Even more alarming was the unwillingness of many contemporaries sympathetic to the patriot cause to come out with ringing denunciations of the murder. The most famous case of such equivocation was that of a professor of theology at the University of Berlin, Wilhelm de Vetter. 1 week after the assassination, he wrote a letter of condolence to the murderer's mother, copies of which were read widely within the fraternity movement. De Vetter acknowledged that Sand had committed a criminal act that was punishable by the worldly magistrate, but argued that this was not the yardstick by which his deed should be judged. Error is excused by steadfastness and sincerity of conviction, and passion is sanctified by the good course from which it flows. I am firmly convinced that both of these were the case with your pious and virtuous son. He was certain of his cause. He believed it was right to do what he did, and so he was right. In an oft-quoted passage, the professor concluded that Sand's act was a beautiful sign of the times. Unfortunately for de Vetter, A copy of his letter found its way into the hands of Prince Wilhelm Ludwig Georg von Wittgenstein, head of the Prussian police. On the 30th of September 1819, de Wette was dismissed from his professorial post. There was a wave of arrests, as suspects were rounded up in the police action known as the persecution of the demagogues, die Verfolgung. New and tougher censorship and surveillance measures were introduced under the Karlsbad decrees, drafted by Metternich, with Prussian support, and ratified by the entire Confederation in Frankfurt on the 20th of September. Among the victims of the conservative turn was Ernst Moritz Arndt, now a professor of history at the University of Bonn. During an early morning raid of Arndt's house, a crowd of fraternity students gathered to shower the police with whistles and catcalls as they left the patriots' home with armfuls of confiscated papers. Despite the objections of provincial governor Solms Laubach, Arndt was suspended from his post in November 1820. Friedrich Ludwig Jahn was another suspect. His gymnastic societies were closed, the elaborate stadium established on the Hasenheide was dismantled, and the wearing of the gymnastic uniform and of the old German costume was made illegal. Jahn himself would later be imprisoned in Kolberg Fortress. A less prominent victim of the crackdown was the excitable young nobleman Hans Rudolf von Plehve, a lieutenant in the Guards and a passionate disciple of Jahn. Plehve had attended the festivities on the Wartburg in 1817 and was often to be seen in the streets of Berlin, sporting his old German costume. He was renowned among his contemporaries for the rigor and regularity of his exercising. An early pioneer of jogging, he was in the habit of running all the way from the center of Berlin to Potsdam and back. When this became too easy, he took to running the same route with cobblestones packed in the pockets of his gymnastic jacket. After taking part in a rally in support of Jahn, he was arrested and transferred to garrison duty at Glogau in Silesia. The Prussian crackdown of 1819 was the work of a conservative camarilla that had coalesced around the monarch during the French occupation. After the death of Queen Louisa in 1810, Friedrich William III had fallen under the influence of a substitute family of courtiers. Among them was the Huguenot preacher Ancillon, who became one of the first advisers to provide the monarch with consistent arguments against the constitutional designs of the reformers. Any form of national representation, Ancillon warned, would inevitably curtail the powers of the monarch. The dangers implicit in such a scheme were illustrated by the course of the French Revolution, which had begun with a National Assembly, and then proceeded via the abolition of monarchy to the dictatorship of an illegitimate usurper. Another figure who loomed large after Louisa's death was Countess Voss, a kindly older woman of conservative views whose company was important to the king during the raw early months of his bereavement. It was Countess Voss who brought her family friend, Prince Wittgenstein, into the king's inner circle. This curious trio, an 81-year-old countess and an aristocrat and a preacher, both in their 40s, formed the core of an influential court faction. Their indispensability to the king, and thus their power, derived from the fact that they provided him with a counterweight to the growing power of Hardenberg. The king had become deeply dependent on his chancellor, and he sought, in characteristic fashion, to compensate by balancing Hardenberg with his own advisory clique. When Hardenberg submitted proposals painstakingly drawn up by his subordinates in the chancellery, these were passed to the intimate circle for comment. It was a return, in effect, to the cabinet government that the reformers had set out to abolish in 1806. The men of the Camarilla worked at many levels to secure their political influence and neutralize that of their opponents. Prince Wittgenstein, Ancillon, and the cabinet councillor Daniel Ludwig Albrecht acted as informal intermediaries between Metternich and Friedrich William III, driving a wedge between the king and Hardenberg and exploiting the increasingly conservative international climate for their own ends. They also launched a sotto voce campaign of denunciations within the Prussian administration, in which politically moderate senior figures were accused of having harbored, sympathized with, or even encouraged political subversion. Among those singled out for suspicion by Wittgenstein and his energetic deputy, Karl Albert von Kamptz, were Justus Gruner, now a civil servant in the Prussian Rhineland, the military reformer General Neidhart von Gneisenau, and the provincial president of Jülich Clever Berg, Count Friedrich zu Solms-Laubach, an old friend of Stein. In the hawkish atmosphere that now prevailed in Berlin, anyone who did not zealously toe the line was suspect. In the first week of October 1819, when the Minister of State met to discuss the implications of the Karlsbad decrees, Wilhelm von Humboldt, one of the most progressive figures of the Reform era, presented his colleagues with a draft resolution objecting to the decrees. Humboldt argued that by vesting new repressive powers in the Confederation, the decrees compromised the sovereignty of the Prussian monarchy. That this liberal-minded minister should have chosen to argue the case in this way shows how difficult it had become to invoke progressive principles of governance in the new climate. Humboldt failed to win a majority in the ministry, but he was supported by two weighty figures: Minister of Justice Karl Friedrich von Beimer and Minister of War Hermann von Boyen. All three men had been deeply implicated in the reforms implemented after 1806. Humboldt and Beimer were both dismissed on the last day of 1819, although the king stipulated that they were to keep their ministerial salaries of 6,000 thalers. Humboldt turned this offer down in disgust. Hermann von Boyen was also dismissed after a bitter quarrel over the declining status of that fetish of the military reformers, the Prussian Landwehr. Among those who also left their posts after this issue were the reformers Grollmann and Gneisenau. Hardenberg himself cannot be absolved entirely from co-responsibility for the conservative turn. His obsessive concern with the consolidation of his own power as Chancellor and senior minister alienated colleagues and subordinates, driving them into opposition and thus strengthening the hand of the conservatives. Humboldt's departure in 1819, for example, was as much the work of Hardenberg, who saw him as a rival and opponent, as it was of the conservative faction. By struggling so nakedly for power and attempting to suppress the independence of those around him, Hardenberg ensured that ideological tensions were amplified by bitter personal rivalries. Tactically, too, Hardenberg played into the hands of the Camarilla, by supporting the censorship and surveillance measures ordered by Wittgenstein. He had always been an exponent of authoritarian enlightenment, rather than a liberal in the present-day sense, and thus favoured the use of illiberal means to achieve progressive ends. He was also genuinely alarmed at the spread of subversion within Prussia. He may have calculated that repressions would produce a more stable political climate, and that this in turn would be favourable to the achievement of his most cherished objective, the creation of a national representation of the Prussian people. If this was his hope, it was deluded. The Conservatives had long been warning against the concession of a national representation of any kind. In their view, any workable form of representation had to be tailored to the interests and privileges of the existing, historically grounded corporate bodies within society. By contrast, a constitution that aimed to represent the Prussian nation as an indifferentiated whole was guaranteed to produce insurrection and disorder. For this reason, Metternich advised Wittgenstein in November 1818 that the King of Prussia should never go further than the establishment of provincial diets. Encouraged by the Camarilla and by his own fears and uncertainties, the king distanced himself from the beleaguered Hardenberg. A committee established to resolve the constitutional question in December 1820 was stocked with conservatives, and the Chancellor was sent away on a foreign mission early in 1821 to ensure that he did not interfere with its work. He died on the 22nd of November, 1822, having lived for long enough to see his project ruined. By the General Law of the 5th of June, 1823, the government announced its intentions to the public. Prussia was to receive no written constitution and no national parliament. Instead, the king's subjects would have to make do with provincial diets. The diets convened under the general law were elected and organized along corporate lines, with the nobility, the cities and the peasantry separately represented, a measure intended to suggest continuity with the traditional estate representations of the old regime. Corporate quotas ensured that the regional nobilities enjoyed numerical preponderance, though the precise numbers varied from province to province. Together, the noble deputies could veto any proposal from the assembly. To ensure that they would not pose a challenge to the central administration, the responsibilities of the Diets were very narrowly defined. They were convened only once every 3 years, and they were granted no legislative or revenue-approving powers. Their deliberations were secret in order to prevent their becoming focal points for political agitation, and it was illegal to publish their proceedings. In short, they were not intended to function as representative organs in a present-day sense, but rather as advisory bodies that would also take on various administrative chores, such as the supervision of major publicly funded institutions in the regions. In the eyes of an even moderately progressive observer, the Diets appeared outlandishly retrograde. They failed, among other things, to reflect the structure and power relations of provincial society. This was particularly the case in the Rhineland. The nobility, which had traditionally played a marginal role in most of the region, was grossly over-represented, a fact that grated with a society in which bourgeois values and cultural preferences were dominant. Deputies from the major industrial and commercial cities found themselves representing 120 times as many constituents and 34 times as much taxation revenue as their colleagues from the noble estate. The whole process was further encumbered by the indirect election of deputies for the third and fourth estates. Voters from the respective social groups were required to nominate electors, who in turn elected district electors, who in turn elected the deputies who sat in the Diet. It was a system designed to shield the assembly, as far as possible, from the currents and conflicts of provincial society. An effort was also made to prevent the Diets from becoming a forum for politicization. Deputies were assigned to seats by lot, so that like-minded factions could not form partisan blocs within the assembly. By contrast with Baden, Württemberg, and Bavaria, Prussia thus remained a pre-parliamentary state. The Conservatives had won the day, but their victory was less fundamental, less final than it appeared. A process of political change was underway that could no longer be reversed. The acquisition of the Rhineland in 1815 irrevocably altered the political chemistry of the kingdom. With its large and confident urban middle class, the Rhineland introduced an element of dissent and turbulence that energized Prussian politics through the post-war decades. The Rhenish elites were skeptical of the Lithuanian administration in Berlin, and they strenuously resisted wholesale integration into the kingdom. Rhenish Catholics looked with suspicion on the new Protestant administration, and Rhenish Protestants fought a 20-year battle with Berlin in defense of their relatively democratic, synodal constitution. There was also a struggle over the Napoleonic legal system, whose egalitarian social presumptions and powerful endorsements of private property rights were far better suited to conditions in the Rhineland than the Prussian General Code. The efforts of the Conservatives to impose Prussian law in the West met with determined local opposition, and the idea was ultimately abandoned. The Rhineland thus remained a foreign country in legal terms, with regulations, institutions, including, for example, jury service, and judicial training facilities of its own. Indeed, as the Rhenish Napoleonic system gained adherents among the jurists from the East Albion provinces, it became an important force for change. The new law code, introduced in the Kingdom of Prussia after 1848, was modelled on the Rhenish system rather than the old Friedrichshain Code. The same progressive momentum can be observed in the domain of customs reform. The process of economic deregulation and customs harmonization continued after 1815, with the customs law of the 26th of May, 1818, which established Prussia's first homogeneous territorial customs regime. The eastern and western provinces initially received different schedules, but these were unified in 1821. From the late 1820s, the same process of customs harmonization was projected beyond the borders of the kingdom as ministers and officials worked to create a German customs union under Prussian auspices. Here was a policy domain that engaged the interest of some of the most resourceful individuals within the senior administration. Education was another area in which improvement and modernization continued after 1815. The expansion and professionalization of teacher training proceeded apace, and by the 1840s, over 80% of Prussian children between 6 and 14 were attending primary schools, a figure unmatched anywhere in the contemporary world, except for Saxony and New England. Literacy rates were correspondingly high. Prussian education was noted and admired abroad, not just for its effectiveness and near universality of access, but also for the liberal tone of its institutions. The appointment in 1821 of Ludolf von Beckendorf as director of the Prussian public school system looked at first as if it might herald a reactionary turn in Prussian education policy. Beckendorf was an opponent of the liberal Pestalozzian pedagogy that had informed the designs of the reformers, but he was unable to halt the process of bureaucratic reform, because the responsible minister, Karl von Altenstein, still supported the progressives within the education system. In any case, Beckendorf was, like many conservatives of the era, an essentially pragmatic figure who was prepared to work with and expand the structures he had inherited from his predecessors. In the 1840s, when the American educational reformer Horace Mann visited Berlin, he was surprised to observe that school children in Prussia were taught to exercise their mental faculties for themselves by teachers whose techniques were anything but authoritarian. Though I saw hundreds of schools and tens of thousands of pupils, Mann wrote, I never saw one child undergoing punishment for misconduct. I never saw one child in tears from having been punished, or from fear of being punished. Liberal visitors from Britain frequently expressed their surprise that such a despotic political arrangement should have produced such a progressive and open-minded educational system. As Beckendorf's case suggests, conservatism did not imply an implacable opposition to all that had changed since the crisis of 1806. It was far too fluid, unfocused, and open-ended to attempt a comprehensive restoration of the pre-reform status quo, or even to halt the reforming state in its forward path. Moreover, the conservatives themselves gradually adopted and internalized many of the ideas central to the reform project, such as the notion that the Prussian nation constituted a single coherent entity, rather than an assembly of distinct and privileged orders. There were in any case still significant progressive power centers within the administration, not only in the departments of finance and foreign affairs, but also in the Ministry of Education, Health and Religious Affairs, itself a product of the Reform era. Its presiding minister after 1815 was the enlightened rationalist Karl von Altenstein, a friend, collaborator and sometime protégé of Hardenberg. The king, himself in many respects a child of the Enlightenment, was never especially consistent in his appointments policy, and no effort was made to impose a uniform ideological approach on the various branches of government. The politics of change. The provincial diets created in 1823 may not have been the robust organs of representation the radicals had wished for, but as they grew into their role, they became important focal points of political change. Although they looked like traditional estate bodies, they were in fact representative institutions of a new type. Their legitimacy derived from a legislative act by the state, not from the authority of an extra-governmental corporate tradition. The deputies voted by head, not by estate, and deliberations were held in plenary session, not in separate caucuses, as in the corporate assemblies of the old regime. Most importantly of all, the noble estate, Ritterschaft, was no longer defined by birth, with the exception of the small contingent of immediate nobles in the Rhineland, but by property. It was the ownership of privileged land that counted, not birth into privileged status. The bourgeois estate buyers whose purchasing power had been transforming the social landscape of the Prussian lands since the mid-18th century were now admitted into the dress circles of the political nation, provided they were not Jewish, in which case they had to depute a proxy to represent them. This was a point where forces for social and political change intersected, for the transfer of formerly noble estates into middle-class hands continued at an even greater pace after the reformers deregulated the market in rural land. In 1806, 75.6% of noble estates in the rural hinterland of Königsberg were still in noble hands. By 1829, this figure had fallen to 48.3%. The decline was even more extreme in the East Prussian district, Department of Moringen, where the proportion sank from 74.8% to 40.6%. East Prussia was a relatively extreme case because of the devastating impact of the crisis of 1806–7 and the Napoleonic blockade on the grain economy of the province. But the figures for Prussia as a whole bear out the general trend. By 1856, only 57.6% of noble land remained in the hands of noble landowners. The Diets, then, were more plutocratic than they looked. Their elaborate estatist trappings concealed the beginnings of a property-based franchise. From the outset, tentatively at first and later more emphatically, the Diet sought to expand the role assigned to them. The draft resolutions submitted by deputies were often openly political in character and aimed to test the boundaries the state had set for the work of the Diet. There were calls for the circulation of printed transcripts from the Diet's proceedings, a measure forbidden by the government's censorship regulations, petitions demanding that the Diet's remit be widened to encompass an ever more diversive and comprehensive range of affairs, and calls for a general, i.e. all-Prussian, assembly. Freedom of the press was another recurrent theme frequently broached in the Diets. They began, in other words, to channel liberal political pressures in the provinces. They performed this role not only for the deputies themselves, but also for a broader politically literate public. From the late 1820s, there were numerous petitions to the Diet from the towns of East Prussia. One submission presented in January 1829 by signatories from the town of Moringen in the southwest of the province criticized the administration in Berlin for neglecting the economic problems of the region, rebuked the impotence of the Diet, and proposed that the Estates should ask the monarch to honor his promise to grant a constitution. Another, from the sleepy little town of Stahlu-Pernen, due east from Königsberg, not far from the Polish border, reiterated the demand for a constitution and a national assembly, and backed up its plea with a reference to the province's contribution to the War of Liberation against Napoleon. The striking thing about these petitions, which grew increasingly numerous in the 1830s and 1840s, is not simply that they hailed from all over the province, including the conservative, noble-dominated Oberland area in the west, but also that they represented a relatively broad social constituency. The signatories to a submission of 1843 from Insterburg, an administrative town in the center of the province, included not just merchants and communal officials, but a very substantial contingent of craftsmen, carpenters, stonemasons, locksmiths, bakers, beltmakers, a furrier, a glassblower, a bookbinder, a butcher, a soapmaker, and others. This diverse group requested not just a national assembly and public proceedings, but also a different mode of representation that would give less weight to landed property. In other words, the government's efforts to shut the Diets off from their social and political hinterland were not successful. A multitude of informal connections between deputies in the political milieus of urban and small-town society ensured that the deliberations of the Diet resonated across the province. These networks were supported by a modest but growing provincial press. The Diets also became a focal point for political aspirations and dissent in the Grand Duchy of Posen, the segment of Poland transferred to Berlin after 1815. In this region, constitutional issues were overshadowed by the question of Prussian policy vis-à-vis the Polish nationality. In a proclamation issued on the 15th of May, 1815, and frequently cited thereafter, Friedrich William III assured his Polish subjects that they, too, had a fatherland, and that they would be incorporated in the Prussian monarchy without having to relinquish their nationality. Their language, together with German, would be used in all public functions. In the early post-war years, an effort was made to appease the Polish elite in the region. A viceroy, Statthalter, was appointed to mediate between the central executive and the local gentry, an arrangement unique to the Grand Duchy, and a credit society was founded in 1821 to alleviate the burden of gentry debt. Polish remained an official language for communications with the bureaucracy and in court proceedings, and Polish was the language of instruction in elementary and secondary schools, except for the final years of gymnasium, where German was introduced to prepare students for university. The aim was not to Germanize the Poles, but to ensure that they became loyal Prussian subjects. Yet by the later 1820s, disappointment had already accumulated over developments in the Grand Duchy. There was unhappiness over the government's failure to form a separate Polish division of the Prussian army, a scheme warmly supported by the Poznanian gentry. At the first session of the Diet in 1827, petitions were presented protesting against the use of German in the upper years of secondary school, and objecting to the fact that many Prussian officials in the region could neither speak nor understand Polish. So strong were the emotions aroused by these issues that the supporters of one petition challenged the opposing deputies to duels. Conditions deteriorated considerably after 1830. The Polish Rising of that year was concentrated in the Russian, not the Prussian, area of Poland, but it awakened the enthusiasm of liberals across the kingdom. The Königsberg professor Borlach later recalled how he secretly crossed the border in order to dream of Poland's liberation and bring the flowers of Polish liberty back to our homeland. The Polish Rising also had a predictably disturbing effect on politics within the Grand Duchy, as thousands of Poles crossed the border to fight in support of the national cause, including over 1,000 absconders from Prussian military service. Alarmed at the prospect of a nationalist mobilization, the Berlin government abandoned the policy of conciliation. The Grand Duchy was demoted to the mere province of Posen. The Polish viceroy, whose office signified the special status of Posen within the Prussian composite state, was dismissed without a replacement. Eduard Heinrich Flottwell, the new provincial president appointed in December 1830, was a hardliner who saw little point in appeasing the Polish gentry. Most of the male youth of this nobility, he declared, had been duped by the academic swindles of fatherland and freedom, which united in the illogical head of a Pole with the proud insolence of a Samaritan magnate in the most marvelous way. The notion that Posen constituted a Polish fatherland and the Poles a separate nationality was put aside in favor of a policy of outright assimilation. The Slavic inhabitants of the province were not Poles, Flottwell claimed, but Prussians. All pretense of neutrality was abandoned, as Flottwell launched a policy encouraging German peasant settlement, strengthened the organs of urban self-government so as to give a stronger voice to the substantially German burgher elites, and extended the use of German in school instruction. Bankrupted Polish estates were bought up and sold off to German buyers. These changes prompted a swift radicalization of Polish opinion in the province. At the Diets of 1834 and 1837, there were bitter protests at the advancing use of German. Poles resigned in droves from Prussian civil service posts. In the mid-1830s, patriotic activists among the Polish gentry became involved in the organic work movement, a network of gentry clubs that aimed to enhance Polish cultural and social life in the province through the gradual improvement of agricultural methods and the creation of a Polish cultural infrastructure. In the Rhineland, too, the provincial diets became important focal points for liberal and conservative mobilization. Political activists in the West could draw on a living memory of corporate co-determination that reached back to the 18th century. Here, too, the diets were used after 1830 to confront the government with a demand for a general estates assembly and fulfillment of the constitutional promise. And in the Rhineland, as in the West, the diet was the focus for numerous petitions. In the Rhineland, as in East Prussia, the quickening of political expectations in provincial society bestowed a heightened status upon the Diet and its members. In December 1833, the exclusive Casino Club in Trier even held a banquet to welcome the town's returning deputies. Slowly but surely, this energizing commerce around the Diets was bound to expand their pretensions. As the 19th century liberal historian Heinrich von Treitschke put it, diets that abandoned themselves to the judgment of public opinion could not long remain content to submit unbinding recommendations. They had to demand that they be given some power of decision. Conflicts of faith. In religion, as in politics, this was an era of differentiation, fragmentation, and conflict. Revivalist movements mobilized the faithful in ways that unsettled the equilibrium of the religious communities. The state intervened more aggressively in the confessional life of the kingdom than at any time since the reign of the Great Elector, so that the boundaries between religious nonconformity and political dissent were blurred. Confessional networks became incubators for partisan political affiliations. Religion was more than a reservoir for the language and arguments of political discourse. It was a powerful motive for action in its own right. Its dynamism as a social force was greater in this era than at any time since the 17th century. In December 1827, an Englishman returned from Berlin to London with pleasing testimonies to the increase in religion amongst influential persons in the Prussian dominions. This evangelical traveller told a prominent London missionary society of a prayer meeting in Berlin, where he had met 30 persons of the first rank. He reported that the king and his ministers were at one in the pursuance of pious projects, and told of numerous meetings with army officers, of truly Christian spirit. The English traveller had witnessed in Berlin one of the centres of the Awakening, a socially diverse movement of religious revival that swept across the Protestant north of Germany during the first decades of the 19th century. Awakened Christians emphasized the emotional, penitential character of their faith. Many of them experienced the transition from unbelief or a merely nominal Christian commitment to the fullness of awakened religious awareness as a traumatic moment of rebirth. One participant in a nocturnal prayer meeting that took place in Berlin in 1817 recalled that at the stroke of midnight the Lord appeared, living and personal, as never before or since, in front of my soul. With a deep inward shock and hot stream of tears, I recognized my sinfulness, which stood before my eyes like a mountain. This kind of religious commitment was personal and practical rather than ecclesiastical. It expressed itself in an astonishing range of social initiatives. Voluntary Christian societies sprang up, dedicated to the distribution of charity, the housing and betterment of fallen women, and the moral improvement of prisoners, the care of orphans, the printing and distribution of Bibles, the provision of subsistence labour for paupers and vagrants, the conversion of Jews and heathens. The Silesian nobleman Hans Ernst von Kottwitz, for example, a central figure in the early awakening, set up a spinning institute for the city's unemployed. A new mission to the Jews was founded in Berlin in 1822, and patronized by key figures within the elite, including close associates of the monarch himself. To the west, in Prussian Westphalia, the pious Count Adalbert von der Recke founded the Düsseltal Salvation Institute in 1817 to provide a refuge for the orphaned and abandoned children whose numbers had risen after the Napoleonic Wars. He later added a workhouse for Jews seeking conversion to Christianity. Like many awakened Christians, the Count was driven in part by a sense of millenarian expectation. He believed that he was working to build God's kingdom on earth. Sin and vice were given no quarter. An entry from Recke's own orphanage diary, dated January 1822, relates that a young girl called Mathilde had to be slapped some 40 times before she would follow Recke in reciting a prayer. 2 weeks later, a deaf-mute boy who had been apprenticed out to a master blacksmith had to be thrashed thoroughly for having defended himself while being beaten by his master. On a Sunday morning in March, the boys of Düsseltal were treated to the public whipping of Jakob, who had bored a hole into a barrel of the brandy brewed on the premises in order to drink the contents. He was urged between strokes to repent of his misdeed, but he remained unconverted and had to be imprisoned for a week with his legs shackled into a pair of wooden boots. Meals, school lessons and bedtime were signalled by trumpet blasts, and inmates were marched to their respective tasks in military order. The Salvation Institute was a grim place for those who fell foul of its Dickensian discipline, but, like many other such voluntary foundations, it provided an indispensable supplement to the minimal social provision of the state authorities. By 1823, it had become an official clearinghouse for abandoned children in the area, around the city of Düsseldorf. The Protestant missions, institutes, and pious societies of the post-war era represented a diverse social constituency. Wealthy individuals from the social and often the political elite loomed large among the founding fathers, mainly because they alone had the capital to acquire premises and equipment, and the influence to secure privileges from the authorities. There was also a far-flung network of supporters in the lesser towns and villages of the Prussian provinces, in which artisans formed the overwhelming majority. They organized themselves in auxiliary societies that met for prayer, Bible reading, discussion, and the collection of donations for Christian purposes. The prominence of voluntary associations, Vereine, in the landscape of 19th century evangelical Protestantism was something new and significant. This may not have been the skeptical, critical, contentious, bourgeois public sphere idolized by Jürgen Habermas, but it did represent an impressive self-organizing impulse capable of feeding into proto-political networks and affiliations. It was part of that broader unfolding of voluntary energies that transformed 19th century middle and lower middle class society. Protestant revivalism in Prussia tended to seek expression outside the confines of the institutional church. The church service was esteemed as one possible route to edification, but awakened Christians preferred, in the words of one of their number, the private devotional meeting, the sermon in the house, the barn or the field, the conventicle. Some awakened Protestants openly disparaged the official confessional structures, dismissing church buildings as stone houses and church pastors as men in black gowns. In some Prussian rural areas, local populations refused to patronize the services of the official clergy, preferring to congregate in prayer meetings. On the noble estate of Redentin, in Pomerania, prayer meetings of this kind began in 1819, where they were encouraged by the landlords, Karl and Gustav von Bülow. Among the participants was a shepherd by the name of Dubach, who became famous for his impromptu sermons. Dubach is reported to have leapt into the audience after one sermon and kicked the kneeling faithful, the lord of the estate included, in the napes of their necks, crying, "Get deeper down into humility." These charismatic occasions were intended not merely to supplement, but to replace the services provided by the official church. Awakened Christians on the estate were urged not to attend the sermons of the local clergyman, or to seek his pastoral advice. In its more radical guise, in other words, revivalist evangelical Protestantism was driven by an open hostility to the structures of official religion. Separatist revivalists were those who wished to sever themselves entirely from the body of the official church, and refused to allow it any involvement in their lives, even in such areas as the baptism of infants, where clerical officiation was compulsory by law. There was abundant potential here for conflict with the secular authorities. After 1815, the Prussian state began to intervene more aggressively in the religious life of the kingdom. On the 27th of September, 1817, Friedrich William III announced his intention to merge the Lutheran and Calvinist confessions into a single Prussian evangelical Christian church, later known as the Church of the Prussian Union. The king himself was the chief architect of this new ecclesiastical entity. He designed the new united liturgy, cobbling together texts from German, Swedish, Anglican, and Huguenot prayer books. He issued regulations for the decoration of altars, the use of candles, vestments, and crucifixes. The aim was to create a composite that would resonate with the religious sensibilities of both Calvinists and Lutherans. It was a further, final chapter in the long history of efforts by the Hohenzollern dynasty to close the confessional gap between the monarchy and the people. The king invested immense energy and hope in the union. This may in part have been a function of private motivations. The confessional divide had prevented the king from taking communion together with his late Lutheran wife, Louisa. Friedrich William also believed that the union would stabilize the ecclesiastical fabric of Protestantism in the face of the greatly enlarged Catholic minority in the post-war Prussian state. The preeminent motive was the desire to bring order and hegemoneity into the religious life of the kingdom, and to forestall the potentially anarchic effects of religious revival. Friedrich William III had an instinctively neo-absolutist aversion to the proliferation of sects. Throughout the 1820s, Altenstein, chief of the new Kultusministerium, the Ministry of Religion, Health and Education, founded in the same year as the Church Union, kept a close eye on sectarian developments, both within and beyond the borders of the kingdom. Of particular interest were the Swiss valley sects of Hasli, Grindelwald, and Lauterbrunn, whose adherents were said to pray naked in the belief that clothes were a sign of sin and shame. The ministry assembled lists of sectarian publications, subsidized the dissemination of counter-sectarian texts, and closely monitored religious groups and associations of all kinds. Friedrich Wilhelm expected the edifying and accessible rituals and symbolic culture of the Prussian Union to arrest the centrifugal pull of sectarian formations, just as Napoleon had hoped that the Church of the French Concordat, founded in 1801, would close the rifts that had opened among French Catholics since the Revolution. One finds at the heart of the Unionist project an obsessive concern with uniformity that is recognizably post-Napoleonic. The simplification and homogenization of vestments at the altar, as on the field of battle, liturgical conformity in place of the plurality of local practices that had been the norm in the previous century, even modular Normkirchen, standardized churches, designed to be assembled from prefabricated parts and available in different sizes to suit villages and towns. The king appears to have seen the restoration of religious life in the kingdom as inextricably connected with the elimination of ecclesiastical pluralism. If every mindless priest wants to come to market with his unwashed ideas, he told his confidant and collaborator, Bishop Eilert, what will or can come of it? The early consolidation of the Union Church proceeded harmoniously enough, but opposition increased dramatically in the 1830s. This was partly because the Prussian administration gradually extended the scope of the Union to the point where its liturgical regulations became binding for all Protestant public worship across the kingdom. Many Protestants objected to this element of compulsion. A more important factor was the changing character of Protestant revivalism. Having begun as an ecumenical movement, Protestant revivalism tended from around 1830 to develop a more sharply confessional profile. Lutheranism in particular experienced a major efflorescence, triggered in part by the 300th anniversary celebrations of the Augsburg Confession of 1530, the key doctrinal text of Lutheranism. Under the pressure of this Lutheran confessional revival, an old Lutheran movement formed which demanded the right to secede from the Church of the Prussian Union. The emotional core of the movement was a deep attachment to the traditional Lutheran liturgy that had been modified under the auspices of the Prussian Union. At the height of the old Lutheran agitation in the Kingdom of Prussia, some 10,000 active separatists were known to the police authorities, most of them concentrated in Silesia, where the influence of neighboring Saxony, the heartland of Lutheranism, was especially strong. The king was enraged and genuinely bewildered by this resistance. He had conceived his church union as a broad church in which all Protestant Christians could find a comfortable home. How could anyone object to that? Urged on by their monarch, the Prussian authorities made all the usual mistakes. They presumed, above all, that the old Lutherans were merely the hapless dupes of malevolent agitators. A report of June 1836 described the 600 separatists in the Sullichau districts as persons of limited mental capacity who had nothing to lose in the way of material goods, and were thus vulnerable to the exertions of a fanatical preacher. Convinced that the old Lutheran movement would subside once its ringleaders had been neutralized, the Prussian authorities bore down heavily on separatist preachers, imposing draconian fines and terms of imprisonment, and quartering troops in areas where congregations refused to see the government sense. These measures were predictably futile. Silesian separatism was a movement with deep roots in the religiosity of the populace. The petitions submitted during the early and mid-1830s by groups of Lutherans, inscribed with the jagged signatures of crofters and day laborers, reveal a profound attachment to the words and spirit of local Lutheran tradition. What we seek is nothing new. We hold steadfastly to the teachings of our fathers. Repression merely stimulated sympathy for the beleaguered Lutherans, so that the movement steadily spread during the 1830s from Silesia into the neighboring provinces of Posen, Saxony, and Brandenburg. As the pressure increased, the old Lutherans went underground, holding secret synods at which the rules and procedures were drawn up for an illegal church administration. In 1838, the dismissed separatist pastor Zenkel was still travelling up and down Silesia in a variety of disguises, performing illegal sacramental acts for his followers. The Neue Würzburger Zeitung reported in June 1838 that Zenkel had recently been in Ratibor, dressed as a woman in order to administer communion to some Lutherans in a cellar. In addition to difficulties of enforcement, the government faced a far more fundamental obstruction. Uncertainty about the legal basis for anti-separatist measures. Prussian administrators in the late 18th century had generally been concerned to uphold the autonomy of the existing confessional communities. Wellner's Edict of Religion of the 9th of July, 1788, affirmed the right of the three main confessions of the Christian religion to the protection of the monarch. Under the General Code of 1794, there was no explicit provision for an initiative by the state in religious affairs. The inviolability of conscience and the freedom of belief were defined as fundamental and inalienable rights. The state renounced any role in influencing the religious convictions of the individual. The tolerated religious parties, as they were called in the General Code, stood equally under the protection of a state that was, in theory at least, confessionally impartial. It followed that the state had no right to impose symbolic books as binding doctrine, or to take the initiative in dismissing preachers on the grounds of doctrinal unsoundness. As the jurist Karl Gottlieb Svares had explained to the future Friedrich William III in 1791-2, the authority for such action rested not with the state, but with the individual religious community. Codified Prussian law thus provided no foundation for the action taken by the Prussian state against the Lutheran separatists in the 1830s. The foundation of new sects did require official permission under Prussian law, but the Lutherans could hardly be accused of founding a new sect. From the standpoint of the separatists, it was the state, not the Lutheran dissenters, that had created a new confession in Prussia. Lutheranism had been a recognized and publicly tolerated confession in the German states since the Peace of Augsburg. The right of Lutherans to tolerance in the province of Silesia had been guaranteed by Friedrich the Great in 1740 and confirmed by Friedrich William III in 1798. The separatists were well aware that the legality of government repression was questionable. Separatist petitions frequently cited key passages in the General Code, defining the rights and legal autonomy of publicly tolerated religious organizations. They presented their oppositional stance as grounded in the dictates of conscience, Gewissen, thereby laying claim to the fundamental guarantees furnished by the Code. For all these reasons, the efforts of Interior Minister von Rochow and his colleagues to put an end to the old Lutheran movement were a failure, although they did cause several thousand separatists to seek their fortunes in North America and Australia. Prussians living along the banks of the River Oder were thus treated to an astonishing sight. Barges full of law-abiding, hymn-singing Lutherans on their way to Hamburg for transfer to London and thence to South Australia, fleeing the religious persecution of the Prussian authorities. It was as if the great drama of the Salzburg Protestants, also Lutherans, were being played out in reverse. The exodus was widely reported in the German press. It was all deeply embarrassing. The conflict was diffused only in 1845, when Friedrich William IV offered a general amnesty and granted the Lutherans the right to establish themselves within Prussia as an autonomous church association. The sharpening of confessional identities also unsettled relations between the state and its Catholic subjects, whose numbers were greatly increased by the territorial settlement of 1815. Catholicism, like Protestantism, was transformed by revival. The rationalism of the Enlightenment made way for a heightened emphasis on emotion, mystery, and revelation. There was a surge in popular pilgrimages. The most famous occurred in 1844, when 500,000 Catholics converged on the city of Trier, in the Rhineland, to view a garment believed to have been the robe Christ wore on the way to his crucifixion. Closely associated with Catholic revival was the rise of ultramontanism. The term referred to the fact that Rome lies ultra montes, or beyond the Alps. Ultramontanes received the Church as a strictly centralized and transnational body, focused firmly on the authority of Rome. They saw the strict subordination of the Church to papal authority as the surest way of protecting it from state interference. This was a novelty in the Rhineland, whose bishoprics had traditionally been proud of their independence and skeptical of Rome's claims. The Ultramontanes strove to bring the diverse devotional cultures of the Catholic regions into closer conformity with Roman norms. Thus the ancient liturgies of Rhenish episcopal cities, such as Trier, with their passages of local dialect, were phased out, and replaced with standardized Roman Latin substitutes. The potential for conflict in this new Romanized Catholicism became apparent in 1837, when a major fight broke out in the Rhineland over the education of children in Catholic-Protestant mixed marriages. Under Catholic doctrine, the priest officiating at the marriage of a mixed couple was obliged to obtain a signed undertaking from the Protestant partner to the effect that the children would be educated as Catholics before he could administer the sacrament of marriage. This practice was at variance with Prussian law, which stipulated, in the spirit of interconfessional parity, that in such marriages the children were to be educated in the religion of the father. In the early post-war years, the state authorities and the Rhenish clergy agreed on a compromise arrangement. The officiating clergyman would merely urge the Protestant spouse to educate any future children as Catholics, without requiring a signed contract. In 1835, however, the appointment of an Ultramontane hardliner to the Archbishopric of Cologne made further compromise impossible. Supported by Pope Gregory XVI, the new Archbishop, Clemens August Count Droste-Fischering, unilaterally reintroduced the mandatory education contract for non-Catholic spouses in mixed marriages. As the head and supreme bishop of the Prussian Union Church, Friedrich William III interpreted this change of policy as a direct challenge to his authority. After efforts to negotiate his settlement had failed, the monarch ordered Droste-Fischering's arrest in November 1837. It was a matter, as his ministers put it, of demonstrating the fullness of the royal power in the face of the power of the Catholic Church. Additional troops were secretly transferred to Cologne to handle any local unrest, and the archbishop was escorted from his palace to an apartment within the walls of the fortress of Minden, where he remained under house arrest, forbidden to receive official guests or to discuss ecclesiastical issues. After royal decrees were issued criminalizing the practice of requiring the contract, the Prussian hierarchy hardened its position. On the eastern periphery of the Prussian domains, where there was also a large Catholic population, including many Poles, the Archbishop of Genesen and Posen, Martin von Dünen, formally reintroduced the marital education contract. He too was arrested and incarcerated in the fortress of Kolberg. In the course of these dramatic interventions, there were demonstrations in the streets of the major Catholic towns, and clashes between Prussian troops and Catholic subjects. After the publication of an official papal declaration condemning the Prussian government, resistance to the new measures quickly spread to Paderborn and Münster, whose bishops likewise announced that they would return to demanding the marital contract. By the early months of 1838, a major controversy had blown up over the issue. There was extensive press coverage throughout the German states and across Europe, and a flood of pamphlets, of which the best known and most widely read was the polemical Athanasius, a hard-hitting denunciation of the Prussian government by the sometime Rhenish radical and ultramontane Catholic Joseph Goers. Across the western provinces, the events of 1837-8 produced a lasting radicalization of Catholic opinion. One Protestant contemporary who observed this struggle with mingled fascination and indignation was Otto von Bismarck, the future Prussian statesman, now in his early 20s. The official churches and the various sectarian or separatist movements did not entirely monopolize the spiritual life of Prussians. On the margins of the churches, and in the numerous interstices of religious belief and practice, there flourished a rich variety of eccentric variations on the norm. in which the tenets of licensed dogma blended seamlessly with folk belief, speculative natural philosophy, and pseudo-science. These were the hardy weeds that shot up ceaselessly between the paving stones of official religion. They fed to some extent upon the energies released by the religious revivals. In Catholic rural or small-town communities, the post-war turn towards mystery and miracle could easily trip over into credulity and superstition. Late in the summer of 1822, there were reports of a miraculous fiery light over an image of Mary in the little Catholic church of Zons, a small town on the banks of the Rhine between Cologne and Düsseldorf. When pilgrims began descending on the town, the church authorities in Cologne and Aachen mounted an investigation, which found that the light was due to refraction of the sun's rays through a window, and efforts were made to dissuade further pilgrims from congregating in the church. Such unruly local enthusiasms demanded constant vigilance on the part of the church authorities. The Catholic ecclesiastical and Protestant secular authorities found it easy to agree on the case of the Zons fiery light. Other forms of miraculous belief were more problematic because they lay in the grey zone between folk magic and popular piety. The practice, well established in the Prussian Rhineland, of healing persons stricken with rabies by laying a thread from the shrine of St. Hubertus into an incision on the forehead was deplored by the state authorities, but tolerated by most of the local church leadership. One characteristic feature of the awakened Rhenish Catholicism of the 1820s and 1830s was an aspiration to build bridges between theology and the more outre varieties of contemporary speculative science and natural philosophy, including mesmerism and animal magnetism. On the Protestant side, too, religious belief could interact with folk magic in ways that the authorities found unsettling. In 1824, it was reported that the former stable boy, Johann Gottlieb Graber, in Torgau, in Prussian Saxony, was healing over 100 patients per day through a combination of prayers, incantations, magical movements, and animal magnetism. A government investigation at the Charité Hospital in Berlin refuted Graber's claim to possess healing powers, but this did nothing to diminish his charisma as a healer. One Torgau merchant was even reported to have purchased Graber's leather trousers so that he might strengthen himself with the residual magnetism still inhabiting them. In 1842, intense public controversy surrounded the Rhenish Catholic shepherd, Heinrich Mohr of Neurath, whose feats of healing attracted as many as 1,000 persons per day, many of whom crossed the region to be seen by him. Figures such as Mohr filled a need that was not satisfied by contemporary medical practice, which stood helpless in the face of most chronic illnesses. But it was his blessing, above all, that patients were after, a detail that particularly alarmed the Catholic Church authorities, because it implied the usurpation of one of the ordained clergy's definitive powers. Harder to place is the sect that gathered in Königsberg around the maverick preachers Johann Wilhelm Ebel and Heinrich Diestel in the late 1830s. These two provided what we would now call marital counseling, based upon an eclectic practical theology, in which ideas drawn from pre-Christian natural philosophy were cobbled together with chiliastic expectation, humoral theory, and mid-19th century preoccupations with marriage and sexuality. Drawing on the teachings of the East Prussian millenarian mystic Johann Friedrich Schönherr, Ebel and Diestel posited that the act of coitus between a man and a woman was essentially a reenactment of the moment of creation, when two vast balls, one of fire and one of water, had collided to form the universe. The sexual act between man, fire, and woman, water, thus had an intrinsic cosmic significance and value, and should be accepted and cultivated as an essential feature of any harmonious marital relationship. Male participants in the circle were advised to make love to their wives with a lamp lit, rather than in darkness, so that erotic fantasies were banished, and blind lust was transformed into conscious affection for the spouse. Members of the circle, including the women, were urged to take positive pleasure in the sexual act. The two clergymen attracted a circle of high-status Königsbergers, including men and women from some of the city's leading families. What with all the colliding of fire and water, The mood within the circle grew rather steamy. There was an unexpected pregnancy, and rumors spread that the preachers were encouraging licentiousness and extramarital sex. It was claimed, fancifully, that men and women attended the conventicles of the sect in a state of nudity, that initiates received something called the seraphic kiss, with which the most abominable excesses were connected, and that 2 young ladies had died from the consequences of excessive libidinous excitement. To his great embarrassment, Theodor von Schön, who knew several of the participants personally, was obliged to mount an investigation. The resulting trial, known across Protestant Germany as the Mucke-Prozess, trial of the fanatics, received intense and controversial press coverage. We are used to thinking of religion as an ordering force, but the boundary between the collective, external, canonized identity of the official confessional parties and that untidy package of private human needs and inclinations that we call religiosity became highly unstable during the decades between the revolutions. Missionary state. The close identification of the secular authority with the religious life and practice of the Protestant majority had far-reaching consequences for the Prussian Jews. In the debate triggered by Dohm's famous emancipationist essay Concerning the Civic Betterment of the Jews, 1781, most commentators had shared the author's secular conception of the state's tasks and responsibilities. None was prepared to argue that religion provided adequate grounds for civic discrimination against the Jews, and none saw conversion as either the sole or a necessary means of resolving the problem of Jewish status. Hardenberg's Edict of Emancipation had likewise been conceived in a secular spirit. What the reformers sought in 1812 was not the religious conversion of the Jews to Christianity, but their secular conversion to an unconditional membership of the Prussian nation. Things changed thereafter. Thanks to the edict, the Jews of the core provinces were no longer foreigners dwelling on Prussian soil on His Majesty's sufferance, but citizens of the state, along with their fellow citizens of Christian faith. The question now was, should the Jews, having already been allowed to participate on an equal footing as private individuals in the sphere of the economy and society, be admitted to participation in the public life of the state? Answering this question involved making claims about the purposes for which the state and its organs existed. The most striking feature of Prussian Jewish policy after 1815, and it sets Prussian developments apart from those in most of the other German states, was a new emphasis on religion as the key to the question of Jewish status. In the course of debate over these matters within the Council of Ministers in 1816, the Ministry of Finance submitted a long memorandum that opened with some general reflections on the role of religion as the only true foundation for a confident and independent state. A cohesive, independent people, it argued, should consist of members who share the same basic ideas that are most dear to them. Religion was the only bond powerful enough to transform a people into a unanimous whole, capable of unified and determined action in times of external threat. The report went on to recommend that the conversion of Jews to Christianity should be made easier and should entail the granting of all civil rights, but that, as long as the Jew remained a Jew, he must not be permitted to take up a position in the state. The same theme was taken up in the provinces. In a report of 1819, the district government of Arnsberg in the Rhineland affirmed that religion was the main hindrance to emancipation and proposed that the state should introduce measures to encourage Jewish conversions. A report of 1820 from the district magistrates of Münster recommended mandatory Christian adult education for Jews and special benefits for converts to Christianity. Friedrich Wilhelm III endorsed these views when the Jewish mathematician David Unger, a citizen of Prussia, applied for a teaching position at the Berlin Bauakademie, a position in the pay of the Prussian state. He was advised by the monarch personally that his application would be reconsidered after his conversion to the Evangelical Church, i.e. the Prussian Union. A similar case was that of the Jewish lieutenant Menno Borg, who had joined the Grenadier Guards in 1812 as a volunteer rifleman, and had performed with distinction ever since. In 1830, when Borg was due to be promoted to the rank of captain, The king issued a cabinet order in which he expressed his conviction that, in view of his education and experience of life among Prussian officers, Borg would have the sense to recognize the truth and redeeming power of the Christian faith, and thereby clear away any obstacle to his promotion. In addition to such ad hoc interventions, Friedrich William III actively encouraged conversions by introducing a royal bounty for Jewish converts, who had the name of the sovereign entered in the church baptismal records as their nominal godfather. A concerted effort was also made by the state authorities to prevent women who were planning to marry Jewish partners from converting to Judaism, although the legal basis for such action was very fragile, given that the Prussian General Code permitted conversion from or to any tolerated religious party after the age of 14. Other related initiatives included an order forbidding Christian clergymen from attending Jewish festivities, such as weddings and bar mitzvahs, and repeated attempts in 1816, 1836, and 1839 to prevent Jews from carrying Christian first names, so as not to blur the socio-legal boundaries between the two communities. Finally, the king supported the work of the Berlin Society for the Propagation of Christianity among the Jews, its daughter societies in Königsberg, Breslau, Posen, Stettin, and Frankfurt-Oder, and the network of auxiliary groups in lesser towns. Missionary free schools in Posen, the area of densest Jewish settlement, exploited the new laws on elementary education to lure Jewish children into the classrooms of the missionaries. The Prussian state had become a missionary institute. The trend in this policy after 1815 suggests that Friedrich William III gradually moved away from the functional conception of religion he had imbibed from the enlightened tutors of his youth, towards a belief that the state might exist to pursue ends defined by religion. However strong the claim to tolerance may become, he observed in 1821, a borderline must be drawn wherever this implies a step backwards on the road to the redemption of mankind. By the 1840s, the term Christian state was in wide use. In 1847, following a debate in the United Diet over the admission of Jews to state office, Friedrich Julius Stahl, a conservative professor of law at the University of Berlin and a convert from Judaism, attempted to endow the idea with a measure of theoretical coherence. His book, The Christian State, argued that, since the state was a revelation of the ethical spirit of the nation, it must itself express the spirit of a Christian people. It was thus unthinkable that Jews and other non-believers should occupy state office. Understandably enough, Jewish journalists denounced the phantom of the Christian state as merely the very latest pretext for denying us our rights. Yet there was more to it than that. The Christian statism of the post-war era took root because it provided an outlet for the activist, utopian, evangelizing strand in contemporary Protestantism. Moreover, it generated an account, however limited, of the state's ultimate moral purpose. It invoked an identity between state and society that was religious rather than ethnic, and thus offered an alternative to nationalism, whose arguments were so threatening to the territorial sovereignty of the German princes after 1815. For pursuing these elusive benefits, the Prussian monarchy paid a heavy price. The aggressive confessional statism of the post-war era blurred the boundaries between religious and political dissent. Theological debates and affiliations were politicized. Political dissent acquired a theological flavor. It became both more absolute and more diffuse. Apotheosis of the state. In 1831, there were 13,151,883 subjects in the Kingdom of Prussia. Of these, about 5,430,000, or roughly 41%, lived in the provinces of Saxony, the Rhineland, and Westphalia, areas that had been Prussian only since 1815. If we add the inhabitants of the Grand Duchy of Posen, annexed by Prussia following the Second Polish Partition of 1793, incorporated into the Napoleonic Duchy of Warsaw after the Peace of Tilsit in 1807, and only returned to Prussia in 1815, then the proportion of new Prussians rises to nearly 50%. The task of making Prussians had to begin anew. This problem was not unique to Prussia. Baden, Württemberg, and Bavaria also emerged from the upheavals of the Napoleonic era with substantial new territories. In these states, however, the integration of new subjects was facilitated by the creation of territorial parliaments and the imposition of a unitary administrative and judicial structure. Prussia, by contrast, acquired no national parliament and no national constitution. The kingdom also remained fragmented in an administrative sense. There was still no unitary legal fabric. The Berlin administration attempted to homogenize the system piecemeal in the 1820s, but Rhenish, i.e. Napoleonic, law remained valid in the western provinces, with the result that candidates for the judiciary there had to be trained within the Rhineland or Westphalia. Throughout the first half of the 19th century, there were, in addition to the Geheimer Obertribunal in Berlin, 4 other supreme courts, including one for the Rhineland, one for Posen, and one in Greifswald for formerly Swedish Pomerania. The formerly Swedish part of Pomerania kept its own traditional legal code, its own institutions of communal and urban self-government, and its own distinctive municipal constitutions. The Rhineland, too, retained the relatively liberal system of local governance introduced by the French. The use of the Prussian General Code in most of the other provinces concealed the great variety of local laws and regulations. The Emancipation Edict of the 11th of March, 1812, was not extended to the provinces acquired in 1815, so that the Jews of the kingdom lived under no fewer than 33 different legal codes. One district authority spoke of the states having capitulated, in this sphere at least, to the provinces and localities. Prussia was therefore less juridically homogeneous in 1840 than it had been in 1813. It is worth emphasizing this fragmentation because Prussia has often been perceived as the very model of a centralized state. Yet the thrust of the Stein municipal reforms had been precisely to devolve power upon what became a widely admired system of urban self-government. Even the more conservative revised municipal law, introduced in Westphalia in 1831, provided the towns with more autonomy than they had enjoyed under the Napoleonic system. Throughout the post-war era, the organs of the central state adopted a deferential attitude to the grandees of the Prussian provinces, and the provincial elites remained strongly aware of their distinctive identities, especially in the peripheral areas of East and West. This tendency was amplified by the fact that, whereas each province had its own diet, the kingdom, as such, had none. One effect of the constitutional settlement of 1823 was thus to magnify the significance of the provinces at the expense of the Prussian Commonwealth. East Prussia was not merely a province, one visitor to Königsberg was told in 1851, but a land in its own right. Prussia was in this sense a quasi-federal system. A devolved, pragmatic approach to government went hand in hand with an implicit acceptance of cultural diversity. Early 19th century Prussia was a linguistic and cultural patchwork. The Poles of West Prussia, Posen and Silesia, accounted for the largest linguistic minority. In the southern districts of East Prussia, the Masurians spoke various agrarian dialects of Polish. The Kashubians of the Danzig hinterland spoke another. Until the mid-19th century, the Dutch language was still widely used in the schools of the former Duchy of Kleve. In the Walloon districts of Eupen-Malmedy, a small East Belgian territory that was transferred to Prussia in 1815, French remained the language of schools, courts and administration until 1876. The Filipponen communities of Old Believers who settled in Masuria as refugees from Russia in 1828–32 spoke Russian. Traces of their distinctive wooden churches can still be seen in the area today. There were communities of Czechs in Upper Silesia, Sorbs in the Cottbus district, and speakers of the ancient Slavic dialect of the Wends, scattered across villages in the Spreewald near Berlin. Eking out an existence on the long spit of Baltic coastal land, known as the Kurischer Nierung, were the Koren, inhabitants of one of the barest and most melancholy landscapes of northern Europe. These hardy fishermen spoke a dialect of Latvian, and were known for supplementing their monotonous diet with the flesh of crows they caught and killed with a bite to the head. Some areas, such as the district of Gambinen in East Prussia, were trilingual, with substantial communities of Masurian, Lithuanian, and German speakers living in close proximity. Prussian policy on the eastern provinces had traditionally been to treat these settlements as colonies, with their own distinctive cultures. Indeed, the Prussian administration helped to consolidate provincial vernaculars by supporting them as the vehicle of religious instruction and elementary education. Protestant clerical networks were also important. They disseminated hymn books, Bibles and tracts in a range of local languages, and offered bilingual services in minority language areas. The first Lithuanian language periodical in the kingdom, Nusi Davimai, was a missionary journal edited by a German-speaking pastor working among the Lithuanians. German-speaking Prussians, such as the statesman and scholar Wilhelm von Humboldt and the Königsberg theology professor Martin Ludwig Reser, played a crucial role in establishing Lithuanian and its folk heritage as an object of wider cultural interest. Not until 1876 did a general law define German as the official language of all parts of Prussia. Prussia thus remained, in the words of a Scottish traveller who toured the Hohenzollern provinces in the 1840s, a kingdom of shreds and patches. Prussia, Samuel Lang observed, has, in ordinary parlance, only a geographical or political meaning, denoting the Prussian government or the provinces it governs, not a moral or social meaning. The Prussian nation is a combination of words rarely heard, of ideas never made. Lang's comment, though hostile, was insightful. What exactly did it mean to be Prussian? The Prussia of the Restoration era was not a nation in the sense of a people defined and bound together by a common ethnicity. There was not, and never had been, a Prussian cuisine, nor was there a specifically Prussian folklore, language, dialect, music or form of dress, leaving aside the uniforms of the military. Prussia was not a nation in the sense of a community sharing a common history. Moreover, Prussianness had somehow to define itself on grounds that had not already been occupied by the powerful competing ideology of German nationalism. The result was a curiously abstract and fragmented sense of identity. For some, Prussia meant the rule of law. Hence the confidence with which old Lutheran separatists in Silesia cited the Prussian General Code in their defense against arbitrary action by the state authorities. To these humble subjects of the Prussian crown, the code was a safeguard for freedom of conscience, a constitution curtailing the state's right to intervene in the life of the subject. The law that guaranteed certain individual liberties also held out the promise of public order, another cherished feature of Prussian governance. In a Protestant song that circulated during the Colonia events of the late 1830s, the anonymous author contrasted the arrogance and despotism of the Catholic clergy with the orderliness of the Prussian way of life. For us who live in Prussia's land, the king is always lord. We live by law and the bonds of order, not like some bickering horde. Prussianness thus came to imply commitment to a certain order of things. The secondary virtues of Prussophile cliché, punctuality, loyalty, honesty, thoroughness, precision, were all attributes of service to a higher ideal. To what ideal precisely? The time was past for the kind of king cult that had thrived after the reign of Frederick the Great. The government did its best to propagate monarchist patriotism in the 1830s, but with limited success. The Prussia song, adopted by the government as a kind of territorial anthem in the later 1830s, articulated an officially condoned version of Prussian patriotic sentiment. Written by Bernhard Thiersch, a teacher at the Halberstadt Gymnasium, and set to a jaunty marching tune by Heinrich August Neidhardt, director of music of the 2nd Grenadier Guards Regiment. The song opened strongly with the words, "I am a Prussian, do you know my colours?" but soon lost itself in servile monarchist effusions. An imaginary Prussian, stoical, reserved and masculine, approaches the throne with love and loyalty, and hears from it the mild voice of a father. He swears filial allegiance. He feels the king's call vibrating in his heart. He observes that a people can really flourish only as long as the bonds of love and loyalty between king and subjects remains intact, etc., etc. The Preußenlied was a good marching ditty, but it never took off as a popular song, and it is not difficult to see why. Its field of reference was too narrowly military, the monarch at its centre too disembodied, the tone too grovelling to capture the boisterous aspirations expressed in popular patriotism. The one institution that all Prussians had in common was the state. It is no coincidence that this period witnessed an unprecedented discursive escalation around the idea of the state. Its majesty resonated more compellingly than ever before, at least within the milieu of academia and senior officialdom. No individual did more to promulgate the dignity of the Prussian state after 1815 than Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, the Swabian philosopher who took up Fichte's vacant chair at the new University of Berlin in 1818. The state, Hegel argued, was an organism possessing will, rationality, and purpose. Its destiny, like that of any living thing, was to change, grow, and progressively develop. The state was the power of reason, actualizing itself as will. It was a transcendent domain in which the alienated, competitive, particular interests of civil society merged into coherence and identity. There was a theological core to Hegel's reflections on the state. The state had a quasi-divine purpose. It was God's march through the world. In Hegel's hands it became the quasi-divine apparatus by which the multitude of subjects who constituted civil society was redeemed into universality. In adopting this approach, Hegel broke with the view prevalent among Prussian political theorists since Pufendorf and Wolff, that the state was no more than a machine engineered to meet the external and internal security needs of the society that fashioned it. Hegel vehemently rejected the metaphorical machine state favoured by theorists of the High Enlightenment, on the grounds that it treated free human beings as if they were mere cogs in its mechanism. The Hegelian state was not an imposed construct, but the highest expression of the ethical substance of a people, the unfolding of a transcendent and rational order, the actualization of freedom. From this, it followed that the relationship between civil society and the state was not antagonistic, but reciprocal. It was the state that enabled civil society to order itself in a rational way, and the vitality of the state depended, in turn, upon each of the particular interests that constituted civil society being active in its particular function, equipping itself for its particular sphere, and thereby promoting the universal. Hegel's was not a liberal vision. He was not a champion of unitary national legislators, having seen what they were capable of in Jacobin France. But the progressive orientation of his vision was undeniable. For all his misgivings about the Jacobin experiment, Hegel celebrated the French Revolution as a splendid dawn that had been greeted with joy by all thinking people. Hegel's Berlin students were told that the revolution represented an irreversible achievement of the world spirit, whose consequences were still unfolding. The centrality of reason and a sense of forward momentum suffused his reflections on the state at every point. There was no place in the Hegelian polity for privileged castes and private jurisdictions. And by elevating the state above the plane of partisan strife, Hegel brought into view the exhilarating possibility that progress, in the sense of a beneficent rationalization of the political and social order, might simply be a property of the unfolding of history, as embodied in the Prussian state. It is difficult from a present-day standpoint to appreciate the intoxicating effect of Hegel's thought on a generation of educated Prussians. It was not a question of Hegel's pedagogical charisma. He was notorious for standing hunched over the lectern, reading out his text in a halting and scarcely audible mumble. According to an account by his student Hutto, who attended Hegel's lectures at the University of Berlin, his features hung pale and loose upon him as if he were already dead. He sat there morosely with his head wearily bowed down in front of him, constantly leaping back and forth through his compendious notes, even as he continued to speak. Another student, the future Hegel biographer Karl Rosenkranz, recalled laborious paragraphs punctuated by constant coughing and snuff-taking. It was the ideas themselves and the peculiar language Hegel invented to articulate them that colonized the minds of disciples across the kingdom. Part of the explanation lies in the context. Hegel's appointment was the work of the sometime Hardenberg protégé, enlightened reformer, and Minister of Education, Karl von Altenstein. The philosopher's writings provided an exalted legitimation for the Prussian bureaucracy, whose expanding power within the executive during the Reform era demanded justification. Hegel steered a path between doctrinaire liberalism and restorationist conservatism. In an area of deepening political uncertainty, many found this via media enormously attractive. His writings balanced opposing standpoints, often with dazzling virtuosity. His dialectical wizardry, combined with an oracular and sometimes obfuscating mode of delivery, opened the work to diverse interpretations, enabling Hegelian language and ideas to flow seamlessly into the political ideologies of both right and left. Finally, Hegel appeared to offer a means of reconciling the fact of political and social conflict with the hope of an ultimate harmony of interests and purposes. Hegelianism was not the stuff that popular identities are made of. The master's work was notoriously difficult to read, let alone understand. Richard Wagner and Otto von Bismarck were among those who attempted, without success, to make sense of him. Moreover, his appeal was confessionally coloured. Hegel hailed from a Protestant pietist milieu, whose imprint can be discerned in his attempts to assimilate the earthly to the divine order. Catholic students responded ambivalently to his teachings. In 1826, a group of Catholic students at the University of Berlin even made a formal complaint to the Ministry of Education. It seems that Hegel had made light of Catholic doctrine, observing that if a mouse were to nibble at a Eucharist wafer after its consecration, then, by virtue of the sacrament miracle of transubstantiation, God would exist in the mouse, and even in its excrement. Asked by the ministry to explain himself, Hegel invoked the principle of academic freedom, and added that Catholics were free to stay away from his lectures if they so wished. Even without such irritations, it was clear that Hegel's sacralization of the state held a more immediate appeal for Protestant adherents of the Prussian state church than for Catholics, whose relationship with the Protestant secular authority was more problematic. Within the Protestant mainstream, however, not to mention assimilated Jewish circles, Hegel's influence was profound and lasting. His arguments diffused swiftly into the culture, partly through the students who crowded into his lectures, and partly through the patronage of culture minister Altenstein and his privy councillor Johannes Schulze, a sometime Hegel student who supported the candidacy of Hegelians for key academic posts, especially at the universities of Berlin and Halle. Hegelianism, like postmodernism, became ambient, infiltrating the language and thinking even of those who had never read or understood the master's work. Hegel's influence helped to establish the modern state as a privileged object of inquiry and reflection. No one better exemplifies the discursive escalation that took place around the concept of the state during the years of realignment that followed the French Revolution. The state was no longer just the site of sovereignty and power. It was the engine that makes history, or even the embodiment of history itself. This distinctly Prussian intimacy between the idea of the state and the idea of history left abiding traces on the emergent cultural disciplines of the universities, not least history itself. Leopold von Ranke, the founder of history as a modern scholarly discipline, was no enthusiast of Hegel, whose philosophical system he denounced as unhistorical. Worlds lay between Hegel's metaphysical understanding of the history of human consciousness and spirit, and the obsessive quest for authentic sources and the insistence upon accurate description that were the hallmark of the nascent Prussian historical school. Yet the young Ranke, a Saxon who came to Prussia in 1818 at the age of 23, and was appointed to an academic post at the University of Berlin in 1825, did not entirely escape the contagion of Prussia's statist idealism. In essays published in 1833 and 1836, Ranke declared that the state was a moral good and an idea of God, an organic being with its own original life, which penetrates its entire environment, identical only with itself. Throughout the 19th and well into the 20th century, The Prussian school of history would remain overwhelmingly focused on the state as the vehicle and agent of historical change. After the philosopher's death during the cholera epidemic of 1831, Hegelianism disintegrated into warring schools and passed through swift ideological mutations. Among the raucous young Hegelians who coalesced in Berlin in the late 1830s was the youthful Karl Marx, a new Prussian from the Rhineland and the son of a Jewish convert to Christianity. He had moved to Berlin in 1836 to continue his studies in jurisprudence and political economy. For Marx, the first true encounter with Hegel's thought was a revelatory shock akin to a religious conversion. For some days, he told his father in November 1837, his excitement made him quite incapable of thinking. He ran about madly in the garden by the dirty water of the Spree, even joined his landlord on a hunting excursion, and found himself overpowered by the desire to embrace every street corner loafer in Berlin. Marx would later reject Hegel's understanding of the state bureaucracy as the general estate, but it stayed with him nonetheless. For what else was Marx's idealization of the proletariat as the pure embodiment of the general interest than the materialist inversion of the Hegelian concept? Marxism, too, was made in Prussia. Chapter 13. Escalation. In the 1840s, political dissent across the European continent became better organized, more confident, and socially more diverse. Popular cultures acquired a harder critical edge. An intensifying social crisis generated conflict and violence, confronting administrative and political establishments with problems they seemed unable to solve. This was the most turbulent phase of the post-Napoleonic age of flux and hiatus. In Prussia, these trends were amplified by a regime change. The death of Friedrich William III on the 7th of June 1840 left an oppressive residue of unfinished business. The political predicaments of the previous reign were still unresolved. Above all, Friedrich William III's solemn and famous promise to grant a constitution remained, at his death, an unredeemed pledge. The hopes and expectations of liberals and radicals across the kingdom were focused on his successor. A political romantic. The new king, Friedrich William IV, was already 45 years old when he ascended the throne. He was something of a puzzle, even to those who knew him well. His predecessors, Friedrich William III, Friedrich William II, and Friedrich the Great, had all been educated in the spirit and values of the Enlightenment. The new king, by contrast, was a product of the Romantic era. He had grown up on a diet of romantic historic novels. A favorite was the Prussian writer Friedrich de la Motte Fouquet, a descendant of the Huguenot colony in Brandenburg, whose historical romances featured high-minded knights, damsels in distress, wind-swept crags, ancient castles, and gloomy forests. Friedrich William was a romantic not only in his tastes, but also in his personal life. He wept frequently. His letters to intimates and siblings were long unbosomings copiously sprinkled with batches of up to 7 exclamation marks. Friedrich William IV was the last Prussian, perhaps the last European, monarch to place religion at the center of his understanding of kingship. He was a lay theologian on the throne, for whom religion and politics were inseparable. At times of stress and high drama, he turned instinctively to biblical language and precedents. But his Christianity was not merely a matter of images and formulations. It shaped his policies and affected his choice of advisers. Long before the death of his father in 1840, the Crown Prince surrounded himself with like-minded Christian friends. For his skeptical younger brother, Prince William, writing in 1838, it was clear that the heir to the throne had fallen into the hands of a sect of enthusiasts. Prince William complained that these fanatics had been able to gain complete control of his entire person and his labile imagination. The ethos of awakened Christianity had established itself so securely in the Crown Prince's following, Prince William argued, that ambitious courtiers with an eye on the future sovereign had merely to master the behavioral reflexes of pietistic devotion in order to assure their advancement. The accession brought many of the Crown Prince's Christian friends: Leopold von Gerlach, Ludwig Gustav von Thiele, known to his detractors as Bible Thiele, Count Anton von Stolberg-Wernigerode, and Count Karl von der Gruben, into positions of political influence. These were men who had been involved with the Protestant awakening of the 1810s. Some of them had close ties with the Pietist and Lutheran separatist movements on the fringes of the Prussian state church. For Friedrich William IV, as for his father, the Prussian state was a Christian institute. However, whereas Friedrich William III had set out to impose his own eclectic brand of Calvino-Lutheranism on the Protestant congregations of Prussia, and antagonized Prussia's Catholics by seeking a confrontation over the issue of mixed marriages, his son's Christianity was broader and more ecumenical. To the consternation of his father, Friedrich William IV chose to marry a Catholic princess, Elisabeth of Bavaria, and insisted that she be allowed to convert in her own time, as indeed she duly did. His outspoken support for the refurbishment and completion of the great cathedral in Cologne reflected not only a characteristically romantic taste for the Gothic style, but also his determination to acknowledge Catholicism as a religion with historic and cultural claims to equality within the Prussian state. The Anglo-Prussian bishopric in Jerusalem, founded in 1841 with the intention of evangelizing the Jews of the Holy Land and building contacts with the Eastern Christians, was a uniquely ecumenical institution, occupied in alternation by clergymen of the Church of England and the Prussian Union. Its chief architect was the king's close friend, Karl Josias Bunsen, an expert on liturgical history who shared Friedrich William's enthusiasm for the early Christian church. Already as Crown Prince, Friedrich William had been critical of the heavy-handed measures taken by his father's administration against the Lutheran dissidents in Silesia and Pomerania. One of his earliest acts as king was to order the release of those old Lutheran clergymen who had been imprisoned during the confrontations of the late 1830s. The obstacles to the creation of a separate Lutheran territorial church were gradually removed, and the flow of Lutheran emigrants to North America and Australia came to an end. Friedrich William was not a liberal, nor, on the other hand, was he an authoritarian statist conservative in the Kamptz-Rochow-Wittgenstein mold. The governmental conservatism of the Restoration era was rooted in the authoritarian strand of the Prussian Enlightenment. By contrast, Friedrich William was steeped in the corporatist ideology of the Romantic counter-Enlightenment. He was not opposed to representative bodies as such, but they had to be natural, organic, grown. In other words, they had to correspond to the natural and God-given hierarchy of human status and accomplishment, as exemplified in the medieval Society of Orders. Underlying his vision of politics and history was an emphasis on continuity and tradition, a response, perhaps, to the trauma he experienced in 1806, as he fled eastwards with his mother from the advancing French, and to his mother's sudden death in 1810, during Prussia's time of iron. Friedrich William's attitude to the modern bureaucratic Prussian state was ambivalent. The state did not, in his view, embody the living forces of historical continuity. It was an artificial thing, whose claim to universal authority violated the older and more sacred authority of the locality, the congregation, the corporation. The king was thus more than a supreme administrator, and certainly more than the first servant of the state. He was a sacred father, bound to his people in a mystical union, and gifted by God with a peerless understanding of his subjects' needs. The king articulated these commitments in a language that could sound almost liberal. It was a feature of the idiom of political romanticism that it tended, at least superficially, to blur the differences between progressive and conservative positions. Friedrich William spoke admiringly of Britain and its ancient constitution. He was open, like his romantic Bavarian colleague Ludwig I, to the appeal of German cultural nationalism. He invoked the buzzwords renewal, revitalization, and development, and denounced the evils of bureaucracy and despotism in a way that seemed to speak with liberal aspirations. One of the king's closest friends recognized that he expounded a diffuse combination of pietism, medievalism, and aristocratism, with patriotism, liberalism, and Anglomania. All this made Friedrich William IV a difficult man to read. Hyperbolic expectations of political change often attend a change of regime. They were encouraged in this case by early signs of a more liberal course. The new monarch immediately announced that all the Prussian provincial diets were to meet at the beginning of 1841, and thereafter every 2 years. Under his father, they had met every 3 years. He also spoke of the reinvigoration of representative politics. In September 1840, when the Königsberg Diet presented a memorandum begging the monarch to grant a representation of the entire land and of the people, Friedrich William replied that he intended to continue cultivating this noble work and to oversee its further development. What exactly the king meant by these words was unclear, but they aroused huge excitement. Political offenders were released from confinement, and Ernst Moritz Arndt was permitted to resume his teaching post at the University of Bonn. Censorship restrictions were relaxed. There were also concessions to the Poles in the province of Posen. On the 19th of August, 1840, there was a general amnesty for Poles who had taken part in the November uprising of 1830. The provocative Eduard Flottwell was removed in 1841. Political émigrés from Russian Poland were permitted to take up residence in the province. The German settlement policy was abandoned, and a new school language ordinance met the basic demands of the Polish activists. The new Minister of Education, Health and Religious Affairs, Johann Albrecht Friedrich Eichhorn, who took up his post in October 1840, was a former collaborator of Stein and one of the architects of the Customs Union. His entry into the Ministry of State kindled liberal hopes. Another hopeful sign was the political rehabilitation of Hermann Boyen, the veteran champion of military and political reform, who had been forced out of public life by the conservative ministers in 1819. Now 71 years old, Boyen was recalled to Berlin and appointed Minister of War. The new king feted the elderly warrior, assigning him the first place in the Ministry of State, on grounds of his seniority, and appointing him to the command of the 1st Infantry Regiment. At the unveiling of a monument to Gneisenau, Friedrich William presented Boyen with the Order of the Black Eagle, eloquent testimony to the king's determination to close the gap between patriotic and dynastic memories of the war against Napoleon. Boyen's dramatic rehabilitation sent out clear political signals. The old man had only recently offended conservative opinion with a polemically partisan biography of the great patriot and military reformer, Scharnhorst. The accession of the new monarch also brought an end to the career of police chief Karl Christoph Albert Heinrich von Kamps, that zealous hunter of demagogues who had worked with Wittgenstein to shut down political dissent in the post-war years. In the 1830s, Kamps had become a hate figure, whose name often cropped up in the songs and poems of the radical opposition. He was shocked to receive, while taking the waters in Gastein in the summer of 1841, a note from Berlin, informing him that the vitality and spiritual energy of His Majesty called for younger and more vigorous servants. The impact of such signal interventions was enhanced by the vibrant personal style of the new monarch. Friedrich William IV received the homage of the Prussian estates in Königsberg and Berlin, as his predecessors had done, but he was the first of his dynasty to follow up the formal part of the proceedings with an impromptu public address to the crowds gathered before the palace. These 2 speeches, delivered in a passionate, evangelical, plebiscitary idiom, had an electrifying effect on spectators and public opinion. The exhilaration and optimism generated by the inaugural ceremonies and the king's speeches quickly dissipated, however. Alarmed by the intensity of liberal speculation, the king took steps to quash press discussion of his constitutional plans. In a cabinet order of the 4th of October, Interior Minister Gustav von Rochau was ordered to announce that the king regretted any misunderstandings that had arisen from his reply to the Königsberg Diet, and wished it to be known that he had no intention of granting its request for a national assembly. This announcement met with disappointment and bitterness, compounded by the fact that the bad news came from the desk of Rochau, a hardliner from the previous reign who was loathed by liberals throughout the kingdom. Among those who found themselves at loggerheads with the new regime was the long-serving provincial president in Königsberg, Theodor von Schön. Schön was an emblematic figure, even for his contemporaries. He had made repeated journeys to England in his youth. Throughout his life he remained a Smithian economic liberal and an admirer of the British parliamentary system. He had been a close associate of Stein. Indeed, he had drafted Stein's political testament of 1808, which called for a general national representation. Only through the participation of the people in the operations of the state, Schön had written, could the national spirit be positively aroused and animated. During the early post-war years, he worked with considerable success to develop the basis for a constructive interplay between the regional government and corporate assemblies in West Prussia. Like many moderate reformers, he was aware of the limitations of the provincial diets established in 1823, but welcomed them nonetheless as a platform for further constitutional development. As the provincial president of Prussia, East and West Prussia had been amalgamated under this name in 1829. He was a powerful local boss who held one of the pivotal offices in the post-Napoleonic Prussian state. He also stood at the head of an influential party of liberal East Prussian noblemen, including the Lord Mayor of Königsberg, Rudolf von Auswald. During the press debate that followed the homage of the estates in September 1840, Schön composed the essay "Where Are We Headed?", in which he celebrated the era of reform, lamented the bureaucratic reaction that followed, and called for the establishment of a general estates assembly. Only with the national representative institutions, he argued, can public life begin and develop in our state. Published in a limited edition of only 32 copies, Where Are We Headed circulated privately among the provincial president's closest friends and associates. Schön also presented a copy to the king, presumably in the belief that he and the new monarch, whom he knew well, were essentially in agreement on the constitutional question. Friedrich William's reply to Schön's tract was sharp and unequivocal. He would never allow a piece of paper, constitution, to come between him and his subjects. It was his sacred duty, he declared, to continue ruling Prussia in patriarchal fashion. Artificial organs of representation were unnecessary. Relations between Berlin and Königsberg quickly cooled, and the conservatives in Berlin seized the opportunity to reaffirm their control over the government's policy. Interior Minister Gustav von Ruchau raised the stakes by sending Schön the text of a radical song that had been passed to the Berlin police, in which the East Prussian provincial president was lauded as a teacher of liberty. Schön responded to this provocation with undisguised disdain, rebuking the minister and denouncing him as a danger to the state he served. A bitter press feud broke out. Schön's friends launched salvos against the interior minister in the East Prussian liberal newspapers, while Ruchau ordered his subordinates in the ministry to plant poison pen pieces, not only in Prussian journals, but also in the Leipzig and Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitungen. Such was the importance Prussian officials attached to the state of public opinion in the other German territories. The clash came to a head in May 1842, when Where Are We Headed was republished without Schön's permission by a radical in Strasbourg. The new edition included a long afterword attacking the king. Schön's dismissal was announced on the 3rd of June, followed by that of Ruchau 10 days later. Friedrich William IV wished to avoid the appearance of partisanship that might have been conveyed by removing only one of the two antagonists. What was significant about the Schön-Ruchau showdown was not the enmity between two powerful servants of the Prussian crown, for this was nothing new, but the extraordinary public resonance of the struggle. In October 1841, when he returned to Königsberg from a sitting of the state ministry in Berlin, Schön was welcomed like a hero. Boats flying festive pennants sailed out to meet him as he entered the harbour, and the windows of his many Königsberg supporters were illuminated that evening. On the 8th of June, 1843, a year after his removal from office, the Liberals in Königsberg orchestrated festivities to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the former president's entry into state service. A collection was organized, and so widely had Schön's fame spread across Germany that contributions flowed in from sympathetic Liberals as far afield as Baden and Württemberg. The amount collected sufficed to liquidate the remaining debt of the Schön family estate, at Arnau, with enough left over to finance the erection of a memorial obelisk in the city. For the first time in Prussian history, a senior state official had allowed himself to be celebrated as the figurehead of a dissident political movement. The political frustrations that attended the accession of Friedrich William IV were no passing storm. They signalled an irreversible elevation in the political temperature. There was a dramatic sharpening and refinement of critical politics. The radical Jewish physician Johann Jacobi was a member of a group of like-minded friends who met for political discussions at Siegel's Café in Königsberg. His pamphlet, 4 Questions Answered by an East Prussian, published in 1841, demanded lawful participation in the affairs of state, not as a concession or favour, but as an inalienable right. Jacobi was subsequently arraigned on charges of treason, but was acquitted after a chain of trials by an appeals court. In the process, he became one of the most celebrated figures of the Prussian opposition movement. By contrast with the genteel Theodor von Schön and his noble circle, Jacobi represented the more impatient activism of the urban professional classes. The radicalized intellectuals of the urban elites found a forum in the new political associations that proliferated across the major Prussian cities. The Ressource in Breslau, the Citizens Club in Magdeburg, and the Thursday Society in Königsberg, which was a more formally constituted version of the Siegel's Café group. But political participation could unfold in many other contexts as well. In the Cathedral Building Society of Cologne, for example, which became an important meeting place for liberals and radicals, or at the lectures given by visiting speakers in the wine gardens of the city of Halle. Within the provincial diets, too, there was an unmistakable change in tone. The demands articulated here and there by individual assemblies during the 1830s now merged into all Prussian chorus. In 1841 and 1843, virtually all the diets passed resolutions calling for freedom of the press. In 1843, the Rhenish Diet, supported by a broad swathe of middle-class opinion, rejected a new and, in many respects, quite progressive Prussian penal code because it breached the principle of equality before the law by incorporating penalties that varied in accordance with a person's corporate status. The campaigns mounted in support of petitions to the Diet grew dramatically in size and public resonance. The Polish national movement in the province of Posen was initially reluctant to support liberal calls for a national parliament, on the grounds that it would further integrate the province into the fabric of the kingdom. But by 1845, Polish patriots and German liberals among the deputies to the Diet were ready to join forces in demanding a wide range of liberal measures. If the liberals had begun to coalesce into a party of movement by the 1840s, the same could not be said of conservatives. Conservatism, a retrospective construct since the term was not yet in use, remained a diffuse, fragmented phenomenon whose diverse threads had not been woven into a coherent fabric. The nostalgic rural paternalism so eloquently expressed by the estate owner, Friedrich August Ludwig von der Marwitz, remained a minority taste, even among the landed nobility. The historical school, formed by opponents of Hegelian philosophy at the University of Berlin, embraced too many conflicting perspectives, not all of which were conservative in any straightforward sense, to furnish the basis of an abiding coalition. These conservatives, whose outlook was rooted in the neo-pietist commitment of the Awakening, found it difficult to see eye to eye with those who were inspired by the secular authoritarian statism of the late 18th century. The ambivalent attitude of many conservatives towards the bureaucratic state also made collaboration with the authorities difficult. The Berliner Politisches Wochenblatt, formed by ultra-conservatives in 1831, conceived of itself as a loyalist organ directed against the forces unleashed by the July Revolution in France. But this newspaper soon fell foul of the Prussian censorship authorities, whose officials, according to the paper's disgruntled sponsor, were men of liberalistic temperament. After struggling to acquire a secure readership, the paper went under in 1841. Conservatives were thus in no position to coordinate a response to the expansion of liberal dissent. Most either fished around for compromises or lapsed into a resigned awareness of the inevitability of change. Even within the cabinet, there was little sign of a unified conservative bloc. The political discussions among ministers were surprisingly speculative, conflictual, and open-ended, a feature that was encouraged, or at least tolerated, by the king himself. In October 1843, Leopold von Gerlach, commander of the 1st Guards Landwehrbrigade in Spandau, on the outskirts of Berlin, and a close personal friend of the king, reflected on the political situation in Prussia. What worried him was not just the pressure building behind demands for constitutional reform, but also the failure of the conservatives, even within the government, to form a united front against it. Several of the ministers, including the supposedly arch-conservative Bibel Thiele, had begun to talk quite uninhibitedly of conceding a Chamber of Deputies. The ship of state, Gerlach observed, was sailing in the direction of Jacobinism, driven by the always freshly blowing wind of the zeitgeist. He listed various steps that might help to arrest the process of liberalization, but he was under no illusions about the prospects of success. What can these little maneuvers possibly achieve, he concluded, against the onward pressing zeitgeist, which, with satanic cleverness, wages an unceasing and systematic war against the authority established by God? In these circumstances, it was inconceivable that the king would be able to re-sculpt society in the image of his neo-corporate ideology. He made an unsuccessful attempt to do so in 1841, when he declared in a cabinet order that the Jews of Prussia should be organized for administrative purposes into Judenschaften, juries, whose elected deputies would represent the interests of the Jewish communities before the local authorities. The order also stated that Jews were to be absolved of the obligation to perform military service. Neither of these measures was ever carried out. The king's own ministers opposed them. Interior Minister Rochau and the new Minister for Religious and Educational Affairs, Johann Albrecht Friedrich Eichhorn, objected that the proposals ran counter to the recent development of Prussian society. A survey of district governments revealed that these, too, were opposed to the king's plan. Local administrations were prepared to bestow corporate legal status upon Jewish religious institutions, but they were strongly opposed to the imposition of corporate status in the broader political sense, favored by Friedrich William, which they saw as hindering the all-important process of societal assimilation. Indeed, the vehemence and candor with which they rejected this royal hobby-horse are remarkable. The district government of Cologne even pressed for full and unconditional emancipation of the Jewish minority, pointing out the success of this policy in France, Holland, Belgium, and England. The officials of the 1840s were not servile Untertanen, subjects bent on working towards their king. They viewed themselves as autonomous participants in the policy-making process. As the Jewish initiative suggests, Friedrich William's neo-corporatist vision was out of tune, not only with public opinion in the broadest sense, but even with the prevalent ethos of the administration itself, which found it increasingly difficult to reach consensus on the great political questions of the day. To liberals and radicals, and even to some conservatives, the politics of the new reign seemed fundamentally incoherent, a deranged mixture of the extremes of our time. No one captured the resulting sense of disconnection better than the radical theologian David Friedrich Strauss, whose pamphlet A Romantic on the Throne of the Caesars was published in Mannheim in 1847. Strauss's tract purported to be about the emperor known as Julian the Apostate, but was in fact a caricature of the Prussian king, who was depicted as an unworldly dreamer, a man who had turned nostalgia for the ancients into a way of life, and whose eyes were closed to the pressing needs of the present. Popular politics. The expansion of political activism around the Diets took place against the background of a broader process of politicization that reached deep into the hinterlands of the Prussian provinces. In the Rhineland, in particular, the 1840s saw dramatic growth in the popular consumption of newspapers. Rates of literacy were very high in Prussia by European standards, and even those who could not read for themselves could hear newspapers being read aloud in taverns. Beyond the newspapers, and far more popular in the general public, were people's calendars, Volkskalender, a traditional, cheap, mass-distributed print format that offered a mixture of news, fiction, anecdotes, and practical advice. By the 1840s, the market in calendars had become highly differentiated, catering to a range of political preferences. Even the traditional commerce in popular printed prophecy acquired a sharper political edge in the 1840s. Of particular concern to the Prussian authorities was the Prophecy of Lenin, a text of obscure origin that appeared to divine the future of the House of Hohenzollern. The Prophecy of Lenin, which circulated widely in the Rhineland, had traditionally foretold the imminent conversion of the royal house to Catholicism, reason enough in itself to attract the hostile attention of the authorities. But the early 1840s saw the appearance of a more radical version, predicting that the infamous king would be punished with death for his role in an atrocity. This creeping politicization of popular culture was not confined to the print media. Song was an even more ubiquitous medium for the articulation of political dissent. In the Rhineland, where memories of the French Revolution were especially vivid, the records of the local police are full of references to the singing of forbidden liberty songs, including the endless variations on the Marseillaise and Saira. Liberty songs recalled the life and deeds of Kotzebue's assassin, Karl Zand, celebrated the virtuous struggles of the Greeks or the Poles against Ottoman and Russian tyranny, and commemorated moments of public insurrection against illegitimate authority. No fair or public festivity was complete, moreover, without travelling ballad singers, Bänkelsänger, whose songs were often irreverently political in content. Even the peep show men, travelling performers who exhibited trompe-l'oeil scenes, were adept at weaving witty political critiques into their commentaries, so that even ostensibly harmless landscape views became pretexts for satire. From the 1830s, carnivals and other popular traditional festivities, such as maypole ceremonies and charivaris, also tended increasingly to carry a dissenting political message. By the 1840s, the carnivals of the Rhineland, especially the elaborate processions orchestrated on the Monday before Ash Wednesday, had become a focal point for political tensions between locals and the Prussian authorities. With its anarchic Twelfth Night atmosphere, in which conventional social and political relationships were inverted or satirized, the carnival was suited to become an eloquent medium of political protest. It was precisely in order to discipline the unruly energies of the street festival that carnival societies were founded in the Rhineland in the 1820s and 1830s. By the early 1840s, however, these too had been infiltrated by the spirit of dissent. In 1842, the Colonia Carnival Society split when radical members declared that the Republican Carnival Constitution was the only one under which true foolishness could flourish. They intended to enthrone a carnival king, whose authority was to be defended by a standing army of fools. The unusually radical Dusseldorf Carnival Society was also known for its harsh satires of the monarch. Ridicule of the king was an increasingly prominent feature of the dissenting utterances in Prussia during the 1830s and 1840s. Although only 575 cases of lèse-majesté were actually investigated during the decade between 1837 and 1847, the records suggest that a multitude of other such misdemeanors went unprosecuted, and we can presume that many more, again, never came to the attention of the police at all. Yet such cases as did come before the courts were generally treated seriously. When the tailor Josef Jurowski from Warmbrunn in Silesia declared in a drunken moment, "Our Freddy is a scoundrel, the king is a scoundrel and a swindler," he received the remarkably harsh sentence of 18 months in jail. The judicial official Balthasar Martin, from near the city of Halberstadt, was sentenced to 6 months of imprisonment for stating, while sitting in a tavern, that the king drank 5 or 6 bottles of champagne a day. "How can the king take care of us?" Martin asked his listeners, presumably unaware that a police informer was sitting among them. "He's a lush, the lush of lushes. He only drinks the really potent stuff." These calumnies referred to an image of the king that by the mid-1840s had established itself ineradicably within the popular imagination. Friedrich William IV, a plump, plain, unmilitary man who was known as a fatty flounder to his siblings and close friends, was the least physically charismatic individual to occupy the Hohenzollern throne, since the reign of the first king. He was also the first Prussian king ever to be lampooned in numerous satirical images. Perhaps the most famous contemporary depiction, produced in 1844, portrays the monarch as a portly, drunken Puss in Boots, clutching a bottle of champagne in his left paw and a foaming glass in his right, pathetically attempting to ape Friedrich the Great against the backdrop of the palace complex at Sans-Souci. Having relaxed literary censorship shortly after his accession to the throne, Friedrich William reimposed the censorship of images, but it proved impossible to prevent grotesque visual satires of the monarch from circulating widely across the kingdom. Perhaps the most extreme expression of disregard for the person of the sovereign was the Tschechlied, a song that recalled the attempted assassination of the king by the mentally disturbed former village mayor, Heinrich Ludwig Tschech. Tschech had failed to secure official support for a crusade against local corruption in his native Storkau, and fell under the delusion that the monarch was personally to blame for his misfortune. On the 26th of July, 1844, having had himself photographed in a theatrical pose by a daguerreotypist in Berlin, Tschech walked up to the royal carriage and fired 2 shots at close range, both of which missed. The public initially responded with a wave of sympathy for the king, although it was also widely expected that Tschech would be spared the death penalty in view of his abnormal mental condition. Friedrich William was at first inclined to grant him clemency, but his ministers insisted that he be made an example of. When it became known in December that Tschech would be executed in secret, public sentiment swung against the king. Over the following years, a range of Czech songs circulated in Berlin and across the German states. Their irreverence is captured in the following stanza. A fortune ill beyond compare befell poor Tschech the village mayor, that he, though shooting close at hand, could not hit this bloated man. The social question. In the summer of 1844, the Silesian textile district around Peterswaldau and Langenbielau became the scene of the bloodiest upheaval in Prussia before the revolutions of 1848. The trouble began on the 4th of June, when a crowd attacked the headquarters of Zwanziger Brothers, a substantial textile firm in Peterswaldau. The firm was regarded in the locality as an inconsiderate employer that had exploited the region's oversupply of labor to depress wages and degrade working conditions. The Zwanziger Brothers are hangmen, a popular local song declared. Their servants are the knaves. Instead of protecting their workers, they crush us down like slaves. Having broken into the main residence, the weavers smashed everything they could lay their hands on, from tiled ovens and gilt mirrors to chandeliers and costly porcelain. They tore to shreds all the books, bonds, promissory notes, records and papers they could find, then stormed through an adjacent complex of stores, rolling presses, packing rooms, sheds and warehouses, smashing everything as they went. The work of destruction continued until nightfall, bands of weavers making their way to the scene from outlying villages. On the next morning, the weavers returned to demolish the few structures that remained intact, including the roof. The entire complex would probably have been torched had someone not pointed out that this would entitle the owners to compensation through their fire insurance. Armed with axes, pitchforks and stones, the weavers, by now some 3,000 in number, marched out of Peterswaldau and found their way to the house of the Dierich family in Langenbielau, where they were told by frightened company clerks that a cash payment, 5 silver groschen, had been promised to any weaver who agreed not to attack the firm's buildings. Meanwhile, 2 companies of infantry under the command of Major Rosenberger had arrived from Schweidnitz to restore order. These formed up in the square before the Dierich house. All the ingredients of the disaster that followed were now in place. Fearing that the Dierich house was about to be attacked, Rosenberger gave the order to fire. After 3 salvos, 11 lay dead on the ground. They included a woman and a child who had been with the crowd, but also several bystanders, including a little girl who had been on her way to a sewing lesson, and a woman looking on from her doorway some 200 paces away. Eyewitnesses reported that one man's head had been smashed by the shot. The blood-flecked pan of his skull was thrown several feet from his body. The defiance and rage of the crowd now knew no bounds. The troops were driven away by a desperate charge, and during the night the weavers rampaged through the Dietrich house and its attached buildings, destroying 80,000 thalers worth of goods, furnishings, books, and papers. The worst was over. Early on the following morning, troop reinforcements, complete with artillery pieces, arrived in Langenbielau, and the crowd of those who remained in or around the Dietrich buildings was quickly dispersed. There was some further rioting in nearby Friedrichsgrund, and also in Breslau, where a crowd of artisans attacked Jewish houses, but the troops stationed in the city managed to prevent any further tumults. About 50 persons were arrested in connection with the unrest. Of these, 18 were sentenced to terms of imprisonment with hard labour and corporal punishment, 24 lashes. There were many tumults and hunger riots in the Prussian lands during the 1840s, but none resonated in public awareness like the Silesian Weavers' Revolt. Despite the best efforts of the censors, the news of the revolt and its suppression spread across the kingdom within days. From Königsberg and Berlin to Bielefeld, Trier, Aachen, Cologne, Elbersfeld, and Düsseldorf, there were extensive press commentaries and public discussion. There was a flowering of radical weaver poems, among them Heinrich Heine's apocalyptic incantation of 1844, The Poor Weavers, in which the poet invokes the misery and futile rage of a life of endless work on a starvation wage. The crack of the loom and the shuttle's flight. We weave all day and we weave all night. Germany, we're weaving your coffin sheet, still weaving, ever weaving. Numerous essays appeared over the following months, analysing the uprising from every possible angle. The Silesian event caused a sensation because they spoke to a fashionable contemporary obsession with what was becoming to be known as the social question. There are parallels with the almost contemporary British debate that greeted the appearance of Carlyle's essay of 1839 on the condition of England. The social question embraced a complex of issues: working conditions within factories, the problem of housing in densely populated areas, the dissolution of corporate entities, e.g. guilds, estates, the vicissitudes of a capitalist economy based on competition, the decline of religion and morals among the emergent proletariat. But the central and dominant issue was pauperization, the progressive impoverishment of the lower social strata. The pauperism of the pre-March era differed from traditional forms of poverty in a number of important ways. It was a mass phenomenon, collective and structural, rather than dependent upon individual contingencies, such as sickness, injury, or crop failures. It was permanent rather than seasonal, and it showed signs of engulfing social groups whose position had previously been relatively secure, such as artisans, especially apprentices and journeymen, and small holding peasants. Pauperism, the Brockhaus Encyclopedia noted in 1846, occurs when a large class can subsist only as a result of the most intensive labour. The key problem was a decline in the value of labour and its products. This affected not only unskilled labourers and those who worked in the craft trades, but also the large and growing section of the rural population who lived from various forms of cottage industry. The deepening misery was reflected in patterns of food consumption. Whereas the inhabitants of the Prussian Rhine province consumed on average 41 kilos of meat per annum in 1838, this figure had fallen to 30 by 1848. A statistical survey of 1846 suggested that between 50 and 60% of the Prussian population were living on or near the subsistence minimum. In the early 1840s, the deepening of poverty across the kingdom triggered a moral panic among the Prussian literary classes. Bettina von Arnim's This Book Belongs to the King, published in Berlin in 1843, opened with a sequence of fanciful literary dialogues, whose common theme was the social crisis in the kingdom. Included in the text was a detailed appendix recording the observations of Heinrich Grünholzer, a 23-year-old Swiss student in the slums of Berlin. Over the 3 decades between 1816 and 1846, the population of the capital had risen from 197,000 to 397,000. Many of the poorest immigrants, wage labourers and artisans for the most part, settled in the densely populated slum area on the northern outskirts of the city known as the Vogtland, because many of the earliest arrivals hailed from the Vogtland in Saxony. It was here that Grünholzer recorded his observations for Arnim's book. In an era that has become inured to the authenticity effect of documentary, it is hard to recapture the fascination of Grunholzer's bald descriptions of life in the most desolate corners of the capital. He spent 4 weeks combing through a few selected tenements and interviewing their occupants. He recorded his impressions on a spare prose that was paced out in short, informal sentences, and integrated the brutal statistics that governed the lives of the poorest families in the city. Passages of dialogue were woven into the narrative, and the frequent use of the present tense suggested notes scribbled in situ. In basement room number 3, I found a woodchopper with a diseased leg. When I entered, the wife grabbed the potato peelings from the table, and a 16-year-old daughter withdrew embarrassed into a corner of the room, while her father began to tell me his tale. He had been rendered unemployable while helping to construct the new School of Engineering. His request for assistance was long ignored. Only when he was economically completely ruined was he granted a monthly allowance of 15 silver groschen, half a thaler. He had to move back into the family apartment because he could no longer afford an apartment in the city. Now he receives 2 thalers monthly from the Poor Office. In times when the incurable disease of his leg permits, he can earn 1 thaler a month. His wife earns twice that amount. His daughter can bring in an additional 1.5 thalers. But their accommodation costs 2 thalers a month. A meal of potatoes, 1 silver groschen, and 9 pennies. At 2 such meals a day, this comes to 3.5 thalers per month for the staple nourishment. 1 thaler thus remains for the purchase of wood and for all that a family needs, aside from raw potatoes, in order to survive. Another work in the same vein was Friedrich Wilhelm Wolff's widely read article on the Vaults of Breslau, a shantytown area of former barracks and military stores on the outskirts of the Silesian capital, which appeared in the Breslauer Zeitung in November 1843. Wolff, the son of a poor Silesian farmer who became a renowned radical journalist, claimed to describe a world that was both close and remote, a world that lay, as he put it, like an open book before the walls of the city, but was invisible to most of its better-off inhabitants. There was doubtless an element of voyeuristic pleasure in the composition of such texts by bourgeois readers. An important influence on the burgeoning literature of social thick description was Eugène Sue's remarkable blockbusting 10-volume novel of the Parisian underworld, Les Mystères de Paris, which appeared in installments during 1842-3 and was widely imitated across Europe. If readers were prepared to lose themselves in Sue's colourful demi-monde, Wolff declared, then they should take all the more interest in the real Mystère de Breslau before their own doorstep. In almost identical language, August Brass, author of Mysteries of Berlin, 1844, insisted that anyone could observe the misery of the underworld in the capital if they merely took the trouble to cast off the convenient veil of selfish comforts and cast their gaze outside their usual circles. By the early months of 1844, all eyes were fixed on the mountainous textile districts of Silesia, where years of falling prices and slackening demand had driven entire communities of weavers into grinding poverty. There were collections for the Silesians in the textile towns of the Rhineland. During March, the poet and radical literary scholar Karl Grun toured from town to town holding popular lectures on Shakespeare, the proceeds from which were sent via the provincial government to help the weavers of the Liegnitz district. In the same month, the Association for the Alleviation of Need among the Weavers and Spinners of Silesia was founded in Breslau. During May, on the eve of the uprising, Alexander Schneer, an official in the provincial administration and a member of the Breslau Association, walked from house to house in some of the most affected areas, meticulously documenting the circumstances of weaver families in the manner pioneered by Grunholzer. In this sensitized environment, it is hardly surprising that contemporaries viewed the uprising of June 1844 not as an inadmissible tumult, but as the inevitable expression of an underlying social malaise. The apparent correlation between rising population and mass poverty may lead us to suspect that the social crisis of this era was the result of a Malthusian trap, in which the needs of the population exceeded the available supply of food. This view is misleading, at least for Prussia. During the post-war decades, technical improvements, artificial fertilizers, modernized animal husbandry, and the 3-field rotation system, and an increase in land under cultivation, doubled the productivity of agriculture. As a result, the food supply increased at about twice the rate of population growth. The problem was not, therefore, chronic underproduction. Large agricultural surpluses could also have a harmful effect on manufacturing. However, since they depressed the prices of agricultural produce, the resulting collapse in agrarian incomes entailed a corresponding decline in the demand for goods from the overcrowded manufacturing sector. More importantly, food supplies remained vulnerable despite the impressive growth in total agricultural production, because natural catastrophes, poor harvests, cattle epidemics, crop diseases, could still turn the surplus into a drastic shortfall. The crisis that unfolded from the winter of 1846, when harvest failures sent food prices up to double and even triple the normal average, was a case in point. The crisis of 1846-7 was compounded by a downturn in the business cycle and a crop disease that wiped out the potato harvests, upon which the poor in many areas had become dependent. Grunholzer, for example, had found in 1842 that potatoes were the main, and indeed virtually the only, foodstuff consumed by the poorest families he visited in the Vogtland in Berlin. The pressure exerted by subsistence crises produced waves of unrest. In Prussia, 158 food riots, including marketplace disturbances, attacks on stores and shops, and transportation blockades, took place during April and May 1847 alone, when food prices were at their highest. On the 21st and 22nd of April, the population of Berlin stormed and plundered market stalls and shops and attacked potato merchants. Interestingly enough, the geography of food riots did not coincide with that of the most acute shortage. Tumults were more likely to occur in areas that produced food for export, or in transit areas with high levels of food transportation. The Prussian territories bordering on the Kingdom of Saxony were thus particularly riot-prone, because the demand generated by the relatively industrialized Saxon economy ensured that grain exports passed through these areas. Far from being politically subversive, such protests were generally pragmatic attempts to control the food supply, or to remind the authorities of their traditional obligation to provide for afflicted subjects, along the lines of the moral economy, famously theorized by E.P. Thompson in his study of the 18th century English crowd. Rioters did not act as members of a class, but as representatives of a local community, whose right to justice had been denied. The human targets of their wrath were likely to be outsiders, merchants who dealt with distant markets, customs officials, foreigners, or Jews. There was thus no automatic or necessary link between subsistence rioting in 1846 and 7 and revolutionary activism in 1848. Many of the most riotous areas of 1846-7 remained quiescent during the revolutions, and the most politically active group in Silesia during the revolutions of 1848 was not the Silesian weavers, who had risen in 1844, but the better off among the peasants. Of the peasants, it was the most upwardly mobile who became active, forming associations and cooperating with the urban middle-class democratic intelligentsia. Even if they were often spontaneous or apolitical in motivation, however, subsistence riots were certainly highly political in their effect. They accelerated processes of politicization that extended far beyond the milieu of the participants. Conservatives and protectionists blamed price rises and mass impoverishment upon government inaction or the deregulatory reforms introduced by liberal bureaucrats. Some conservatives blamed the factory system. On the other hand, liberals argued that industrialization and mechanization were the cure for, not the cause of, the social crisis, and called for the removal of government regulations that hindered investment and obstructed economic growth. Alarmed by the social emergency of 1844-7, conservatives experimented with prescriptions anticipating the German welfare state of the later 19th century. For radicals in particular, subsistence riots provided the opportunity to focus and sharpen their rhetoric and theory. Some left Hegelians argued, like the social conservatives, that the responsibility for arresting the polarization of society must lie with the state as the custodian of the general interest. The Silesian events of 1844 prompted the writer Friedrich Wilhelm Wolff to elaborate and refine his socialist analysis of the crisis, Whereas his report of 1843 on the Breslau slums was structured around loose binary oppositions such as rich and poor, these people and the rich man, or a day labourer and the independent bourgeoisie, his detailed article on the Silesian uprising, written 7 months later, was far more theoretically ambitious. Here, the proletariat is opposed to the monopoly of capital, those who produce to those who consume, and the labouring classes of the people to the domain of private ownership. The debate between Arnold Ruger and Karl Marx over the meaning of the Silesian revolt provides a further illustration of the same process. In a rueful piece for Forwards, the journal of the German émigré radicals in Paris, Ruger argued that the weavers' uprising had been a mere hunger riot that posed no serious threat to the political authorities in Prussia. Karl Marx responded to his former friend's reflections with 2 long articles, in which he put the contrary case, arguing with what almost sounds like Prussian patriotic pride that neither the English nor the French worker uprisings had been as theoretical and conscious in character as the Silesian revolt. Only the Prussian, Marx announced, had adopted the correct point of view. In burning the company books of the Zwanzigers and the Diericks, he suggested the weavers had directed their rage at the titles of property, and thereby struck a blow not only to the industrialist himself, but against the system of finance capital that underpinned him. This dispute, which ultimately turned on the issue of the conditions under which an oppressed population can be successfully revolutionized, marked an irrevocable parting of the ways for the 2 men. The bitter social conflict over resources gave off a negative energy that quickened the pace of political differentiation in Prussia. Hardenberg's time bomb. By the 1840s, the Prussian political system was living on borrowed time. This was not just a matter of rising popular political expectations, but of financial necessity. Under the terms of the State Indebtedness Law of the 17th of January, 1820, the Prussian government was prevented from raising loans unless these could be cleared through a National Estates Assembly. By this means, the reformers, the drafter was Christian Reuter, chief of the Central Directory of the Ministry of Finance and a close associate of Hardenberg, tied the hands of the government until such time as it should see its way to conceding further constitutional reform. This was the time bomb that Hardenberg planted at the heart of the Prussian state. It ticked away quietly during the 1820s and 1830s, while successive finance ministers focused on raising loans indirectly through the nominally independent sea handling and keeping overall borrowing at a minimum. As a result, Prussia borrowed less in the 1820s and 1830s than any other German government. This could not continue forever, as Friedrich William IV well knew. The king was a passionate railway enthusiast, at a time when the economic, military, and strategic importance of the revolution in transport technology was becoming increasingly apparent. Every new development in railways is a military advantage, the young Helmut von Moltke observed in 1843. And for the national defence, a few million on the completion of our railways is far more profitably employed than on our fortresses. Since this was an area too important to be left to the private sector, it was clear that the Prussian state would soon face infrastructural expenditures it could not cover without raising substantial loans. Yet the king was slow to accept the inevitability of a united national diet. There was a danger, as one of his closest associates observed, that a National Assembly would not stop at consultation over the state loan, but would act on anything it considered urgent. In 1842, the king convened a united committee composed of 12 delegates from each of the provincial diets, in the hope that this body would engage in consultations on matters such as the need for state railway finance, without attempting to expand its own constitutional role. Petitions to the United Committee were forbidden. The issues for discussion were narrowly defined, and the rules of discussion ensured that genuine debate was out of the question. Delegates were called upon to speak in alphabetical order, and once only on each issue. This modest gathering could not achieve anything of substance. Most importantly, as one Rhenish delegate had the temerity to point out during a discussion of railway finance, it lacked the authority to approve a state loan. By the end of 1844, Friedrich William had resigned himself to convening a national meeting of the provincial diets within the next 3 years. By the mid-1840s, the railway question was coming to a head. The Prussian railway network had grown impressively in recent years, from 185 kilometers in 1840 to 1,106 kilometers by 1845. But this growth had been concentrated in areas where private investors stood to make profits. Entrepreneurs, understandably, had little interest in unprofitable major projects geared to macroeconomic and military needs. In the autumn of 1845, however, news reached Berlin that the French government had embarked upon the construction of a strategic rail network, whose eastern terminals posed a potential threat to the security of the German Confederation. Berlin's call for a coordinated, all-German strategic railway policy were in vain. The Confederation failed to secure a consensus among the member states, even on the question of the appropriate gauge for an integrated network. It was clear that Prussia would have to see to its own needs. At the center of the program that crystallized during 1846 was the Ostbahn, a railway artery that would link the Rhineland and the French frontier with Brandenburg and East Prussia. Hardenberg's time bomb was now primed to explode. The King's patent of the 3rd of February, 1847, which announced the convocation of a united Diet, stated clearly that this was the body envisaged in the State Indebtedness Law of 1820. It was not a new constitutional instrument, but merely the combination of all the provincial Diets into a single body. It thus inherited the awkward hybrid identity of its predecessors. Delegates were seated by province and estate, but voting was by head, and the assembly operated as a single body, like a national parliament for most of its business. There was an upper house, composed of princes, counts, mediatized nobles, and members of the royal family. The rest of the delegates, representing the landed nobility, the towns and the peasants, sat in the curia of the 3 estates. Complex voting arrangements ensured that the individual provinces retained the power to veto proposals damaging to their interests. In this respect, the Diet reflected the federal structure of the Prussian state after 1815. The text of the patent made it clear that the main business of the Diet would be the introduction of new taxes and the approval of a state loan for railway construction. The United Diet was controversial even before it met. There was a small chorus of moderate conservative enthusiasts, but they were drowned out by the roar of liberal critique. Most liberals felt that the arrangements outlined in the patent fell far short of their legitimate expectations. "We asked you for bread, and you gave us a stone," thundered the Silesian liberal Heinrich Simon in a polemic essay published to avoid the Prussian censors in Saxon Leipzig. Theodor von Schön took the view that the delegates should use the opening session to declare themselves incompetent to act as a general diet and demand a new election. If the patent was offensive to liberals, it also alarmed the hardline conservatives, who saw it opening the doors to a full-blown constitutional settlement. Many lesser landowning noblemen, even conservative ones, were put off by the special status accorded to the higher nobility. The preponderance of Silesian and Westphalian family names in the upper house also irritated the provincial deputies of the older provinces. And yet, at the same time, the announcement of the United Diet triggered a further expansion of political expectations. On Sunday, the 11th of April, 1847, a cold, grey, rainy Berlin day, a crowd of provincial delegates numbering over 600 was herded into the Whitehall of the Royal Palace for the inaugural ceremony of the United Diet. The King's opening speech, delivered without notes over more than half an hour, was a warning shot. Infuriated by the reception of his patent, the King was in no mood for compromise. "There is no power on earth," he announced, "that can succeed in making me transform the natural relationship between prince and people into a conventional constitutional relationship, and I will never allow a written piece of paper to come between the Lord God in heaven and this land." The speech closed with a reminder that the Diet was no legislative parliament. It had been convened for a specific purpose, namely to approve new taxes and a state loan, but its future depended upon the will and judgment of the King. Its task was emphatically not to represent opinions. He would reconvene the Diet, he told the deputies, only if he considered it good and useful, and if this diet offers me proof that I can do so without injuring the rights of the crown. In the event, the deliberations of the Diet were to prove the hardline conservatives right. For the first time, Prussian liberals of every stripe found themselves performing together on the same stage. They mounted a campaign to transform the Diet into a proper legislature, by securing the rights to reconvene at regular intervals, by demanding the power to approve all laws, by protecting it against arbitrary action on the part of the state authorities, by sweeping away what remained of corporate discrimination. Unless these demands were granted, they insisted, the Diet could not approve the government's spending plans. For liberal politicians from the regions, this was an exhilarating chance to socialize and exchange ideas with like-minded colleagues from across the kingdom. A liberal partisan culture began to emerge. The Rhenish industrialist and railway entrepreneur, David Hansemann, had been a deputy in the Rhenish Provincial Diet since 1843, and was a leading figure in Rhenish liberal circles. He took care to procure a large apartment near the royal palace, where he hosted meetings with liberal delegations from other provinces. Parties of liberals also congregated at the Hotel Russischer Hof for political discussions, debates, and general conviviality. Liberal deputies were urged to arrive in the capital at least 8 days in advance of the first session, so that there would be time for preliminary meetings. The importance of this experience in a state where the press and political networks were still fragmented along regional lines can scarcely be overstated. It fired liberals with a sense of confidence and purpose. It also taught them a first intense lesson in the virtues of political cooperation and compromise. As one conservative ruefully observed, the liberals regularly worked late into the night, coordinating their strategies for key political debates. By this means, they succeeded in retaining the initiative in much chamber debate. The Conservatives, by contrast, were something of a shambles. Throughout much of the proceedings, they seemed on the defensive, reduced to reacting to liberal proposals and provocations. As the champions of provincial diversity and local autonomy, they found it harder to work together on an all-Prussian plane. For many conservative noblemen, their politics were inextricably bound up with elite corporate status. This made it difficult to establish a common platform with potential allies of more humble station. Whereas the liberals could agree on certain broad principles, constitutionalism, representation, freedom of the press, the conservatives seemed worlds away from a clearly defined joint platform, beyond a vague intuition that gradual evolution on the basis of tradition was preferable to radical change. The conservatives lacked leadership and were slow to form partisan factions. One defeat follows another, Leopold von Gerlach remarked on the 7th of May, after 4 weeks of sessions. In purely constitutional terms, the Diet was a non-event. It was not permitted to transform itself into a parliamentary legislature. Before it was adjourned on the 26th of June, 1847, it rejected the government's request for a state loan to finance the Eastern Railway, declaring that it would cooperate only when the king granted it the right to meet at regular intervals. In money matters, the liberal entrepreneur and deputy, David Hansemann, famously quipped, "Geniality has its limits." Yet in terms of political culture, the United Diet was of enormous importance. Unlike its provincial predecessors, it was a public body, whose proceedings were recorded and published, so that the debates in the chamber resounded across the political landscape of the kingdom. The Diet demonstrated in the most conclusive way the exhaustion of the monarch's strategy for containment. It also signalled the imminence and inevitability of real constitutional change. How exactly that change would be brought about, however, remained unclear. Prussia on the eve of revolution. In his verse satire, Germany, A Winter's Tale, the poet, essayist, wit, and radical satirist Heinrich Heine described his return to Prussia after 13 years in Parisian exile. Heine hailed from a modest Jewish mercantile family in Dusseldorf, attended lectures by Hegel in Berlin, and converted to Christianity as a young adult in order to clear any obstacles to a career in the bureaucracy, a reminder of the assimilatory pressure exerted on Jewish subjects by Prussia's Christian state. In 1831, having abandoned his ambition to enter state employment, and acquired a considerable reputation as a poet and writer, He left Prussia to work as a journalist in Paris. In 1835, thanks to his outspoken critical commentaries on contemporary German politics, the Confederal Diet issued a nationwide ban on the publication and circulation of his books. A literary career inside the Confederation was now out of the question. Germany, A Winter's Tale, was published in 1844, following a brief and unhappy visit to his native Rhineland. The first Prussians to welcome him home were, of course, the customs officials, who made a thorough search of his luggage. In a sequence of sparkling quatrains, Heine evokes his experience of the Prussian border. They snuffled and burrowed through trousers and shirts, and handkerchiefs, nothing was missed. They were looking for pen nibs and trinkets and jewels, and for books on the contraband list. You fools! If you think you'll find anything here, you must have been sadly misled. The contraband that travels with me is stored up here in my head. So many books are stacked in my head, a number beyond estimation. My head is a twittering bird's nest of books, all liable for confiscation. It would be absurd to deny that these verses captured something real about the Prussian state. The oppressive, humorless, and petty-fogging engagement of the Prussian censorship authorities with political dissent was widely lamented by free thinkers across the kingdom. In the diary of the Berlin liberal Karl Varnhagen von Ense, the burdens of censorship are a constant theme. He writes of the misery of small-minded, mischievous, obstructive surveillance, the inventiveness of the censors in devising ever-new provocations, the frustrations of running a critical literary journal under the arbitrary rule of the censorship office. On the other hand, as even Varnhagen was aware, Prussian censorship was laughably ineffective. Its real purpose, he observed in August 1837, was not to police popular reading habits, but to justify itself to the rest of the royal administration. The people can read what it wishes, regardless of the content, but everything that might come before the king is carefully vetted. It was virtually impossible, in any case, to control the traffic in contraband print. The political fragmentation of German Europe was a disadvantage from the censor's point of view, for it meant that works banned in one state could easily be printed in another and smuggled across the lightly guarded borders. The radical Württemberg cardseller, Thomas Beck, frequently crossed the border into the Prussian Rhineland, with sheaves of his forbidden publications concealed within his hat. I am now a large-scale importer of banned books into Prussia. Friedrich Engels, the radical son of a pious Barmen textile manufacturer, wrote to his friend Wilhelm Graeber from the city of Bremen in November 1839. Burns' Francophobe in 4 copies, The Letters from Paris by Same, 6 volumes, Venadi's Prussia and Prussianism, most strictly prohibited, in 5 copies, are laying ready for dispatch to Barmen. Confederal bans on books such as Jakob Venadi's Prussia and Prussianism, an angry tract against the Prussian administration by a Rhenish liberal, were ineffective because German booksellers routinely concealed their contraband stocks from the authorities. Songs were even harder to pin down, since they took up so little paper and could circulate without printed text. The politicization of popular culture confronted government with a mode of dissent that could never be effectively policed, because it was informal, protean, omnipresent. The figure of the Prussian soldier with his arrogant, affected, supercilious pose symbolized for many, especially in the radical milieu, the worst features of the polity. It was in the city of Aachen, once the ancient capital of Charlemagne, now a sleepy Rhenish textile centre, that the returning Heinrich Heine caught his first glimpse of the Prussian military. I wandered about in this dull little nest for about an hour or more, saw Prussian military once again. They looked much the same as before. Still the same wooden, pedantic manner, the same rectangular paces, and the usual frozen mask of disdain imprinted on each of their faces. They still strut so stiffly about the street, so groomed and so strictly moustached, as if they had somehow swallowed the stick with which they used to be thrashed. Popular antipathy to the military varied in intensity across the kingdom. It was strongest in the Rhineland, where it fed on local patriotic resentment of Protestant Berlin. In many Rhenish towns, tension between soldiers and civilians, particularly young male civilians of the artisan and labouring classes, was a part of day-to-day life. Soldiers standing watch before public buildings made easy targets for young men on a night out. Many chance violent encounters between soldiers and civilians occurred in or near taverns. Troops were also hated for their role in law enforcement. Prussian towns were very lightly policed by tiny contingents of ill-trained constables, whose official duties included a wide range of tasks, such as attending to the orderly disposal of raw materials and waste, the cleaning of streets and drains, the clearing of obstacles, the removal of dung, the delivery of summonses, the notification of official announcements by hand bell, and so on. The feebleness of civilian policing meant that the Prussian authorities were often forced to fall back on the military as a means of restoring order. In cases of serious tumult, the few local gendarmes generally made themselves scarce and waited for military assistance, while the crowd, sensing its power, took the initiative. This is precisely what happened at Peterswaldau and Langenbielau in 1844. Lacking nuanced techniques of crowd management, military commanders tended to progress abruptly from verbal warnings to mounted charges with saber blows or even gunfire. But this was not a specifically Prussian problem. In England and France, too, the use of military units to restore order remained the norm, and the extreme violence meted out at Langenbielau in 1844 was no more typical of Prussian conditions than the Peterloo massacre of 1819 was of policing methods in Great Britain. Britain was, of course, as British travellers were forever pointing out, an incomparably more liberal polity, but it was not necessarily a more humane one. Britons tolerated levels of state violence that would have been unthinkable in Prussia. The number of condemnations to death in Prussia during the years from 1818 to 1847 fluctuated between 21 and 33 per annum. The number of actual executions was much lower. It varied between 5 and 7, thanks to the intensive use of the royal pardon, which became an important mark of sovereignty in this period. By contrast, 1,137 death sentences were handed down every year on average over the period 1816 to 35 in England and Wales, whose combined population, around 16 million, was comparable to Prussia's. To be sure, relatively few, less than 10% of these sentences were actually carried out, but the number of persons executed still exceeded the Prussian figure by a factor of 16 to 1. Whereas the great majority of English and Welsh capital sentences were passed for property crimes, including quite minor ones, most Prussian executions were for crimes of homicide. The only political execution of the pre-revolutionary era was that of the village mayor Czech, who was found guilty of high treason for having attempted to murder the king. In short, there was no Prussian parallel to the routine slaughter perpetrated at the gallows under England's bloody code. Terrible as the extremes of poverty were in the hungry 40s, they pale in comparison to the hunger catastrophe that ravaged British-administered Ireland. Today, we blame this disaster on a combination of administrative error with the dynamics of the free market. Had such a mass famine been visited upon the Poles in Prussia, we would perhaps now be discerning it in the antecedents of post-1939 Nazi rule. It is also worth remembering that the Prussians faced constraints in Poland that had no counterpart in Ireland. Poland was the unquiet frontier between Prussia and the Russian Empire, and Prussian policy in the region had to take account of Russian interests. The Prussian crown did not, of course, accept the legitimacy of Polish nationalist strivings. It did, however, accommodate the aspiration of its Polish subjects to cultivate their distinctive nationality. Indeed, the government's promotion of Polish language elementary and secondary schooling led to a dramatic rise in Polish literacy rates in the Prussian-occupied sector of the old Polish Commonwealth. There was, to be sure, a 10-year period when provincial Governor Flottwell switched to a policy of assimilation through Germanization, an ominous foretaste of later developments. But this was very inconsistently pursued, came to an end with the accession of the romantic Polonophile Friedrich William IV, and was in any case a response to the Polish Revolution of 1830, which had raised serious doubts about the political loyalty of the province. In the early 1840s, when Heine was living in literary exile in Paris, Prussian Poland remained an attractive refuge for Polish political exiles from east of the Poznanian border. Russian dissidents, too, found their way to Prussia. The radical literary critic Vissarion Gregorievich Belinsky was living in Salzbrunn, Silesia, in 1847, when he wrote his famous Letter to Gogol, denouncing the political and social backwardness of his homeland, a crime for which he was condemned to death in absentia by a Russian court. So resonant was this cry of protest within Russian dissident circles that Turgenev, who visited Belinsky in Silesia, chose to sign Bailiff, the savage pen portrait of a tyrannical landlord in Sketches from a Hunter's Album, with Salzbrunn, 1847, a coded indication of his support for Belinsky's critique. In the same year, another exile, the Russian radical Alexander Herzen, crossed the Prussian border from the east. Arriving in Königsberg, he expressed a profound sense of relief. The unpleasant feelings of fear and the oppressive sense of suspicion were all dispelled. Chapter 14. Splendor and Misery of the Prussian Revolution. Barricades in Berlin. By the end of February 1848, the population of Berlin was growing accustomed to the news of revolution. In the winter of 1847, Protestant liberals in Switzerland had fought, and won, a civil war against the conservative Catholic cantons. The result was a new Swiss federal state with a liberal constitution. Then, on the 12th of January 1848, after reports of unrest in the Italian peninsula, came the news that insurgents had seized power in Palermo. 2 weeks later, the success of the Palermitan Revolution was confirmed when the King of Naples became the first Italian monarch to offer his people a constitution. It was above all the news from France that electrified the city. During February, a liberal protest campaign gained momentum in the French capital, culminating in bloody clashes between troops and demonstrators. On the 28th of February, an extra edition of Berlin's Vossische Zeitung featured a telegraph dispatch reporting that King Louis-Philippe had abdicated. In view of the current state of France and of Europe, the editors declared, this turn of events, so sudden, so violent, and so utterly unexpected, appears more extraordinary, perhaps more momentous in its consequences than even the July Revolution of 1830. As the news from Paris broke in the Prussian capital, Berliners poured onto the streets in search of information and discussion. The weather helped. These were the mildest and brightest early spring days that anyone could remember. Reading clubs, coffee houses, and public establishments of all kinds were crammed to bursting. Whoever managed to get his hands on a new paper had to climb onto a chair and read the contents aloud. The excitement grew as word arrived of events closer to home. Large demonstrations in Mannheim, Heidelberg, Cologne, and other German cities. The concession of political reforms and civil liberties by King Ludwig I of Bavaria. The dismissal of conservative ministers in Saxony, Baden, Württemberg, Hanover, and Hesse. One important focal point for debate and protest was the Municipal Assembly, where elected members of the burgher elite regularly met to discuss the affairs of the city. After the 9th of March, when a crowd forced its way into the city hall, the usually rather stolid assembly began to mutate into a protest rally. There were also daily political meetings at the Tents, an area of the Tiergarten just outside the Brandenburg Gate, reserved for outdoor refreshments and entertainments. These had begun as informal gatherings, but they soon took on the contours of an improvised parliament, with voting procedures, resolutions, and elected delegations. A classic example of the public meeting democracy that unfolded across the German cities in 1848. It was not long before the Municipal Assembly and the Tents began to work together. On the 11th of March, the Assembly discussed a draft petition from the Tents, demanding a long list of political, legal, and constitutional reforms. By the 13th of March, the gathering at the Tents, now numbering over 20,000, had begun to hear speeches from workers and artisans, whose chief concern was not legal and constitutional reform, but the economic needs of the working populace. A gathering of workers at one corner formed a separate assembly, and drew up a petition of its own pressing for new laws to protect labour against capitalists and usurers, and asking the king to establish a Ministry of Labour. Distinct political and social interests were already crystallizing within the mobilized crowd of the city. Alarmed at the growing determination and insolence of the crowds circulating in the streets, the President of Police, Julius von Minutoli ordered new troops into the city on the 13th of March. That night, several civilians were killed in clashes around the palace precinct. The crowd and the soldiery were now collective antagonists in a struggle for control of the city's space. Over the next few days, crowds flowed through the city in the early evenings. They were, in Manzoni's memorable simile, like clouds still scattered and scudding about a clear sky, making everyone look up and say that the weather has not yet settled. The crowd was afraid of the troops, but also drawn to them. It cajoled, persuaded, and taunted them. The troops had their own elaborate rituals. When confronted by unruly subjects, they were required to read out the Riot Act of 1835 3 times, before giving 3 warning signals with the drum or the trumpet, after which the order to attack would be given. Since many of the men in the crowd had themselves served in the military, these signals were almost universally recognized and understood. The reading of the Riot Act was generally greeted with whistles and jeers. The beating of the drum, which signaled an imminent advance or charge, had a stronger deterrent effect, but this was generally temporary. On a number of occasions during the struggles in Berlin, crowds forced troops standing guard to run through their warning routines over and over again by provoking them, melting away when the drum was sounded, then reappearing to start the game again. So poisonous was the mood in the city that men in uniform walking alone or in small groups were in serious danger. The liberal writer and diarist Karl August van Hagen von Esser watched with mixed feelings from his first floor window on the 15th of March as 3 officers walked slowly along the footpath of a street adjoining his house, followed by a shouting crowd of about 200 boys and youths. I saw how stones struck them, how a raised staff crashed down on one man's back, but they did not flinch, they did not turn. They walked as far as the corner, turned into the Waldstrasse, and took refuge in an administrative building, whose armed guards scared the tormentors away. The 3 men were later rescued by a troop detachment and escorted to the safety of the city arsenal. The military and political leadership found it difficult to agree on how to proceed. The mild and intelligent General von Pfuel, governor of Berlin, with responsibility for all troops stationed in and around the capital, favored a mix of tact and political concessions. By contrast, the king's younger brother, Prince William, urged the monarch to order an all-out attack on the insurgents. General von Prittwitz, commander of the king's life guards and a hardline supporter of Prince William, later recalled the chaotic atmosphere that reigned at the court. The king, Prittwitz claimed, was buffeted about by the conflicting advice of a throng of advisers and well-wishers. The tipping point came with the news, breaking in Berlin on the 15th of March, that Chancellor Metternich had fallen, following 2 days of revolutionary upheaval in Vienna. Differential as ever to Austria, the ministers and advisers around the king read this as an omen, and resolved to offer further political concessions. On the 17th of March, the king agreed to publish royal patents announcing the abolition of censorship and the introduction of a constitutional system in the Kingdom of Prussia. By this time, however, plans had already been laid for an afternoon rally to take place on the following day, the 18th of March, in the Palace Square. On that morning, the government broadcast the news of its concessions across the city. Municipal deputies were seen dancing in the streets with members of the public. The city government ordered the illumination of the city that evening as a token of its gratitude, but it was too late to stop the planned demonstration. From around noon, streams of people began to converge upon the Palace Square, including prosperous burghers and protection officers, unarmed officials recruited from the middle classes and appointed to mediate between troops and crowds, but also many artisans from the slum areas outside the city boundaries. As news of the government's decisions circulated, the mood became festive, euphoric. The air was filled with the sound of cheering. The crowd, ever more densely packed in the warm sunlit square, wanted to see the king. The mood inside the palace was light-hearted. When Police Chief Minutoli arrived at around 1 in the afternoon to warn the king that he believed a major upheaval was still imminent, he was met with indulgent smiles. The king thanked him for his work and added, "There is one thing I should say, my dear Minutoli, and that is that you always see things too negatively." Hearing the applause and cheering from the square, the king and his entourage made their way in the direction of the people, "We're off to collect our hurrahs," quipped General von Fuel. At last the monarch walked out onto a stone balcony overlooking the square, where he was greeted with frenetic ovations. Then Prime Minister von Bodelschwingh stepped forward to make an announcement. "The king wishes freedom of the press to prevail. The king wishes that the United Diet be called immediately. The king wishes that a constitution on the most liberal basis should encompass all the German lands. The king wishes that there should be a German national flag. The king wishes that all customs turnpikes should fall. The king wishes that Prussia should place itself at the head of the movement." Most of the crowd could hear neither the king nor his minister, but printed copies of his recent patents were being passed through the throng, and the wild cheering around the balcony soon spread across the square in a wave of elation. There was only one dark cloud on the crowd's horizon. Under the arches of the palace gates and in the courtyards behind them, lines of troops could be seen. At the sight of this familiar enemy, the mood began to sour. There was some panic on the edges, where people feared to be pushed up against the soldiers. The chanting began, "Soldiers out! Soldiers out!" The situation in the square seemed about to slip out of control. At this point, it was around 2 in the afternoon, the king transferred the command over the troops in the capital from Fuel to the more hawkish Pritvits, and ordered that the square be cleared immediately by soldiers, and an end be put to the scandalous situation prevailing there. Bloodshed was to be avoided. The cavalry should advance at marching pace without drawing swords. A scene of utter confusion followed. A squadron of dragoons pushed slowly forward into the crowd, but failed to disperse it. Controlling the men was difficult, because the noise was so intense that no orders could be heard. Some of the horses took fright and began to pace backwards. 2 men fell when their mounts lost their footing on the cobbles. Only when the dragoons raised their sabres and made a charge did the crowd flee the centre of the square. Since substantial numbers of people were still concentrated on the eastern edge of the palace precinct, between the Langenbrücke and the Breitenstrasse, a small contingent of grenadiers was sent to clear them. It was during this action that 2 weapons were accidentally discharged. Grenadier Kuhn's musket caught in the handle of his sabre. Warrant Officer Hetgen's gun went off when a demonstrator struck it on the hammer with a stick. Neither shot caused an injury, but the crowd, thinking with its ears, was convinced that the troops had begun to shoot civilians. Word of this outrage passed swiftly through the city. The rather surreal attempt of the palace to correct this misinformation by employing 2 civilians to walk the streets with a massive linen banner bearing the words, "A misunderstanding, the king has the best intentions," was predictably futile. Barricades sprang up across Berlin, improvised from materials to hand. These makeshift barriers became the focal points of most of the fighting, which followed a similar pattern across the city. Infantry advancing on a barricade came under fire from the windows of buildings in the vicinity. Tiles and stones rained down from the roofs. The houses were entered and cleared by troops. Barricades were demolished with artillery shot or dismantled by soldiers with the aid of prisoners taken during the fight. Van Hagen von Esser described how the defenders of a barricade near his house responded to the sound of approaching troops. The fighters were instantly ready. We could hear them whispering, and upon the order of a youthful, sonorous voice, "Gentlemen to the roofs," each went to his post. A private Schaderwinkel, who took part in the storming of a barricade in the Breitenstrasse, later recalled his role in the action. After the man beside him had been killed by a shot to the head, Schaderwinkel joined a handful of soldiers who broke into a building where protesters had been seen. Fired with murderous rage, the men charged up stairways and into apartments, cutting down anyone who resisted. "I am unable to give any precise account of events inside the house," Schaderwinkel declared. "I was in a state of agitation such as I have never been in before." Here, as in many parts of Berlin, innocent bystanders and the half-involved were killed along with the combatants. It proved much harder to take control of the city than the military commanders had imagined. At around midnight on the 18th of March, when General Pritvits, the new commander-in-chief of the counter-insurrectionary forces, reported to Friedrich William IV in the palace, he had to acknowledge that while his troops controlled the area between the river Spree, the Neue Friedrichstrasse, and the Spittelmarkt, A further advance was currently impossible. Pritvitz proposed that the city be evacuated, encircled and bombarded into submission. The king responded to this grim news with an almost otherworldly calm. Having thanked the general, he returned to his desk, where Pritvitz observed the elaborately comfortable way in which His Majesty pulled a furry foot muff over his feet, after taking off his boots and stockings, in order, as it seemed, to begin writing another lengthy document. The document in question was the address, "To my dear Berliners," published in the small hours of the following day, in which the king appealed to the residents of the city to return to order. "Return to peace, clear the barricades that still stand, and I give you my royal word that all streets and squares will be cleared of troops, and the military occupation reduced to a few necessary buildings." The order to pull the troops out of the city was given on the next day, shortly after noon. The king had placed himself in the hands of the revolution. This was a momentous decision, and a controversial one. The forced withdrawal from Berlin was the most vexing challenge the Prussian army had faced since 1806. Had the king simply lost his nerve? This was certainly the view taken by the hawks within the military. Prince William of Prussia, whose preference for hard measures had earned him the sobriquet, the Shrapnel Prince, was the most furious hawk of all. Having heard the news of the withdrawal, he marched up to his elder brother and spat out the words, "I have always known that you were a babbler, but not that you were a coward. One can no longer serve you with honor," before flinging his sword at the king's feet. With tears of rage in his eyes, the king is said to have replied, "This is just too bad. You can't stay here. You will have to go." William, by now the most hated figure in the city, was at length persuaded to leave Berlin in disguise and cool down in London. In retrospect, there is much to be said for the king's decision. The early departure of the troops prevented further bloodshed. This was an important consideration, given the ferocity of the fighting during the night of the 18th and 19th of March. With a toll of over 300 dead protesters and around 100 dead soldiers and officers, Berlin saw some of the bloodiest urban fighting of the German March Revolution. By contrast, the death toll for the March days in Vienna was around 50. Friedrich William's decision also preserved Berlin from artillery bombardment, a fate that was visited upon several European cities during that year, and it allowed the king to emerge as a public figure with his reputation untarnished by the violent confrontations in the capital, a matter of some weight if he intended to seize the opportunity offered by the revolution to reassert Prussia's leadership role among the German states. The turning of the tables. The impact of the Berlin events was reinforced by the news of unrest and rebellion across the kingdom. Since the beginning of March, there had been a crescendo of unlicensed rallies and mass meetings, riots, violence, and machine-breaking. Some protests, mainly in cities, focused on the articulation of liberal political demands, such as the call for a constitution, civil liberties, and legal reform. Others were directed against factories, warehouses, or machines that were seen as undermining the welfare of districts suffering from high unemployment. Around the Westphalian town of Zollingen, for example, cutlery workers attacked and demolished foundries and factories on the 16th and 17th of March. In Warendorf, a textiles town, unemployed weavers and tanners protested against factories using mechanized production methods. Along the riverbank towns of the Rhine, there were protests against the use of steamers that rendered these small river ports and the services they provided redundant. In some places, protesters even fired guns and small cannon at passing boats. Sometimes, liberals and radicals competed for control of the process of mobilization. In Cologne, for example, on the 3rd of March, a meeting of city deputies who had gathered together to discuss a liberal petition to the monarch was broken up by a large crowd demanding universal manhood suffrage and abolition of the standing army. The deputies fled the chamber, one of them breaking his leg as he leapt from a window. In Silesia, where less had been achieved in the way of agrarian emancipation than any other province, it was the peasants who took the lead, marching en masse to administrative offices and demanding the total abolition of the feudal system. The towns were focal points for the label street politics of the revolution. In Berlin alone, there were 125 episodes of public unrest. 46 were recorded in Cologne. 45 in Breslau, and 21 in liberal Königsberg. Smaller towns, especially in the Rhineland and Westphalia, also witnessed intense tumults and conflict. The simultaneity and force of this wave of protest, not only across the Kingdom of Prussia, but also across the German states and the continent of Europe, were overwhelming. In Berlin, the king was now at the mercy of the citizens. The meaning of this was brought home to him on the afternoon of the 19th of March, when he and his wife consented to stand on the public balcony, while the corpses of those insurgents who had fallen during the night's fighting were carried across the square, laid out on doors and pieces of wood, decorated with leaves, their clothes peeled back to reveal the wounds struck by shot, shrapnel, and bayonet. The king happened to be wearing his military cap. "Hat off!" roared an elderly man near the front of the crowd. The monarch doffed his cap and bowed his head. "The only thing missing now is the guillotine," murmured Queen Elizabeth, white with horror. It was a traumatic ritual humiliation. And yet, within days, the king began to inhabit his new role with a certain gusto. On the morning of the 21st of March, after placards had appeared in the city calling upon him to take up the cause of the German national movement, Friedrich William announced that he had decided to support the formation of an all-German parliament. He then engaged in a spectacular public relations exercise. Mounting the horse in the palace courtyard, he rode out into the city behind a civil guardsman carrying the German tricolour, much to the surprise and horror of his courtiers. The little procession moved slowly through packed and cheering crowds, stopping here and there so that the monarch could deliver short, impromptu speeches expressing his support for the German national cause. 4 days later, the king travelled out to Potsdam to see the commanders of the army, still furious over their removal from Berlin. "I have come to speak to you," he told the assembled officers, "in order to prove to the Berliners that they need to expect no reactionary strike from Potsdam." The climax came with the king's extraordinary declaration that he had never felt freer or more secure than under the protection of his citizens. According to one eyewitness, Otto von Bismarck, these words were greeted by a murmuring and clattering of sabre scabbards, such as a king of Prussia, in the midst of his officers, has never heard, and will hopefully never hear again. Few episodes convey more succinctly than this one the complexity of the king's position in the early days of the Revolution. He suspected, rightly as it turns out, that reactionary conspiracies were beginning to circulate among his alienated commanders, and he intended to nip these in the bud by securing a renewed assurance of their loyalty to his person. But the meeting also had a broader public function. Texts of the king's address were published almost immediately in the Vossische and the Allgemeine Preußische Zeitung in Berlin, with a view to assuring the city that the king had separated himself, at least for now, from his military, that his commitment to the revolution was genuine. Over the next few weeks, a new political order began to unfold in Prussia. On the 29th of March, the distinguished Rhenish businessman Ludolf Kamphausen, a leading liberal at the United Diet of 1847, was appointed prime minister. The new cabinet included as finance minister the liberal Rhenish entrepreneur and provincial delegate, David Hansemann. Within a few days of its opening session at the beginning of April, the Second United Diet passed a law providing for elections to a constituent Prussian National Assembly. The franchise was indirect. The voters elected a college of electors, who in turn voted for deputies. Otherwise, it was a remarkable progressive arrangement. All adult males were eligible to vote, providing they had resided in the same place for at least 6 months and were not receiving poor relief. The May elections returned a predominantly liberal and left-liberal assembly. About a sixth of the deputies were artisans and peasants, a higher proportion than could be found in the Frankfurt or Viennese revolutionary assemblies. Conservatives were few and far between. Only 7% of the deputies in the new National Assembly were landowners. The assembly was correspondingly robust in its handling of key symbolic issues. Over the summer and early autumn of 1848, it passed resolutions proposing narrower limits to the power of the monarchical executive, demanded the subordination of the army to the authority of the Constitution, and called for the abolition of seigneurial hunting rights without compensation. Hunting policy was a potent weapon of class warfare. The Camphausen government made valiant efforts to ensure that the new Prussia was run on liberal principles. There were bitter struggles with the king and his conservative advisers over the policy to be adopted vis-à-vis the Poles. Camphausen's foreign minister, Baron Heinrich Alexander von Arnim-Zukow, a liberal who had served as the Prussian minister to Paris until March 1848, favoured making concessions to the Polish national movement, whereas the king and his advisers were reluctant to alienate Russia by appearing to encourage the Poles. Predictably, the foreign minister was forced to yield on this question, and the Prussian army was sent into Posen to suppress the unrest there in May. There was also strife over the sensitive issue of ministerial co-responsibility for the conduct of military affairs. Friedrich William, like his predecessors, regarded the Prussian monarch's personal command over the army, the so-called Kommandogewalt, as an essential attribute to his sovereignty, and was unwilling to make any concessions in this area. To do so, he informed the cabinet in characteristically extravagant terms, would be incompatible with my honour as a human being, a Prussian and a king, and would lead me directly to abdication. Here again, it was the ministry that backed down. Unsurprisingly, there was also much contention over the new draft constitution, prepared in great haste by the Camphausen government, in the hope that it would be ready for presentation to the National Assembly after its opening on the 22nd of May. Friedrich William was unhappy with many aspects of this document, and later described his constitutional discussions with the ministers as the most ghastly hours of my life. The amended draft duly included revisions asserting that the monarch was king by the grace of God, that he exercised exclusive control over the army, and that the constitution was to be understood as an agreement, Vereinbarung, between himself and his people, as opposed to a basic law imposed by the sovereign by the popular will. By the time this much-discussed document came before the National Assembly in June, the mood in the city and in the Assembly itself had begun to sour. In Berlin, as in many parts of Prussia and Germany, the radical left was growing in numbers and confidence. Organizations and newspapers emerged to articulate the aspirations of those who rejected the elitism of the liberal program. On the streets, too, there were signs that the liberal government was losing its grip on popular opinion. There were bitter disagreements over how to manage the legacy of the March uprising. Should the insurrection be retrospectively decriminalized? There was bitter debate over this question in the Berlin National Assembly. When the majority of deputies refused to accept the legality of the uprising, the radical deputy, Julius Behrens, delivered a thundering oration in which he reminded the deputies that the Assembly owed its very existence to the barricade fighters of the 18th and 19th of March. At around the same time, the democratic newspaper Die Lokomotive accused the National Assembly of denying its origins, like a badly brought-up boy who does not respect his father. A memorial procession in honor of the March fallen attracted well over 100,000 people, but these were virtually all laborers, working women and journeymen, or, to put it more pointedly, people from the same social stratum as the dead barricade fighters themselves. Middle-class burghers, of the kind who predominated in the National Assembly, were conspicuous by their rarity. In this increasingly troubled climate, the chances of securing a majority in the National Assembly for the compromises enshrined in the first draft constitution were slim. When he failed to do so, Camphausen resigned on the 20th of June, and Hansemann was asked to form a new government. Prime Minister of the new cabinet was the liberal East Prussian nobleman Rudolf von Auswald. Hansemann remained finance minister. Over the following month, the Assembly's Constitutional Committee, chaired by the distinguished Democrat Benedikt Waldeck, presented a counter-proposal for the Assembly's consideration. The new draft constitution limited the monarch's power to block legislation, provided for a genuinely popular national militia, a throwback to the program of the radical military reformers, proposed the introduction of civil marriage, and removed the last traces of patrimonial privilege in rural areas. This draft was as contentious as the previous one. The resulting debates further polarized the Assembly, and no agreement was reached. The Constitution remained in limbo. It was the question of the relationship between the civilian and military authorities, a problem that would revisit Prussia in generations to come, they did most to undermine the fragile political compromise in Berlin. On the 31st of July, a violent clash over the arbitrary orders of a local army commander in the Silesian town of Schweidnitz resulted in the death of 14 civilians. There was a wave of outrage, in the course of which the Breslau deputy, Julius Stein, presented a motion to the National Assembly proposing that measures be introduced to ensure that officers and soldiers acted in conformity with constitutional values. By this he meant that all army personnel should distance themselves from reactionary tendencies and fraternize with civilians as proof of their commitment to the new political order. Stein could be faulted in retrospect for his diffuse formulations, but he expressed the understandably deepening alarm of the new political elite over the unbroken power of the military. If the army remained the compliant tool of interests opposed to the new order, then it might be said that the liberals and their institutions were living on sufferance, that their debates and lawmaking amounted to little more than a farcical performance. The Stein motion tapped a deep vein of nervousness in the Assembly and was passed with a substantial majority. Sensing that the king would not yield to pressure on the military issue, the Auerswald Hansemann government did its best to avoid taking actions that would precipitate a confrontation. But the patience of the Assembly soon ran out, and on the 7th of September it passed a resolution demanding that the government implement Stein's proposals. Friedrich Wilhelm was enraged and talked of restoring order in his disloyal and good-for-nothing capital by force. In the meanwhile, the controversy over the Stein proposals forced the government to resign. The new Prime Minister was General Ernst von Pfuel, the very man who had commanded the forces in and around Berlin on the eve of the 18th of March. Pfuel was a good choice. He was not a hardline conservative, but a man formed by the enthusiasms and political ferment of the revolutionary era. His youth had been consumed by an intense homoerotic friendship with the romantic dramatist Heinrich von Kleist. Pfuel was among those who had emigrated in a spirit of injured patriotism during the French occupation. A popular figure at the Jewish salons and a friend of Wilhelm von Humboldt, he was widely admired by liberal contemporaries for his tolerance and erudition. But not even the mild-mannered Pfuel could mediate successfully between a recalcitrant king and an obstreperous assembly, and on the 1st of November he too resigned. The announcement that his successor would be Count Friedrich Wilhelm von Brandenburg was greeted with dismay in the liberal ranks. Brandenburg was the king's uncle and the former commander of the 6th Army Corps in Breslau. He was the favoured candidate of the conservative circle around the king, and the purpose behind his appointment was straightforward. His task, according to Leopold von Gerlach, one of the king's most influential advisers, would be to show in every possible way that the king still rules in this country, and not the Assembly. The Assembly sent a delegation to Friedrich Wilhelm on the 2nd of November to protest against the new appointment, but it was brusquely dismissed. 1 week later, on the foggy morning of the 9th of November, Brandenburg presented himself before the Assembly in its temporary home on the Gendarmenmarkt, and announced that it was adjourned until the 27th of November, when it would meet in the city of Brandenburg. A few hours later, the new military commander-in-chief, General Wrangel, entered the capital at the head of 13,000 troops, and rode to the Gendarmenmarkt to inform the deputies in the Assembly personally that they would have to disperse. The Assembly responded by calling for passive resistance and announcing a tax strike. On the 11th of November, martial law was declared. The civil guards were disbanded and disarmed. Political clubs were closed down, and prominent radical newspapers were banned. Many of the deputies did attempt to congregate in Brandenburg on the 27th of November, but they were soon dispersed, and the Assembly was formally dissolved on the 5th of December. On the same day, in an astute political move, the Brandenburg government announced the promulgation of a new constitution. The revolution was over in the capital, but it smouldered on in the Rhineland, where the exceptionally well-organized political networks of the radicals were successful in mobilizing mass opposition to the counter-revolutionary measures of the Berlin government. There was strong support throughout the Rhine province for the tax boycott pronounced by the National Assembly in its dying hours. Every day for a month, The Neue Rheinische Zeitung, organ of the socialist left, ran the words "No more taxes" on its masthead. People's committees and citizens' committees sprang up to support the boycott in Cologne, Koblenz, Trier, and other towns. Outrage over the dissolution of the assembly blended with provincial hostility to Prussia. Confessional resentments, especially among Catholics, and the discontents associated with the patterns of economic stress and deprivation in the region. In Bonn, angry crowds insulted and beat tax officers and defaced or removed the Prussian eagles fixed to public buildings. In Düsseldorf on the 20th of November, there was a parade of the now illegal Civil Guard that culminated in a public oath to fight to the bitter end for the National Assembly and the rights of the people. The tax boycott campaign revealed the strength and social depth of the democratic movement in the Rhineland, and it certainly alarmed the Prussian authorities in the area. But the formal dissolution of the assembly in Brandenburg on the 5th of December deprived the Democrats of a political focus. The arrival of troop reinforcements, coupled with the imposition of martial law in some hotspots, and the disarmament of makeshift leftist militias, sufficed to restore state authority. How had this happened? Why was the revolution that unfolded with such force in March so easily checked in November? It has often been noted that the overwhelmingly proletarian fighters who died on the barricades in Berlin and the wealthy liberal businessmen who occupied ministerial posts in the March ministry represented utterly different social worlds and correspondingly opposed political expectations. The resulting divide ran right through the history of the revolution. The inability of liberals and radicals to agree on joint candidates for the May National Assembly elections, for example, meant that conservative and right-liberal candidates won instead. In the National Assembly in Berlin, the liberals consistently marginalized and stigmatized the social issues at the center of the radical program. As for the democratic left, it was successful in mobilizing mass support, especially in the Rhineland, a process facilitated by the politicization of popular culture in the 1840s. But the left, too, was divided. In May 1849, when a democratic uprising was organized in the Rhineland in support of the imperial constitution drawn up by the Frankfurt Parliament, the movement split between constitutional and Marxist or communist Democrats, who abstained on the grounds that the fate of a bourgeois constitution ought to be a matter of indifference to the working class. What really tipped the scales in Prussia was the underlying strength of the traditional authority. In this connection, it is worth noting that Friedrich William IV, the Romantic on the throne, acted with more intelligence and flexibility during the crisis than he has often been given credit for. Indeed, he performed his new role with surprising aplomb, remaining in the capital after the troops had left, and consenting in principle to the constitutionalization of the monarchy. He locked the liberals into an arduous process of negotiation, while biding his time, and looking for an opportunity to regain his freedom of maneuver. Behind the scenes, he gathered about him a cabal of conservatives determined to end the revolution at the earliest opportunity. By associating himself with the unionist objectives of the German national movement, he even secured a degree of popular legitimacy. In August 1848, when he visited the Rhineland, the popular enthusiasm was so intense that Karl Marx's Neue Rheinische Zeitung had to cancel an issue after the workers in the press room took the day off to cheer the king. Friedrich William IV may have suffered from a psychopathic fear of revolutionary upheaval, but his actions during the months of upheaval showed a sound tactical instinct. Then there was the fact that the revolution remained confined to particular areas of the kingdom. It was above all an urban event. There was certainly widespread rural protest, but with the exception of parts of the Rhineland, rural disorder tended to be very locally focused. Urban politicians found it difficult to win the interest and support of people in the countryside, and protesters there rarely mounted a principled challenge to the authority of the king or of the state and its organs. For the most part, the countryside, especially in the East Albion provinces, continued to support the crown. It was here that conservative opposition to the revolution began to organize itself as a mass movement. During the summer of 1848, a range of conservative associations, veterans' societies, patriotic leagues, Prussian leagues, and peasants' associations, proliferated across Brandenburg and Pomerania. The old core provinces, where attached to the Hohenzollern monarchy, ran deepest. By May 1849, organizations of this kind encompassed a membership of over 60,000. It was a movement of artisans, peasants, and shopkeepers, the people who had traditionally supported the evangelical voluntarism of the missionary societies. Another sign of the vitality of popular conservatism was the proliferation of military clubs for patriotic veterans. Groups of this kind had existed since the 1820s, but they generally catered specifically to veterans of the wars of liberation, and there were few of them. Their numbers rocketed from the summer of 1848. In Silesia, where there were 8 military clubs before 1848, a further 64 were founded in the immediate aftermath of the Revolution. In all, it is estimated that around 50,000 men in Brandenburg, Pomerania, and Silesia joined such associations during the years 1848 and 1849. In this sense, it could be said that the Revolution of 1848 represented a coming of age for Prussian conservatism, which began to find its way towards a practical partisan articulation of conservative interests, as well as ways of incorporating the voices and aspirations of ordinary people. Most important of all was the continuing loyalty and effectiveness of the Prussian army. It hardly needs saying that the army played a crucial role in the suppression of the revolution. It marched into Posen in May 1848 to put an end to the Polish uprising there. It expelled the National Assembly from its Berlin premises in November and closed down its successor in Brandenburg a few weeks later. It was called in to deal with countless local tumults across the country. Yet the loyalty of the army was a less straightforward phenomenon than we might imagine. It was, after all, an army of Prussian citizens. The majority of soldiers were drawn from every social strata that supported the revolution. Moreover, many of them were recalled at short notice from leave during the summer, which meant that they went directly from participating in the revolution to assisting in its suppression. It thus makes sense to ask why more men of the ranks did not defect or refuse to serve, or form revolutionary cells within the armed forces. Some did, of course. The radicals in particular made strenuous efforts to woo soldiers into crossing the picket line, and they were sometimes successful. Some local Landwehr units split into opposing democratic and loyalist factions. In Breslau, a radical Landwehr club succeeded in attracting a membership of over 2,000. Despite the worst fears of the military leadership, however, the great majority of troops remained loyal to the king and their commanders. This was true not only of the East Elbian troops, though it was especially true of them, but also of most of those who hailed from hotspots such as Westphalia and the Rhineland. The motivations for their compliance obviously varied according to local conditions and individual circumstances, but one factor stands out. This is the widespread belief among soldiers entrusted with the repression of local insurgencies that they were not closing down, but on the contrary, protecting the revolution, safeguarding the constitutional order against the anarchy and disorder of the radicals. Soldiers did not, on the whole, see themselves as the shock troops of counter-revolution, but as the preservers of the march achievements, against the threat posed by radical tumult. Indeed, so strong was the identification of some units with the struggle of the Prussian state to restore order, that it could temporarily sweep aside the particularism of local and regional identities. So it was that the tax boycott campaign, supported by radicals in Dusseldorf, was brought to an end in November 1848 by 2 companies of the 16th Westphalian Infantry Regiment, who marched into the city singing the Prussia song, "I am a Prussian, do you know my colours?" This perspective acquired a certain plausibility from the fact that the focus of initiative within the revolution did indeed pass swiftly to the radical left. From mid-April until July 1849, the German states were rocked once again by a wave of insurrections that extended from Saxony and the Prussian Rhineland to Baden, Württemberg, and the Bavarian Palatinate. Although the insurgents involved in this second revolution claimed to be rising in support of the Frankfurt Parliament and its national constitution, they were essentially social revolutionaries, whose program recalled the politics of Jacobin radicalism. The position was especially critical in Baden, where the collapse of morale within the army opened the way to the establishment of a Committee of Public Safety and a revolutionary provisional government. Prussian troops working beside contingents from Württemberg, Nassau and Hesse played a crucial role in suppressing this last radical spasm of the revolution. They assisted the Saxon army in putting down the insurrection in the city of Dresden, in which Richard Wagner and the anarchist Mikhail Bakunin both participated, and then marched south to retake the Palatinate. On the 21st of June, Confederate forces defeated an insurgent army at Waghäusel and ended the revolution in the Grand Duchy of Baden. These were bitter and deadly encounters. Unlike in 1848, the revolutionaries of the second phase formed an armed force, numbering over 45,000 men, and fought pitched battles with the enemy, in which they defended themselves with courage and desperation. The campaign in the south ended only with the capitulation of the hungry and demoralized remainder of the Revolutionary Army at the fortress of Rastatt on the 23rd of July, 1849. Under a Prussian occupation administration, 3 special courts were established in Freiburg, Mannheim, and Rastatt to try the leading insurrectionists. Staffed by Badenese jurists and Prussian officers, and operated in accordance with Baden law, these tribunals issued verdicts against 64 civilians and 51 military personnel. There were 31 death sentences, of which 27 were actually carried out, executed by Prussian troops. According to one eyewitness who saw the firing squads at work inside the walls of Rastatt fortress, the Prussians obeyed their orders to a man, though they returned from the execution grounds with faces as white as chalk. Germany calling. 1848 was the year of the nationalists. Across Europe, the political and social upheavals of the revolution were intertwined with national aspirations. Nationalism was contagious. German and Italian nationalists were inspired by the example of the Swiss liberals, whose conquest of the conservative Sonderbund in 1847 paved the way to the creation of the first Swiss federal state. In the southern German states, Republican nationalists even formed volunteer brigades to fight alongside the Protestant Swiss cantons. Italian revolutionary nationalism, in turn, stirred the ambitions of the Croats, whose chief nationalist organ, in the absence of an agreed Croatian literary idiom, was the Italian language L'Avventura in Dubrovnik. German nationalism stimulated the Czech patriotic movement. So powerful was the spell cast by the national idea, the Europeans could derive vicarious excitement from each other's national causes. Liberals in Germany, France and Britain became enthusiasts of Polish, Greek and Italian liberty. Nationalism was a potentially radical force for 2 reasons. Firstly, nationalists, like liberals and radicals, claimed to speak for the people rather than the crown. For liberals, the people was a political community composed of educated, tax-paying citizens. For the nationalists, it denoted an ethnicity defined by a common language and culture. In this sense, liberalism and nationalism were ideological cousins. Indeed, nationalism was in some respects more inclusive than liberalism, whose horizons were confined to a wealthy, educated and largely urban elite. Nationalism, by contrast, in theory at least, embraced every last member of the ethnic community. There was a close affinity here with the democratic orientation of mid-century radicalism. It is no coincidence that many German radicals became uncompromising nationalists. Secondly, nationalism was subversive because, in many parts of Europe, the realization of the national vision implied fundamental transformations of the political map. Hungarian nationalists sought to separate themselves from the commonwealth of people under Habsburg rule. Lombard and Venetian patriots chafed under Habsburg rule. The Poles dreamed of a reconstituted Poland within the borders of 1772. Some Polish nationalists even called for the return of Pomerania. Greek, Romanian and Bulgarian nationalists dreamed of throwing off the yoke of Ottoman imperial power. If nationalism implied the political disintegration of the Habsburg monarchy, in Germany its thrust was integrative. It aimed to solder together the sundered parts of a putatively single German fatherland. How exactly the new Germany would look in practice was unclear. How would the unity of the new nation be reconciled with the rights and powers of the traditional monarchies? How much power would be concentrated in the central authority? Would the new German Union be led by Austria or by Prussia? Where would its borders lie? These were questions that prompted endless contention and debate as the revolution unfolded. The national question was discussed in all the chancelleries and legislatures of the German states. But the pre-eminent theatre of public debate was the National Parliament that opened on the 18th of April, 1848, in St. Paul's Church in Frankfurt, Main. This assembly, comprising deputies from all over the German states elected under a national franchise, set itself the task of drawing up the constitution for a new united Germany. The interior of the parliamentary chamber, an elegant elliptical rotunda, was draped in the national colours and dominated by a huge painting of Germania by the artist Philipp Veit. Veit's monumental allegorical work, which was painted onto canvas and hung in front of the organ loft in the main chamber, showed a standing female figure, crowned in oak leaves, a cast-off manacle at her feet. Behind her, the rising sun loosed darts of light through the tricolour fabric of the national flag. The attitude of the Prussian authorities to the national project was of necessity ambivalent. Inasmuch as nationalists posed a principled challenge to the authority of the German territorial crowns, they were recognized as a subversive and dangerous force. This was the logic behind the campaign waged against the demagogues in the post-war years. On the other hand, Prussian governments had no objection in principle to the creation of a tighter and more cohesive political organization of the German states, so long as this process served Berlin's power political interests. This was the logic at work in Prussia's sponsorship of the customs union and its support for stronger confederal security arrangements. By the 1840s, this consistent and self-interested pursuit of greater interterritorial cohesion implied a more nuanced response to nationalism than had been possible in the immediate post-war years. If national sentiment could be managed, if it could be co-opted into some kind of partnership with the Prussian state, then national enthusiasm was a force that might be cultivated and exploited. This policy could bear fruit, of course, only if the nationalists in question could be persuaded that Prussia's interest and that of Germany as a whole were one and the same. During the 1840s, the idea of an alliance between Prussia and the liberal nationalist movement came to appear increasingly plausible. In the aftermath of the war scare of 1840–41 and the crisis in 1846 over the future of the ethnically mixed duchies of Schleswig and Holstein on the border with Denmark, moderate liberals throughout Germany looked increasingly to Prussia as a surrogate for the underdeveloped security arrangements of the Confederation. Prussia must place itself at the head of Germany, the Heidelberg professor Georg Gottfried Gervinus told Friedrich Engels in 1843, though he added that Berlin would first have to enact constitutional reform. The Deutsche Zeitung, a liberal journal founded in May 1847, explicitly advocated the pursuit of German unity through an active foreign policy, to be achieved through an alliance between the Prussian state and the nationalist movement. The appeal to national aspirations featured prominently in the Prussian king's early reactions to the revolutionary upheaval of March 1848. On the morning of the 21st of March, 2 days after the uprising and the departure of the army from the capital, a poster authorized by the king broadcast the following oracular announcement. A new and glorious history is beginning for you today. You are henceforth once again a single great nation, strong, free, and powerful in the heart of Europe. Trusting in your heroic support and your spiritual rebirth, Prussia's Friedrich William IV has placed himself at the head of the movement for the redemption of Germany. You will see him on horseback today in your midst, with the venerable colours of the German nation. Sure enough, the Prussian king appeared at midday, sporting a tricolour armband. Some accounts speak of a sash in the national colours, with the national flag behind him, held aloft by a member of a Berlin shooting club. Throughout this curious royal perambulation through the capital, the talk was of the nation. Students hailed the passing king as the new German emperor, and Friedrich William halted at intervals to address onlookers on the great importance of current developments for the future of the German nation. To drive the message home, the red, black and gold flag was flown that evening from the dome of the royal palace. A cabinet order dispatched to the Ministry of War announced that since the king would henceforth be devoting himself entirely to the German question, and expected Prussia to play a role in the resolution of the same, he wished the troops of his army to wear the German cockade as well as the Prussian one. Most astonishing of all was the declaration issued on the evening of the 21st of March under the title, "To my people and to the German nation." The address began by recalling the dangerous days of 1813, when King Friedrich William III had rescued Prussia and Germany from shame and humiliation, and went on to argue that in the current crisis, the collaboration of Germany's princes under a unified leadership was essential. Today I assume this leadership. My people, which does not fear danger, will not forsake me, and Germany will join me in a spirit of trust. I have today taken up the old German colours, and have placed myself and my people under the venerable banner of the German Reich. Prussia is henceforth merged in Germany. It would be a mistake to see these extravagant gestures simply as an opportunist attempt to rally mass support around a beleaguered monarchy. Friedrich William's enthusiasm for Germany was entirely authentic, and long predated the outbreak of the 1848 revolutions. Indeed, there is something to be said for the view that he was the first truly German-minded monarch to occupy the Hohenzollern throne. Friedrich William was deeply involved in the project to resume the construction of Cologne Cathedral, an imposing Gothic structure begun in 1248, but unfinished since work had ground to a halt in 1560. There had been talk of completing the cathedral since the turn of the century, and Friedrich William became an enthusiastic advocate and supporter of the idea. In 1842, 2 years after his accession, the king travelled to the Rhineland to take part in celebrations, inaugurating the building works. He attended Protestant and Catholic services, and presided over a cornerstone ceremony at which, to the astonishment and delight of the onlookers, he delivered a sparkling impromptu speech, praising the spirit of German unity and strength embodied in the cathedral project. At around the same time, he wrote to Metternich that he had decided to devote himself to ensuring the greatness, power, and honour of Germany. When Friedrich William spoke of German unity, he was not referring to the political unity of a nation-state, but to the diffuse, cultural, sacral unity of the medieval German Reich. His speculations did not, therefore, necessarily imply a challenge to Austria's traditional captaincy within the community of German states. Even during the war crisis of 1840–41, when Friedrich William supported efforts to extend Prussia's influence over the security arrangements of the South German states, he was reluctant to contemplate a direct confrontation with Vienna. In the spring months of 1848, the Prussian king's vision of the German future was still, in essence, a vision of the past. On the 24th of April, Friedrich William told the Hanoverian liberal and Frankfurt deputy, Friedrich Christoph Dahlmann, that his vision for Germany was a kind of reinvigorated Holy Roman Empire, in which a king of the Germans, a Prussian perhaps, would be chosen by a revived college of electors and wield executive power under the honorary captaincy of a Habsburg Roman emperor. As a romantic monarchical legitimist, he deplored the idea of a unilateral bid for power that would injure the historic rights of the other German crowns. He thus professed to be horrified when his new liberal foreign minister, Heinrich Alexander von Arnim-Zukow, appointed the 21st of March, proposed that he should accept the crown of a new German empire. "Against my own declared and well-motivated will," he complained to a close conservative associate, "Arnim-Zukow wants to present me with the imperial title. I will not accept the crown." Yet the king's objection to a Prussian imperial title was by no means categorical. It would be another matter entirely if the other German princes voluntarily elected him to a position of preeminence, and the Austrians were willing to renounce their ancient claim to leadership within the German Commonwealth. Under these circumstances, he told King Friedrich August II of Saxony during the first week of May, he would be willing to consider accepting the crown of a new German Reich. These were highly speculative reflections at the time, but as events unfolded over the summer and autumn of 1848, they came to seem increasingly plausible. Within a month of the outbreak of the Revolution, Prussia had an opportunity to demonstrate its willingness to show leadership in the defense of the German national interest. A crisis was brewing over the future of the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, predominantly agrarian principalities that straddled the frontier between German and Danish-speaking northern Europe. The complex legal and constitutional status of the two duchies was defined by three awkward facts. Firstly, a law dating back to the 15th century forbade the separation of the two principalities. Secondly, Holstein was a member of the German Confederation, but Schleswig to the north was not. Thirdly, the duchies operated under a different law of succession from that of the Kingdom of Denmark. Succession through the female line was possible in the kingdom, but not in the duchies, where the Salic law prevailed. The inheritance issue began to cause consternation in the early 1840s, when it became clear that the Danish crown prince, Friedrich VII, was likely to die without issue. For the government in Copenhagen, the prospect loomed that Schleswig, with its numerous Danish speakers, might be separated forever from the Danish state. In order to guard against this eventuality, Friedrich's father, Christian VIII, issued the so-called Open Letter of 1846, in which he announced the application of Danish inheritance law to Schleswig. This would permit the Danish crown to retain its rights in the principality through the female line, should the future king die childless. The crisis triggered in the German states by the Open Letter brought about a dramatic intensification of nationalist sentiment. As we have seen, it also prompted many moderate liberals to look to Prussia for leadership in the face of the threat posed to the German interest, and specifically the German minority in Schleswig, by the Danish government. Shortly after his accession to the Danish throne on the 20th of January 1848, Friedrich VII brought the issue to a head by announcing the imminent publication of a national Danish constitution and stating that the king intended to integrate Schleswig into the Danish unitary state. A process of escalation was now underway on both sides of the border. In Copenhagen, Friedrich VII's hand was forced by the nationalist Idedane movement. In Berlin, Friedrich William IV was pressured into responding by Arnim Zuko, a beneficiary of the March uprising. On the 21st of March, the new Danish government annexed Schleswig. The Germans in the south of Schleswig responded by forming a revolutionary provisional government. Outraged by the Danish annexation, the confederal authorities voted to make Schleswig a member of the German Confederation. Acting with the official endorsement of the German Confederation, the Prussians assembled a military contingent, reinforced by small units from several other northern German states, and marched into Schleswig on the 23rd of April. The German troops quickly overran the Danish positions and pressed northward into Danish Jutland, though they found it impossible to break the superiority of the Danish forces at sea. There was jubilation among the nationalists, especially in the Frankfurt Parliament, where several of the most prominent liberal deputies, including Georg Bieseler, Friedrich Christoph Dahlmann, and the historian Johann Gustav Droysen, had close personal connections with the duchies. What the nationalists failed adequately to appreciate was the fact that the Schleswig-Holstein question was swiftly becoming an international affair. In St. Petersburg, Tsar Nicholas was furious to find his Prussian brother-in-law working, as he saw it, hand in hand with the revolutionary nationalists. He threatened to send in Russian troops if Prussia did not withdraw from the duchies. This energetic Russian démarche in turn aroused the disquiet of the English government, which feared that the Schleswig-Holstein question might serve as a pretext for the creation of a Russian protectorate over Denmark. Since the Danes controlled access to the Baltic Sea, the Danish Straits of Zun and Kattegat were known as the Bosporus of the North. This was a matter of great strategic concern to London. The pressure for a Prussian withdrawal began to mount. Sweden joined the fray, along with France, and Prussia was forced to agree to a mutual evacuation of troops under the terms of the Armistice of Malmö, signed on the 26th of August, 1848. The armistice came to a profound shock to the deputies in Frankfurt. The Prussians had signed it unilaterally, without the slightest reference to the Frankfurt Parliament. Nothing could better have demonstrated the impotence of this assembly, which was headed by a provisional imperial government, but had no armed force of its own, and no means of obliging territorial governments to comply with its will. It was a serious blow to the legitimacy of the Parliament, which had already begun to lose its grip on public opinion in the German states. In the initial mood of outrage that greeted the news of the armistice, a majority of the deputies voted on the 5th of September to block its implementation. but this was mere posturing, since the executive in Frankfurt had no means of controlling the situation in the north. On the 16th of September, the members voted again. This time they capitulated to power political realities and accepted the armistice. During the riots that followed in the streets of Frankfurt, 2 conservative deputies were slain by an angry mob. Prussia thus demolished the hopes of the German nationalists, and yet this setback paradoxically helped to reinforce the Prussophilia of many moderate nationalist liberals, for it confirmed the centrality of Prussia to any future political resolution of the German question. In the meanwhile, the Frankfurt Parliament was struggling to resolve the matter of the relationship between the Habsburg monarchy and the rest of Germany. Towards the end of October 1848, the deputies voted to adopt a Greater German, Großdeutsch, solution to the national question. The Habsburg German and Czech lands would be included in the new German Reich. The non-German Habsburg lands would have to be formed into a separate constitutional entity and ruled from Vienna under a personal union. The problem was that the Austrians had no intention of accepting such an arrangement. Austria was by now recovering from the trauma of the revolution. In a vengeful crusade that took 2,000 lives, Vienna was retaken by government troops at the end of October. On the 27th of November, Prince Felix zu Schwarzenberg, chief minister in Vienna's new conservative government, exploded the Greater German option by announcing that he intended the Habsburg monarchy to remain a unitary political entity. The consensus at Frankfurt now shifted in the direction of the Lesser German, Kleindeutsch solution, favoured by a faction of moderate Protestant liberal nationalist deputies. Under the terms of a Lesser German option, Austria would be excluded from the new national polity, preeminence within which would pass, by default if not by design, to the Kingdom of Prussia. Friedrich William's speculations on a Prussian imperial crown were drifting from dream into reality. Late in November 1848, Heinrich von Gagern, the new Prime Minister of the Provincial Reich government in Frankfurt, travelled to Berlin to attempt to persuade Friedrich William to accept, in principle, a German imperial crown. Friedrich William initially refused, observing famously that the imperial title on offer was an invented crown of dirt and clay, but he also kept open the option of an acceptance, should the Austrians and the other German princes be in agreement. The signals broadcast by the government in Berlin were sufficiently encouraging to keep the small German option afloat for the next few months. On the 27th of March 1849, the Frankfurt Assembly voted, by a narrow margin, to approve a monarchical constitution for the new Germany, and on the following day, a majority voted for Friedrich William IV as German Emperor. In one of the famous set pieces of German history, a delegation from the Assembly, led by the Prussian liberal Eduard von Simson, travelled to Berlin to make a formal offer. The king received them on the 3rd of April, thanked them warmly for the trust that they, in the name of the German people, had placed in his person, but refused the crown, on the grounds that Prussia could accept such an honour only on terms agreed with the other legitimate princes of the German states. In a letter addressed to his sister Charlotte, officially known as Tsarina Alexandra Fyodorovna, but intended for the eyes of her husband, he spoke a different language. You may have read my reply to the man, donkey, dog, pig and cat delegation from Frankfurt. It means in simple German, "Sirs, you have not any right at all to offer me anything whatsoever. Ask, yes, you may ask, but give, no. For in order to give, you would first of all have to be in possession of something that can be given, and this is not the case." With Friedrich William's rejection of the crown, the fate of the great parliamentary experiment in Frankfurt was sealed. Yet the idea of a Prussian-led German union was not yet dead. During April, the Berlin government made it clear through a sequence of announcements that Friedrich William IV was still willing to lead a German federal state of some kind. On the 22nd of April, the king's old friend, Joseph Maria von Radowitz, who had been serving as a deputy to the Frankfurt Parliament, was recalled to Berlin to coordinate policy on a German union. Radowitz aimed to disarm the objections of Vienna by proposing a system of 2 concentric unions. Prussia would lead a relatively cohesive, narrower union, which in turn would be loosely linked to Austria through a broader union, During May 1849, there were arduous negotiations with representatives of the lesser German kingdoms, Bavaria, Württemberg, Hanover, and Saxony. At the same time, it was recognized that the new entity would not succeed unless it possessed some degree of legitimacy in public opinion. To this end, Radowitz rallied liberal and conservative advocates of the small German idea at a widely publicized meeting in the city of Gotha. Amazingly, the Austrians seemed willing to consider the Radowitz plan. The Austrian envoy in Berlin, Count Proksch von Osten, was less hostile than might have been expected. Despite these positive signs, the Union project soon ran into serious trouble. It proved extraordinarily difficult to forge a compromise acceptable to all the key players. 26 lesser territories expressed their willingness to join, but Bavaria and Württemberg, as ever, remained suspicious of Prussian intentions and stayed out. By the winter of 1849, Saxony and Hanover had also pulled back, followed by Baden. The Austrians, for their part, turned decisively against the idea and began insisting first, from late February 1850, upon the inclusion of any proposed union of the entire Habsburg monarchy, and later, from early May, upon the reinstatement of the old German Confederation. In this they were supported by the Russians, who heartily disapproved of Radowitz and his program and intended to assist Austria against any serious challenge to its position in Germany. The accumulating tension between Berlin and Vienna came to a head in September 1850. The flashpoint was a political conflict in the electorate of Hesse-Kassel, a small territory that straddled the network of Prussian military roads linking Rhineland and Westphalia with the East Albion core provinces. The elector of Hesse-Kassel, a notoriously reactionary figure, had attempted to force through counter-revolutionary measures against the will of the territorial Diet, or Landtag. When influential elements within the army and the bureaucracy refused to comply, he called upon the aid of the revived German Confederation. The Diet had been reinstated in Frankfurt, albeit without delegates from the Union territories, on the 2nd of September. Schwarzenberg immediately saw his opportunity. The deployment of Confederal troops in Hesse-Kassel would force the Prussians to back away from their Unionist plans and to accept the resurrected Confederal Diet, with its Austrian presidency, as the legitimate political organization of the German states. Steered by the Austrians, the Diet accordingly voted to restore the elector's authority in Hesse-Kassel through a federal execution. Enraged by this provocation, Friedrich William IV appointed Radowitz foreign minister, with a view to signalling that Prussia had no intention of backing down. A German civil war now seemed imminent. On the 26th of October, the Diet in Frankfurt authorized Hanoverian and Bavarian forces to intervene in Hesse-Kassel. The Prussians deployed their own forces to the Hessian frontier, ready to resist a Confederal incursion. There followed a chain of stops and starts. On the 1st of November, news reached Berlin that the federal execution had begun. Bavarian troops had crossed the Hessian border. The Prussian cabinet was initially inclined to stop short of a full mobilization and seek a negotiated settlement, but this changed 4 days later when Schwarzenberg, pressing for an outright humiliation, demanded that Berlin remove the small troop contingents guarding the key Prussian military routes across Hesse-Kassel. Friedrich William and his ministers now reluctantly resolved to order a full mobilization. On the 24th of November, Schwarzenberg, supported by Russia, served an ultimatum to Berlin demanding a complete Prussian withdrawal from Hesse-Kassel within the next 48 hours. Just as time was running out, Prussia agreed to further negotiations, and everyone backed away from war. At a conference in Olmütz, Bohemia, on the 28th and 29th of November, the Prussians stood down. Under the terms of the agreement known as the Punctuation of Olmütz, Berlin undertook to participate in a joint federal intervention against Hesse-Kassel and to demobilize the Prussian army. Prussia and Austria also agreed to work together as equals in negotiating a reformed and restructured confederation. These negotiations duly took place, but the promise of reform was not fulfilled. The confederation was restored with some minor modifications in 1851. The lessons of failure. Through the shouting and gunfire of the March days, Friedrich William IV had heard German music. Among the many German sovereigns who feared for their thrones in that tumultuous year, he was the only one to drape himself in the colours of the nation. While the Habsburg monarchy turned inward to confront its multiple domestic revolutions, Prussia began to play a leading role in German affairs, confronting the Danes over Schleswig, and leading the efforts to repress the Second Revolution of 1849 in the southern states. With some success, Berlin cultivated the pro-Russian faction emerging within the German liberal movement, creating a degree of public legitimacy for its hegemonial designs. Prussia pursued the Union project in a spirit of flexibility and compromise, hoping thereby to build a German entity that would be both popular in the elitist liberal sense and monarchical without alienating Vienna. But the Union project failed, and with it the king's hopes of placing Prussia at the head of a united Germany. What light does this failure shed on the condition of Prussia and its place in the Commonwealth of German states after the revolutions of 1848? The events of 1848–50 revealed, among other things, how very disjointed the Prussian executive still was. Because the monarch, rather than the cabinet or ministry of state, was still at the centre of the decision-making process, factionalism and rivalry within the antechamber of power remained a serious problem. Indeed, in some respects, this tendency was reinforced by the revolutions, which forced the king into the arms of the conservative circles at court. This was a source of endless problems for Radowitz, who was loathed by the court camarilla and lived in constant fear of conspiracies against him. It also meant that Berlin's support for the Unionist initiative at times appeared half-hearted, as powerful ministers and advisers close to the king let it be known to compatriots and foreign emissaries alike that they did not support the Radowitz policy. Even Friedrich William IV himself, who liked to peer at questions from every possible angle, occasionally gave signs of wavering in his support for his beloved favourite. This systematic irresolution in Berlin in turn reinforced Schwarzenberg's determination to press the Prussians hard over Hesse-Kassel. His ultimate aim was not to wage war against Prussia, but to get rid of the radical leadership there and strike an agreement with the conservatives, with whom one could safely share power in Germany. The Austrians could still, in other words, exploit the divisions within the Prussian executive, just as they had done in the 1830s and 1840s. Here was a problem that would be resolved only when a powerful prime minister succeeded in suppressing the antechamber and imposing his authority on the government. The particularism of the lesser states was a further obstacle. Bavaria refused to join the Prussian Union. Baden and Saxony refused to stay in it. This was a poor reward for the bloody work the Prussians had done in restoring monarchical authority in all three states. In Baden, the Grand Duke owed his very existence as sovereign to the intervention of the Prussians, who remained in occupation until 1852. It was as if the treasury of merits the Prussians had worked so hard to accumulate through the customs union, German security policy, and the suppression of revolution counted for nothing. The irony did not escape the notice of those two percipient contemporary Prussians, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, who wrote from London in October 1850. Prussia had restored the rule of the forces of reaction everywhere, and the more these forces re-established themselves, the more the petty princes deserted Prussia to throw themselves into the arms of Austria. Now that they could again rule as they had done before March 1848, absolutist Austria was closer to them than a power whose ability to be absolutist was no greater than its desire to be liberal. The debacle of 1850 thus confirmed to a time-honoured pattern. The Habsburgs would never be able to sound the bright trumpets of German unity, but they could still play masterfully upon the wheezing organ of the Confederation. In the ears of the lesser German dynasties, this was still the more congenial music. Schwarzenberg's success in facing down the Prussians over Hesse-Kassel would have been unthinkable without the advantages of an international setting that favoured Vienna against Berlin. Here was another lesson that Prussian sovereigns had had to learn at intervals throughout the history of the kingdom. The German question was ultimately a European question. It could not be addressed, let alone resolved, in isolation. Russia, France, Britain, and Sweden all joined in pressing Berlin to back down in the war with Denmark in the summer of 1848, and Russian aid was essential in restoring Vienna to a position where it could respond forcefully to the challenge from Berlin. It was the Russians who tipped the balance in the struggle between Habsburg forces and the Hungarian Revolution, the largest, best organized and most determined insurrection of 1848 anywhere in Europe. Behind Schwarzenberg, at Olmütz, stood the incalculable power of the Russian Tsar. At the Tsar's command, Marx and Engels predicted in October 1850, rebellious Prussia will finally give way without a drop of blood being spilled. From the perspective of November 1850, it was clear that a successful bid for German unity by Prussia would require a fundamental change in the power-political constellation of Europe. How this transformation might come about, and what consequences it would entail, were matters beyond the horizon of even the most imaginative contemporaries. For the enthusiasts of the Unionist project, the punctuation seemed a shocking defeat, a humiliation, a stain on the kingdom's honour that called out for vengeance. The liberal nationalist historian Heinrich von Siebel, who had studied with Leopold Ranke in Berlin, later recalled the mood of disappointment. The Prussians, he wrote, had cheered their king as he took up the national cause against the Danes, and defended the worthy people of Hesse-Kassel against their tyrannical elector. But now came a change. The dagger slipped from the trembling fist, and many a doughty warrior shed bitter tears into his beard. From 1,000 throats rang a single cry of pain. For the second time, the work of Friedrich the Great had been annihilated. Siebel was exaggerating. There were many who welcomed the news of Olmütz, including, of course, the conservative enemies of Radowitz. One of these was Otto von Manteuffel, who had been long pressing for a negotiated settlement with Austria, and was appointed Minister-President and Foreign Minister on the 5th of December 1850. He was to remain in both posts for most of the following decade. Another was the conservative deputy Otto von Bismarck. In a famous speech to the Prussian Parliament on the 3rd of December 1850, Bismarck welcomed the Olmütz Agreement, adding that he did not think it lay in Prussia's interest to play Don Quixote all over Germany on behalf of disgruntled parliamentary celebrities. Gekränkte Kammer, Celebritaten. And even those national-minded Protestant liberals who had supported the Unionist project conceded that Olmütz was also a moment of sobriety and clarification after the rhetorical excesses of the Revolution. Realities, wrote the small German nationalist and historian Johann Gustav Droysen in 1851, began to triumph over ideals, interests over abstractions. Not through freedom, not through national resolutions would the unity of Germany be achieved. What was called for was one power against the other powers. Far from undermining Droysen's belief in Prussia's German vocation, the setbacks of 1848-50 actually reinforced it. In an essay published in 1854, on the eve of the Crimean War, he expressed the hope that a determined Prussia would one day emerge to assert its leadership over the other German states, and thereby found a unified Protestant German nation. After 1806 came 1813, after Ligny, Waterloo. In truth, we need the cry, "Forward," and everything will spring into motion. The New Synthesis. Historical narratives of the 1848 revolutions across Europe commonly end with an elegiacal reflection on the failure of revolution, the triumph of reaction, the execution, imprisonment, persecution, or exile of radical activists, and the concerted efforts of subsequent administrations to erase by force the memory of insurrection. It is a commonplace that the restoration of order in 1848-9 ushered in an era of reaction in Prussia. There was a concerted effort to erase the memory of insurrection from public awareness. Ceremonies in honor of the March Fallen and processions to their graves in the Friedrichshain cemetery were strictly forbidden. The police were consolidated, enlarged, and its sphere of responsibility extended. The democratic suffrage conceded by the Prussian authorities under the Constitution of December 1848 was rescinded in April 1849. Under the new franchise, nearly all male inhabitants of the kingdom were entitled to a vote, but their votes differed in value, since they were divided into 3 classes, according to their taxable income. Each class voted for 1/3 of the electors, who in turn elected the deputies to the parliament. In 1849, the steep income differentials across the kingdom's population meant that the first class, representing the wealthiest 5% of the electorate, voted for as many electors as the second, 12.6%, and the third, 82.7%. The Parliament was settled in 1855 with a new upper house, the Herrenhaus, loosely modelled on the British House of Lords, and containing not a single elected member. The revived German Confederation returned to its time-honoured role as an organ of domestic repression throughout the German states, and issued the Confederal Act of the 6th of July, 1854, which, coupled with supporting legislation on the individual states, introduced a range of instruments to inhibit the circulation of subversive publications. Even more significant was the Confederal Act on Associations, passed just over a week later, which subjected all political associations to police supervision and forbade them to maintain relations with each other. Yet there was no return to the conditions of the pre-March era, nor should we think of the revolutions as a failure. The Prussian upheavals of 1848 were not, to borrow A.J.P. Taylor's phrase, a turning point, where Prussia failed to turn. They were a watershed between an old world and a new. The decade that began on March 1848 witnessed a profound transformation in political and administrative practices, a revolution in government. The upheaval itself may have ended in failure, marginalization, exile or imprisonment for some of its protagonists, but its momentum communicated itself like a seismic wave to the fabric of the Prussian, and not only the Prussian, administration, changing structures and ideas, bringing new priorities into government, and reorganizing old ones, reframing political debates. Prussia was now, for the first time in its history, a constitutional state with an elected parliament. This fact in itself created an entirely new point of departure for political developments in the kingdom. The Prussian Constitution of 1848 was promulgated by the Crown, rather than drawn up by an elected assembly. Yet it was popular with the great majority of liberals and the moderate conservatives. The leading liberal newspapers welcomed the Constitution and even defended it against its detractors on the left, on the grounds that it incorporated most of what the liberals had demanded and was thus the work of the people. The fact that the government had broken with liberal principle by issuing it without parliamentary sanction was widely overlooked. Over the years that followed, the Constitution became a part of Prussian public life. Moreover, the unwillingness of the moderate liberals to risk a return to open confrontation and revolution on the one hand, and the readiness of the government to persevere with a policy of reform on the other, furnished the basis for a governmental coalition of factions that could generally muster a majority in the lower chamber. By contrast with the old provincial estates of the pre-March era, which were dominated by the regional nobilities, the new representative system, centered on the Landtag in Berlin, had the effect of gradually pruning back the political dominance in rural areas of the old land-owning class, and thereby altered in a lasting way the balance of power within Prussian society. This effect was amplified by the Commutation Law of 1850, which completed the work begun by the agrarian reformers of the Napoleonic era, and finally eliminated patrimonial jurisdictions in the countryside. Otto von Manteuffel, Minister-President of Prussia from 1850 until 1858, was thus not wrong in seeing himself as overseeing the advent of a new age for Prussia. The basis for what would later be called the New Era of liberal resurgence after 1858 could already be discerned within the constitutional system forged by the Revolution. The tone was set after 1848 by a loose post-revolutionary coalition that answered to the aspirations both of the more statist and moderate elements of liberalism and of the more innovative and entrepreneurial elements among the old conservative elites. There were parallels here with the marriage, connubio, between right-liberal and reform-conservative interests that dominated the new parliament in post-revolutionary Piedmont, and with the trans-partisan coalitions of the Regeneração in Portugal and the Unión Liberal in Spain. This informal coalition was not confined to Parliament and the bureaucracy, but also embraced parts of civil society. New channels of communication opened up between the administration and powerful lobby groups of liberal entrepreneurs, who found ways of making themselves heard and influencing the formulation of policy. The result was an amalgamation of old and new elites, based not on an identity of interest, but on a negotiated settlement, from which both sides could draw benefits. So effective was this new politically and socially composite elite in controlling the middle ground of politics that it successfully marginalized both the democratic left and the old right. The old conservatives found themselves on the defensive, even at court, where they were outmaneuvered by those less doctrinaire conservatives who were willing to work within the new political constellation and to orient themselves pragmatically towards the state. It is remarkable how quickly the king himself, and many of the conservatives around him, came to accept the new constitutional order. The monarch who had once vowed in public that he would never allow a written piece of paper to come between his Lord God in heaven and his country, soon made his peace with the new regime, though he continued to look for ways of shoring up his own authority within it. An important figure in the process of conservative accommodation was the new minister-president, Otto von Manteuffel, a sturdy and unexcitable career bureaucrat who took the view that the purpose of government was to mediate between the conflicting interests of the entities that constitute civil society. The conservative university professor Friedrich Julius Stahl was another important modernizer. He led the way in reconciling conservative objectives within modern representative politics. Even Prince William of Prussia, initially a more vehemently conservative figure than Stahl had ever been, was quick to adapt to the demands of the new situation. "What is past," he wrote in a remarkable letter to the Camphausen government only 3 weeks after the March events. "Nothing can be brought back. May every attempt to do so be abandoned." It was now the duty of every patriot to help build the new Prussia. The former grape shop prince returned from Britain in the summer of 1848, ready to work within the post-revolutionary order. The politics of the traditional conservatism, with its pious legitimism and its attachment to corporist structures, now appeared narrow, self-interested, and retrograde. It was unthinkable, Prussian Minister-President Otto von Manteuffel pointed out to the conservative rural opponents of fiscal reform, that the Prussian state should continue to be run like the landed estate of a nobleman. In their unwillingness to embrace the new order, the exponents of an unreconstructed pre-March conservatism risked acquiring the taint of opposition, or even of treason. The revolution also placed the Russian state on a new fiscal footing. Among other things, it enabled the administration to escape from the shackles of Hardenberg's state indebtedness law, which had limited public spending in the Restoration era. As one deputy of the Prussian Parliament declared in March 1849, the previous administration had stingily refused to provide the sums necessary to develop the country. However, he added, "We now stand at the government's side, and will always approve the funds required for the promotion of improved transport and for the support of commerce, industry, and agriculture." Neither the new income tax introduced in 1851, whose legitimacy was perceived as deriving from the suffrage, nor the long-awaited reform of the old land tax in 1861, would have been possible before the Revolution. Flush with new cash, the Prussian administrations of the 1850s could afford a substantial rise in public spending on commercial and infrastructural projects, not only in absolute terms, but also in relation to spending on defense, which had traditionally absorbed the lion's share of Prussian government budgets. The problem of raising a loan for the Eastern Railway, which had forced the government to summon the United Diet in 1847, was solved by the new constitution. 33 million thalers were duly approved for this and 2 other unfinished arterial lines. This unaccustomed liberality was underwritten by a new emphasis on the right and obligation of the state to deploy public funds for the purpose of modernization. Such arguments benefited from the congenial climate of contemporary German economic theory, which underwent a reorientation during the middle decades of the 19th century, away from the stringently anti-statist positions of the German free trade school, towards the view that the state had certain macroeconomic objectives to fulfill that could not be achieved by individuals or groups within society. Closely linked with this holistic view of the state's economic competence was an insistence upon the need to develop administrative measures in accordance with an overarching preconceived plan. During the business crisis of 1846-8, some prominent Prussian liberals had called upon the state to take over the administration of the kingdom's railways and unite them into an organic whole. But it was not until the 1850s that the Prussian finance minister, August von der Heydt, himself a liberal merchant banker from Elberfeld, presided over a gradual nationalization of the Prussian railways, motivated by the conviction that only the state was capable of ensuring that the resulting system was rational in terms of the state as a whole. Private interests alone would not suffice. In this he was fully supported by the lower house of the new Parliament. A Parliamentary Railways Commission, formed to advise the governments, expressed the view that the transfer of all railway to the state's possession must remain the government's goal, and that the authorities must strive to reach it through every means available. On the other hand, the implicit terms of the post-revolutionary settlement also required that the state at times step back and honour the autonomy of the business sector. This is what happened in 1856, when conservatives within the cabinet attempted to put a stop to the proliferation of commandite banks in the Kingdom of Prussia. These banks were essentially private investment vehicles, used by the business community to bypass the government's continuing reluctance to charter joint stock banks. The conservatives, including the king himself, viewed these institutions as dubious French innovations that would encourage high-risk speculations and destabilize the social order. In 1856, therefore, the cabinet drew up a draft decree prohibiting the formation of commandite banks. Manteuffel, who had been approached by leading businessmen, was able to block this initiative, and the government gradually relinquished its authority to control the flow of credit to financial institutions. Even in the coal and iron industries, which had traditionally been subject to close government supervision, entrepreneurs were successful in negotiating a loosening of state controls. Steps were also taken after 1848 to secure the unity and coherence of the central administration. In 1852, Minister-President Otto von Manteuffel elicited a cabinet order from the king establishing the minister-president as the sole conduit for formal communications between the ministry and the monarch. This important document signalled an attempt to realize at last the unity of administration that Hardenberg had struggled for in the 1810s. But it was also a reply to the challenge thrown up by the revolution that had pushed the king into the arms of his Camarilla, and thereby undermined the coherence of the supreme executive. In the short term, the cabinet order did not suffice to eliminate the influence of courtiers, intriguers, and favourites. Manteuffel suffered, as all of his predecessors had, from the incessant plotting of the ultra-conservatives, who clustered around the king. The intriguing reached fever pitch in 1855, when the outbreak of the Crimean War split the political elite into the usual Western and Eastern factions. The ultras, who favoured an alliance with autocratic Russia against the West, did their utmost to dislodge the king from his commitment to neutrality. Unsettled by these machinations and uncertain of the king's confidence in himself, Manteuffel kept abreast of the situation by employing a spy to secure copies of confidential papers from the apartments of key ultras, including the venerable Leopold von Gerlach, still faithfully serving his king as adjutant general. There was profound embarrassment when the spy in question, a former lieutenant by the name of Karl Techen, was picked up by police and confessed under questioning that he had purchased them on behalf of the minister-president. The embarrassment deepened yet further when one of these stolen letters revealed that Gerlach had himself been employing a spy to watch the king's brother, Prince William, who was seen as a powerful opponent of a Russian alliance. This Prussian Watergate revealed that the problem of the antechamber of power remained unsolved. The Prussian central executive was still a loose assemblage of lobbies clustered around the king. The cabinet order of 1852 was an important start, nevertheless. In later years, under the premiership of the far more ruthless and ambitious Otto von Bismarck, it would provide a mechanism for a concentration of power sufficient to ensure a measure of unity across cabinet and administration. The years following the revolutions of 1848 also saw a renegotiation of the relationship between government and its public. The revolutions of 1848 triggered a transition towards a more organized, pragmatic, and flexible handling of the press than had been the norm in the Restoration era. A central feature of this transition was the abandonment of censorship. Censorship, in the sense of the vetting of printed material for political content prior to publication, had been an important instrument of government power in the Restoration era, and the call for its abolition was one of the central themes of liberal and radical dissent before 1848. In the course of the revolutions, censorship regimes across Germany were dismantled, and the freedom of the press enshrined in laws and constitutions. To be sure, many of the permissive press laws issued in 1848 did not survive the reimposition of order. On the other hand, this did not imply, in most states, a return to pre-March conditions. In Prussia, as in a number of the other German states, the focus of press policy shifted from the cumbersome pre-censorship of printed material to the surveillance of those political groups that produced it. A substantial component of the liberal program thus survived the debacle of the Revolution. This was an important shift, because the transition from a preventive to a repressive policy brought governmental measures into the open. Newspapers and journals could be penalized only after they had begun to circulate, that is, after the damage, as it were, had been done. The administration was thus under increasing pressure to find other, less direct means of influencing the press. At the same time, differences between the police authorities, the judiciary, and responsible ministers as to what constituted an illegal printed utterance meant that the efforts of the former were often thwarted. This problem was particularly pronounced under Minister-President von Manteuffel, who disagreed with the extremely conservative Interior Minister Ferdinand von Westphalen, on what was permissible in print and what was not. The fact that all citizens now enjoyed the right, in theory at least, to express their opinions in print, provided the basis for all those involved with the production of political reading matter, booksellers and newsagents, publishers and editors-in-chief, to besiege the authorities with petitions, constitutional objections, and appeal proceedings. In such cases, the government found themselves confronting not merely an isolated journalist or editor, but the entire circle of those who supported a specific journal. In Prussia, as in most European states, the expansion of political print and of the politicized reading public that had taken place during the Revolution proved irreversible. The government dealt with this problem by adopting a more supple and coordinated approach to the business of shaping public attitudes. Here, as in so many other areas of administrative innovation, it was the experience of revolution that provided the impetus behind reform. In the summer of 1848, under the liberal government of Minister-President Auerswald, the Prussian administration established a literary cabinet in order to coordinate an official response both to liberal policy critiques and to the more fundamental anti-constitutional opposition of the old conservatives and their organ, the Neue Preußische Zeitung. The first literary cabinet collapsed in November 1848 after the change of government, but it was reconstituted under Otto von Manteuffel in the following month, and its activities gradually broadened to encompass the strategic placement of government-friendly articles in key journals and the purchase of a semi-official newspaper, the Deutsche Reform, that would support the line of the cabinet while retaining the appearance and credibility of an independent publication. On the 23rd of December, 1850, the coordination of press policy was at last given a secure institutional basis in the Central Agency for Press Affairs, Zentralstelle für Pressangelegenheiten. The agency's responsibilities included the administration of funds set aside for the purpose of subsidizing the press, the supervision of subsidized newspapers, and the cultivation of relationships with domestic and foreign papers. The Zentralstelle also ran its own newspaper, Die Zeit, which was known for its blistering attacks on the chief spokesman of the conservative camp, including Otto von Bismarck, the pietist Hans Hugo von Kleist-Retzow, and even Interior Minister Westphalen himself. Manteuffel believed that it was time to move beyond the traditionally confrontational relationship between press and government that had been the norm before 1848. The administration would not enter directly into political debate, but through its press agency it would inaugurate an organic exchange, Wechselwirkung, between all arms of the state and the press. It would work proactively to establish in advance the right attitude to governmental activity. The government would draw on privileged sources within the various ministries to promulgate news concerning the life of the state and important events abroad. During the early 1850s, the central agency succeeded in building up a network of press contacts that penetrated deep into the provincial press. Cooperative editors were provided with privileged information or funding, and many local newspapers became financially dependent on the various perks that came with joining the system: fees for official announcements, subsidies, ministerial block subscriptions, and so on. Manteuffel's innovation thus heralded the transition from a system based on the filtering of press material through a cumbersome apparatus of censorship to a more nuanced method of news and information management. All this was persuasive testimony to the irreversibility of the changes wrought by 1848. Every century has seen new cultural powers enter into the sphere of traditional life, powers which were not to be destroyed, but to be incorporated, verarbeitet. Manteuffel wrote in July 1851, "Our generation recognizes the press as such a power. Its significance has grown with the expanded participation of the people in public affairs, a participation that is partly expressed, partly fed and directed by the press." Among those entrusted with dispersing Manteuffel's cash to friendly journalists and newspaper editors was none other than Otto von Bismarck, who took up his post as Prussia's representative at the Confederal Diet in 1851. Chapter 15. 4 Wars. For nearly half a century after 1815, Prussia stood on the sidelines of European power politics, steering in the lee of the great powers, avoiding commitments and shying away from conflict. It avoided antagonizing its powerful neighbors. It acquiesced in Russian tutelage over its foreign policy. Prussia was the only major European power to remain neutral during the Crimean War, 1854-6. To some, it even seemed that Prussia's status as a member of the concert of the great European powers was obsolete. Prussia, a Times leader article observed in 1860, was always leaning on somebody, always getting somebody to help her, never willing to help herself, present in congresses but absent in battles, ready to supply any amount of ideals or sentiments, but shy of anything that savours of the actual. She has a large army, but notoriously one in no condition for fighting. No one counts on her as a friend. No one dreads her as an enemy. How she became a great power, history tells us. Why she remains so, nobody can tell. And yet within 11 years of this blistering appraisal, the Kingdom of Prussia had reinvigorated its armed forces, driven Austria out of Germany, destroyed the military might of France, built a new nation-state, and transformed the European balance of power in a burst of political and military energy that astonished the world. The Italian War. It was no coincidence that the unifications of Italy and Germany were accomplished within a decade of each other. The cultural prehistory of the German nation-state extends back into and beyond the 18th century, but the chain of events that made its foundation a political possibility began with the Second Italian War of Unification. On the 26th of April, 1859, the Austrian Empire declared war on the North Italy Kingdom of Piedmont. This was a conflict that had been planned in advance. During the summer of 1858, the Piedmontese Prime Minister, Camillo di Cavour, had negotiated a defensive alliance with Emperor Napoleon III of France. In the spring of 1859, Cavour provoked Vienna by massing Piedmontese troops near the border with Austrian Lombardy. The resulting Austrian declaration of war activated France's obligations under the secret treaty. French troops rushed southwards across the Alps in the first major mobilization by railway. Between the end of April and the beginning of July, the joint French-Piedmontese forces occupied Lombardy, winning 2 major victories against the Austrians at Magenta, the 4th of June, and Solferino, the 24th of June. Piedmont annexed the Duchy of Lombardy, the duchies of Parma, Modena, and Tuscany, and the papal territory of Romagna were coaxed into a union with Turin. Piedmont now controlled the north of the peninsula, and things might have stayed that way had it not been for an invasion of the south by a band of volunteers under the command of Giuseppe Garibaldi. The Kingdom of Naples quickly collapsed, clearing the way for the unification of most of the peninsula under the rule of the Piedmontese monarchy. An Italian kingdom was proclaimed in March 1861. The Prussian monarch, William I, and his foreign minister, Alexander von Schleinitz, responded to these events with the usual Prussian circumspection. As the Franco-Austrian conflict loomed, Prussia stuck to the middle ground, adopting neither the conservative option or an alliance with Vienna, nor the liberal option of a partnership with France against Austria. There were the usual efforts to make incremental gains in Germany at Austria's expense. Berlin promised, for example, to assist Austria against France, but only on the condition that Prussia be placed in command of all the non-Austrian confederal contingents. This proposal, which recalled the security initiates of Bernstorff and Radowitz during the war scares of 1830-32 and 1840-41, was rejected on prestige grounds by the Austrian emperor. At about the same time, Berlin deployed heavy troop concentrations to the Rhineland to deter Napoleon III from extending the sphere of his operations to Western Germany. There was nothing particularly remarkable or unexpected about these measures. In responding thus to the Italian crisis and the accompanying French war scare, the Prussian government worked within the well-worn grooves of a tentative duelist rivalry that sought to avoid direct confrontation while embracing the opportunity to expand Prussian influence at Austria's expense. Yet it is clear in retrospect that the Italian War set Prussian national policy on a new footing. It was obvious to contemporaries that there were parallels between the Italian and the German predicament. In both cases, a strong sense, within the educated elite, of historical and cultural nationhood coexisted with the fact of dynastic and political division, though Italy had only 7 separate states to Germany's 39. In both cases, it was Austria that stood in the way of national consolidation. There were also clear parallels between Piedmont and Prussia. Both states were noted for their confident bureaucracies and their modernizing reforms, and both were constitutional monarchies since 1848. Each had sought to suppress popular nationalism, while at the same time maneuvering to extend its own influence in the name of the nation over the lesser states within its sphere of interest. It was thus easy for small German enthusiasts of a Prussian-led union to project the Italian events of 1859–61 onto the German political map. The Italian War also demonstrated that new doors had opened within the European political system. Most important of these was the estrangement between Austria and Russia. In 1848, the Russians had saved the Austrian Empire from partition at the hands of the Hungarian national movement. During the Crimean War of 1854–6, however, the Austrians had made the fateful decision to join the anti-Russian coalition, a move that was seen in St. Petersburg as rank treachery. Vienna thereby irretrievably forfeited the Russian support that had once been the cornerstone of its foreign policy. Cavour was the first European politician to show how this realignment could be exploited to his state's advantage. The events of 1859 were instructive in other ways as well. Under Napoleon III, France emerged as a power prepared to challenge by force the European order established at Vienna in 1815. The Prussians now felt the ancestral threat from the West more keenly than ever. The shock effects of the French intervention in Italy was heightened by memories of the first Napoleon, whose ascendancy had begun with the subjugation of the Italian peninsula and continued with an invasion of the Rhineland. The Prussian mobilization of 1859 may not have been the disaster some historians have described, but it did nothing to allay the sense of vulnerability to a resurgent Bonapartist France. As for the Austrians, they had fought bitterly to keep their Italian possessions, inflicting 18,000 casualties on the Franco-Piedmontese at Magenta and Solferino. Would they not also fight to defend their political preeminence within a divided Germany? Prussia's position was in some respects worse than Piedmont's, for it seemed clear that the middling states of the Third Germany, unlike the lesser North Italian principalities, would support Austria in any open struggle between the two potential German hegemons. Almost all Germany, for the last 40 years, has cherished a hostile spirit against Prussia, William wrote to Schleinitz on the 26th of March, 1860, and for a year this has decidedly been on the increase. The Italian War was thus a reminder of the centrality of armed force to the resolution of entrenched power-political conflicts, and the view gained ground within the military leadership that Prussia would have to reform and strengthen its army if it was to meet the challenges facing it in the near future. This was not a new problem. Since the 1810s, financial constraints had meant that the size of the army had not kept pace with the growth in the Prussian population. By the 1850s, only about 1/2 of the young men of eligible age were being drafted. There were also concerns about the equality of the Landwehr militia, created to fight Napoleon by the military reformers, Scharnhorst and Boyen, as its officers were trained to much less exacting standards. Leading the campaign for military reform was the new regent, Prince William of Prussia. William was already a 61-year-old man with an impressive spray of whiskers when he began in 1858 to deputize for his older brother, who had been incapacitated by a sequence of strokes. William's emotional attachment to the Prussian army was deeply rooted in his biography. He had worn a uniform since the age of 6. On the 1st of January, 1807, at the age of 9, he received his ensign's commission together with promotion to lieutenant as a Christmas present. His earliest experiences in service were bound up with the memory of invasion and the flight of the royal family to East Prussia. Unlike his more mentally agile elder brother, William disliked his lessons and was never happier than when in the company of his fellow cadets and military tutors. It is easy to imagine how important the companionable routines of service must have become after the trauma of his mother's death in 1810. William's devotion was focused on the regular army of the line, not on the auxiliary militias of the Landwehr. William was repelled by the civilian ethos of the Landwehr, which he regarded as both militarily ineffective and politically unreliable. Boyen and Scharnhorst had set out to forge a military